Mr. Burke, will you please? Order. There has been a topic for late debate submitted by the MLA for Colchester North. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature condemn Nova Scotia MPs who choose the Liberal carbon tax increase over the interests of hardworking Nova Scotians. We will now start with our daily routines, presenting and reading petitions, presenting reports by committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers, government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I read my notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui que nous célébrons la Journée internationale de la francophonie, j'ai l'honneur d'accueillir dans votre tribune l'ambassadeur de la France au Canada, Son Excellence Michel Miraillet, accompagné d'une délégation française, incluant le consul honoraire Robert-Yves Mazarol. La France a une longue histoire d'amitié avec la Nouvelle-Écosse, partageant des initiatives économiques, sociales et culturelles, y compris l'annonce aujourd'hui d'un nouveau lycée, une école internationale française qui ouvrira ses portes à Halifax en septembre 2024, le 9e au Canada, le premier en Atlantique, ce qui est un pont entre la Nouvelle-Écosse et la France. Alors, j'invite tous les députés à se joindre à moi pour accueillir son Excellence et puis sa délégation ici aujourd'hui. Quickly in French, Madam Speaker, today as we celebrate International Francophonie Day, I'm honored to welcome to your gallery the Ambassador of France to Canada, His Excellency Michel Miraillet, along with a delegation from France. Also joining is Honorary Consul Robert-Yves Mazarol. France has a long history of friendship with Nova Scotia, sharing ongoing economic, social, and cultural initiatives, including today's announcement of the new lycée, a French international school, which will open in Halifax in September 2024, the 9th in Canada, the first in Atlantic Canada. It is a bridge between our province and France. So I invite all members to join me in welcoming the Ambassador to the House today.
From the House, I'd like to welcome you to the Nova Scotia Legislature. I hope you enjoy your time here. Welcome. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. En date ultérieure, je demanderai l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que la France a développé une amitié importante avec la Nouvelle-Écosse, ce qui est démontré par plusieurs initiatives économiques, sociales, culturelles et scientifiques dans notre province. Et attendu que la relation avec le consulat de la France à Halifax et Moncton continue de se développer grâce à des projets de collaboration qui célèbrent la diversité et la vitalité de la culture française. Et attendu que cette amitié se traduit par un engagement commun en faveur de la promotion de la langue française et par un partenariat dans le domaine de l'éducation visant à améliorer la qualité de notre enseignement en français. Par conséquent, qu'il soit résolu que tous les membres de cette Chambre se joignent à moi pour souhaiter la bienvenue à son Excellence Michel Miraillet, ambassadeur de la France au Canada, et à la délégation à l'Assemblée législative et les remercier d'avoir visité notre province et de continuer à renforcer l'amitié de longue date entre la Nouvelle-Écosse et la France. Madame la Présidente, je demande l'adoption de cette résolution sans préavis et sans débat. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas France has developed a close friendship with Nova Scotia, as demonstrated through several economic, social, cultural, and scientific initiatives in our province. And whereas the relationship with the Consulate of France in Halifax and Moncton continues to grow through collaborative projects celebrating the diversity and vitality of French culture. And whereas this friendship includes a shared commitment to promote the French language and partnering on education to further improve the quality of our French language education. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in welcoming His Excellency Michel Mireillet, French Ambassador to Canada, and the French delegation to the legislature, and thank them for visiting our province and for continuing to grow the long-standing friendship between Nova Scotia and France. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I beg leave to make a few more introductions.
Yes, please do.
Madame la Présidente, encore une fois, nous célébrons aujourd'hui la Journée internationale de la francophonie et j'ai le plaisir d'accueillir à la tribune un certain nombre de fiers Acadiens francophones représentant divers organismes et de notre communauté. Again, Madam Speaker, as we celebrate International Francophonie Day, I'm so pleased to have here in the gallery a number of proud Acadians and francophones representing various organizations in the community. Alors, je vais les nommer, j'espère que je n'en manque pas trop. Denise Como des Hôtels, présidente, ainsi que Emmanuel Naïmana, directeur adjoint de la Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Michel Collette, directeur général, et Diane Rassette, présidente du CSAP. Micheline Gélinas, directrice générale de la Fédération des femmes acadiennes de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Trevor Murphy, président de la Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Nicole Dupuis, directrice générale de la Fédération des parents acadiens de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Carolina El Kouri-Beyani, coordinatrice d'établissement et services après arrivée pour l'immigration francophone Nouvelle-Écosse. Louise D'Entremont, coordinatrice de la région centrale pour le réseau santé de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Madam Speaker, these are very important organizations that really help our Acadian and Francophone community shine, and I'm really happy to welcome them today to the House as we celebrate International Francophonie Day.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you for coming. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Just like estimates. Madame la Présidente, à une date ultérieure, je demanderai l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que la Journée internationale de la francophonie est célébrée chaque année le 20 mars pour fêter et honorer le patrimoine, les cultures et la diversité des 300 millions de francophones à travers le monde, et attendu que la langue française est parlée en Nouvelle-Écosse depuis le premier établissement du peuple acadien à Port-Royal en 1605, il y a plus de 400 ans, et attendu qu'aujourd'hui, près de 35 000 Néo-Écossais ont le français pour langue maternelle et plus de 100 000 personnes parlent le français, y compris les Acadiens, les francophones, et un nombre de plus en plus important de nouveaux arrivants qui s'installent en Nouvelle-Écosse. Par conséquent, qu'il soit résolu que tous les membres de l'Assemblée législative se joignent à moi, à tous les Acadiens et à tous les francophones de la Nouvelle-Écosse pour souligner la Journée internationale de la francophonie et pour rendre hommage à notre communauté prospère. Madame la Présidente, je demande l'adoption de cette résolution sans préavis et sans débat. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas International Francophonie Day is recognized each year on March 20th to celebrate and honor the heritage, cultures, and diversity of the 300 million French speakers around the world. And whereas the French language has been spoken in Nova Scotia for more than 400 years since the first settlement of Acadians in Port-Royal in 1605, and whereas today about 35,000 Nova Scotians speak French as their first language, and over 100,000 Nova Scotians speak French, including Acadians and Francophones, and an increasing number of newcomers who make their home in Nova Scotia. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me and all Acadians and Francophones in Nova Scotia in recognizing International Francophonie Day and in honoring our thriving community. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request of waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just before I make my notice of motion, I want to acknowledge the presence of a number of Special Olympians and their support team here with us today. I know Minister Maslin will do a more formal introduction, but I just wanted to tell you myself how much we respect you and how proud we are of you. Thank you for your presence here today. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice, and on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Nova Scotia Special Olympics team has consistently demonstrated exceptional dedication, sportsmanship, and talent in representing our province, whereas the athletes, coaches, and supporters of the Nova Scotia Special Olympics team have tirelessly worked to promote inclusion, diversity, and equity within our community, whereas the Nova Scotia Special Olympics team's outstanding achievements, most recently at the Winter Games in Calgary, brought home 27 medals and also brought... And in addition to those 27 medals, also brought immense pride and honor to our province. Therefore, be it resolved that the Government of Nova Scotia officially recognizes and commends the Nova Scotia Special Olympics team for their remarkable accomplishments and their significant contributions to our province. Madam Speaker, I request notice of waiver and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded? The motion is carried. Introduction of bill. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nowruz is celebrated by over 300 million people worldwide and begins with the spring equinox, which in Nova Scotia took place shortly after 12 a.m. this morning. And whereas Nowruz celebrates the first day of spring and nature's renewal, and whereas Nowruz traditions and rituals promote harmony with nature, consideration, reconciliation, and cooperation among people. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing Nowruz and the importance of this time of year for many Nova Scotians, and in wishing all those who celebrate it a happy Nowruz filled with joy, success, and good health. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of this motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the thousands of dedicated Nova Scotians who work as continuing care assistants have chosen to devote their careers to delivering care and compassion to our loved ones in communities and long-term care homes, and whereas these vital members of our province's health care team deserve opportunities to advance their careers within the continuing care sector, and whereas this January, 26 Nova Scotian CCAs received free support to begin their journey to become licensed practical nurses, a journey that will allow them to expand their professional abilities, provide more specialized care to our loved ones, and achieve personal success. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature join me in acknowledging the compassion, dedication, and future success of these CCAs and all who work in continuing care. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. Introductions of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Reduce Power Bills and Improve Indoor Air Quality for Working Families.
honourable member for Prospect Timberlea begs leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Reduce Power Bills and Improve Indoor Air Quality for Working Families."
Bill 437, an act to reduce power bills and improve indoor air quality for working families.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a further date. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled "An Act to Provide Free Testing of Well Water."
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Provide Free Testing of Well Water."
Bill 438, an act to provide free testing of well water.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future date. Notices of motion. I guess we're on to statement by members. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always get so excited when I get to see faces from home come to visit us. So today I draw the members' attention to the East Gallery for me to introduce some amazing members of the Queen's Special Olympics team. Matt Quinn, who is the Team Nova Scotia Games Mission Staff and Special Olympics Director of Sport and Programs. Susan Inglis and Earl Milkey, who are snowshoe coaches. Rebecca Delaney, who is a snowshoe athlete. Jillian Young, who is a snowshoe athlete, as is Michael Moreau, a snowshoe athlete. Ben Terrio is our curler, and Farron Terrio is joining him here today, his dad. I would ask you to all rise and please accept the warm welcome of the legislature.
Thank you for coming. Enjoy your time. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have good-looking people in Queens County. Boy, oh
sure
boy,
do.
what amazing. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Queens County athletes who performed so magnificently at the recent Special Olympics National Games in Calgary, namely Rebecca Delaney, Jillian Young, Michael Moreau, and Ben Terrio. Earlier this season, I highlighted their participation in the Games and wished them the best of luck. Well, they certainly delivered. I am so happy to announce that in snowshoeing, Rebecca won gold and silver medals, Jillian won silver and bronze, and Michael won silver. In curling, Ben brought home the silver medal. And even in the other events the athletes competed in, they performed exceptionally well. I also pay tribute to the amazing coaches who so ably supported the athletes, in particular Susan Inglis, Earl Milkey, and Betty Ann Dory. You have made Queens County and Nova Scotia so proud. I hope you always know that I am truly your biggest fan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Opposition Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction before my statement.
Please do.
I'd like to bring the House's attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined by many members who are here to celebrate and recognize International Francophonie Day. I would like each member to stand and be recognized as I state your name. We have Nicole Dupuis, Executive Director of the Fédération des Parents Acadiens de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Suzanne Saunier, Executive Director, Le Centre d'appui à la petite enfance de la Nouvelle-Écosse. We have Carolyn Al-Khouri Aboud, Coordinator of Immigration and Francophone de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Laurie Martin Marani, Executive Director of Conseil Jeunesse Provincial, and Elle Peters, the President. We have Véronique Legault, Executive Director, and Lucien Comeau, de Regroupement des Années de la Nouvelle-Écosse. We also have with us from Réseau Santé Nouvelle-Écosse, Pierre Rosenet, Executive Director, Louise D'Entremont, Carol-Anne Bilodeau, and Anne LeBlanc. Thank you all so much, and please accept the warm welcome of the House.
Well, welcome, and I hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honorable leader for the official opposition.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Aujourd'hui, nous célébrons la Journée internationale de la francophonie. Nous avons invité le réseau Santé Nouvelle-Écosse et ses partenaires, car cette journée rappelle à toutes les Nouvelle-Écossaises et tous les Néo-Écossais la nécessité pour nos communautés acadiennes et de francophones d'avoir accès à des services de santé linguistiquement et culturellement adaptés. Je tiens à reconnaître que la philosophie et le leadership du réseau Santé Nouvelle-Écosse sont un exemple de la manière dont le bien-être individuel et communautaire peut être amélioré en utilisant les pratiques exemplaires de développement communautaire. Bien que nous mettions en avant le réseau Santé Nouvelle-Écosse, c'est grâce à leur effort en tant que facilitateurs et facilitatrices que ces organisations se sont réunies en un corps collectif. Il est important de reconnaître la contribution de chacun et chacune à la promotion des soins de santé en français dans toute notre province. Ensemble, ces organisations démontrent que l'amélioration des soins de santé nécessitait un effort concerté. Nous reconnaissons que chacune de ces organisations contribue à l'amélioration de la santé et du bien-être de leur communauté. On sait que des résidents et résidentes acadiens et francophones vivant en Nouvelle-Écosse. Je saisis cette occasion pour remercier chacun et chacune et souhaiter à votre groupe tous les succès alors que vous travaillez collectivement à améliorer l'accès aux services de santé culturellement et linguistiquement adaptés dans toute notre province pour nos communautés acadiennes et francophones. Merci beaucoup. Madam Speaker, today we are recognizing International Francophonie Day. We invited Réseau Santé Nouvelle-Écosse and their partner organizations because this day is a reminder to all Nova Scotians of a need by our Acadian and Francophone communities to access linguistically and culturally appropriate health services in this province. I want to acknowledge that the philosophy and leadership of Réseau Santé Nouvelle-Écosse is a shining example of how individual and community wellness can be improved using the leading practice of community development. Although we are highlighting Réseau Santé Nouvelle-Écosse, it is because of their efforts as a facilitator that these organizations have come together as a collective body. And it's important that everyone's contribution is recognized in advancing French language healthcare services across our province. Together, these organizations are demonstrating that making changes in healthcare requires a concerted effort. We recognize that each of these organizations is contributing to improvements in the health and the well-being of their community and the Acadian and Francophone residents living in Nova Scotia. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone and wish your group continued success as collectively you work at enhancing access to culturally and linguistically appropriate healthcare services throughout our province for our Acadian and Francophone communities. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member's statement.
Please do.
Joining us in the West Gallery today is Ms. Ida Nabasumba, who can rise, Dr. Marion Brown, Associate Dean of Health at Dalhousie University and Professor in the School of Social Work, and Dr. Douglas Brown, retired orthopedic surgeon. Welcome.
Well, welcome to the host. I hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, the Halifax Sexual Health Clinic celebrated its 50th anniversary in 2021 and has marked the occasion with a beautiful celebratory mural entitled Connection by Shannon Long and assisted by David Hamp Gonzalez. The mural highlights not just the clinical aspects of sexual, reproductive, and gender-affirming care, but the joy and affirmation that comes from having your health needs met. It embraces Halifax Sexual Health Clinic principles of sex positivity, pro-choice, confidentiality, community-driven, youth-friendly, 2S LGBTQIA+ focused, and judgment-free. The mural is dedicated to Dr. Pam Brown, a founding physician of the Halifax Sexual Health Clinic. In 1973, the Family Planning Association of Nova Scotia opened a small clinic on Gottingen Street in an old bank vault, equipped with a phone line, a small office, committed volunteers, and 2 physicians. Pam was one of them. The clinic evolved into the Planned Parenthood Metro Clinic, and that's where Pam spent her committed and compassionate career. When she retired at 75, the clinic had become the Halifax Sexual Health Center. Dr. Brown passed away in 2020 at the age of 87. The clinic is proud to finally highlight Dr. Brown's incredible influence on the organization that has become the Halifax Sexual Health Clinic. Madam Speaker, I ask that we recognize Dr. Brown's passion for delivering inclusive and compassionate sexual health care and education.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, before I read my member statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Joining us today are a couple of members of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality Rotary Clubs. In East Gallery are Jason Doyle and Darlene Boone, representing members of the Sydney Sunrise Club, the Sydney Rotary Club, and the Waterford Rotary Club. Madam Speaker, there isn't enough time in my member statement to list the amazing work they do, so I'll list some of the members and organizations they work with. But before I do that, I've asked Jason and Darlene to rise and accept a warm welcome of the legislature on behalf of Sydney CBRM Rotary Club.
Thank you for making the trip. I hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, Rotarians are guided by the principles of service. They aim to help those in need, develop young leaders, and promote community development with lasting change. The Rotary Clubs of CBRM have more than 100 years' service supporting local groups and enhancing our community while making a global impact. Just a few of the local organizations they work with include the Boys and Girls Clubs of Cape Breton, the Big Brothers Big Sisters, Salvation Army, Hospice Cape Breton Regional Hospital Foundation, NSCC Child Center, Make-A-Wish Foundation, the Christmas Cruise Society, Sydney Curling Club Youth Program, Breakfast Programs and Scholarships, Coaltown Trail Society, Camp Courage, and the list goes on, Madam Speaker. A partnership with the Rotary Clubs of CBRM has made possible bigger events such as the Sydney Rotary Rib Fest, which has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for health care and child poverty on the island. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in recognizing the amazing work of the Rotary Clubs of CBRM. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well done.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. À l'occasion de la Journée internationale de la francophonie, je me joins aux francophones et francophiles de la Nouvelle-Écosse et partout au monde pour partager mon amour pour la langue française. À travers le Canada, les communautés francophones contribuent à la richesse de notre patrimoine culturel et de notre histoire. Et ici, en Nouvelle-Écosse, les francophones et les acadiennes font partie intégrale de ce beau patrimoine. Au-delà des arts, de la culture, ils contribuent aussi au développement économique de nos régions et de notre diversité. Aujourd'hui, pendant que nous célébrons ensemble, c'est aussi essentiel de se rappeler la responsabilité de tous nos gouvernements d'appuyer les communautés de la langue officielle en situation minoritaire et de répondre à leurs besoins distincts. À tous mes citoyens francophones et francophiles, bonne journée internationale de la francophonie. Madam Speaker, on this International Francophonie Day, I am joining francophones and francophiles in Nova Scotia and around the world in celebrating my love for the French language. Across Canada, francophone communities contribute to the richness of our cultural heritage and our history. And here in Nova Scotia, francophones and Acadians make up an integral part of that beautiful heritage. Beyond just arts and culture, they contribute to the economic development of our regions and our diversity. Today, as we all celebrate together, it is also important to remember the responsibility of all levels of government to support our official language minority communities and to respond to their distinct needs. To all my Francophone and Francophile constituents, happy International Francophonie Day to everyone.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, on February 27th, I co-hosted a tenants' rights information session with Dalhousie Legal Aid and Acorn at the Dartmouth North Library. This was our second well-attended tenants' rights event since the summer of 2023. At the event, Dalhousie Legal Aid community legal worker Mark Culligan presented some shocking but not surprising stats about eviction applications in Dartmouth North. After FOI-popping landlord eviction applications between 2018 and 2021, Dal Legal Aid sorted them by postal code. The B3A region, Dartmouth North, consistently had more eviction applications than any other. In 2018, B3A applications made up approximately 12% of all eviction applications. In 2019, 16%. In 2020, 17%. And in 2021, 12.5. The next highest percentages range from 5 to 7%. Unfortunately, there's no way to tell how many of the evictions went through. In my office, we help many tenants fight unjust evictions, as do Nova Scotia Legal Aid. These numbers only confirm that this legislature must do more to protect people in Dartmouth North and across the province from unjust evictions. Thank you.
I thank you, but before we go on, I ask that all members keep their statements to the 1 minute so everybody has the opportunity to speak. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Nowruz, the Persian and Iranian New Year. This is a time-honored celebration that symbolizes spring's arrival and the natural world's rejuvenation. In Nova Scotia, engaging in Nowruz festivities, it presents an opportunity to celebrate life, show reverence for nature, and strengthen community ties among diverse groups. Community organizations like the Iranian Cultural Society of Nova Scotia promote and celebrate Iranian culture while providing meaningful support to Iranian Canadian communities across our province. By immersing ourselves in the richness of this ancient tradition, we can forge enduring bonds, revel in the revitalization of life in harmonious coexistence with our environment. So, Madam Speaker, I ask members of the legislature to join me in wishing a blessed and beautiful Nowruz to all celebrants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, while government has a primary role to play in healthcare recruitment and retention efforts, there are important roles for our communities as well. To be successful, they must sell their area as a great place to live for healthcare professionals and their families, help them navigate barriers and make them feel welcome, appreciated, and supported. When I learn of a new healthcare professional coming into the area, I know it's a result of incredible amount of work behind the scenes by several people throughout Annapolis County. Today, I was pleasantly surprised and pleased to learn that 3 groups in my constituency, Soldiers Memorial Hospital Foundation, the Village of Lawrencetown, and the Town of Annapolis Royal, will receive funding through the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment Community Fund. This will help them support their healthcare recruitment and retention efforts. I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating these 3 groups on being awarded this funding and in thanking them for their commitment to improving healthcare in Annapolis. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. At the constituency office for Halifax-Chebucto on Quinpool Road, we have many fascinating retail and hospitality sector neighbors, but none more oriented to the community and its development than the Quinpool footwear fixture, Aerobics First. Aerobics First operates a series of programs and initiatives that support marginalized and lower-income populations. Perhaps the most striking of these is Fit It Forward, a program through which customers are provided an opportunity to contribute, and quality footwear is provided to people for better health, support, and dignity with no money changing hands. Fit It Forward works with frontline organizations that identify specific needs and with the contributions of major footwear suppliers who make it possible for the program to operate at a considerable scale. And at the end of this month, Luke McDonald, the author and guiding spirit of Fit It Forward and its range of related programs, will be retiring from Aerobics First and from a career there that has modeled how a business can be both really in and really for the community they serve. Luke's work for the community at Aerobics First is deserving of every appreciation and every recognition of this House. Thank you.
I I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On International Francophonie Day, I rise to acknowledge Kyle Delory, a grade 10 student at the newly renamed École Belle Bay in Larry's River, Torbay region. Kyle, who has been singing and playing guitar from a young age, was recently part of the CSAP's province-wide Concert of the Stars, where he showcased his musical talents to the crowd at Pierre Maurice Leblanc Theatre in Tuscot. Kyle performed La Pilier, which means a pillar. The song, written by local Weldon Boudreau, is about local Acadian historian and Order of Nova Scotia recipient Jude Avery, who inspires our community to embrace their Acadian heritage. I was honored to previously stand in this house to acknowledge Jude's tremendous work. Kyle's fellow students back home watched him perform on a live feed to the school and cheered him on. It's also worth noting that Kyle is only in his second year of French immersion and is already exceeding the expectations of his teachers with his grasp of his native language. Madam Speaker, I ask members of the House join me in congratulating Kyle Delory on his musical and educational achievements and for working to keep his Acadian heritage alive for generations to come. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Erin McKay, the owner of Fairview Chiropractic and Massage. Dr. McKay holds a Bachelor of Science from Acadia University and graduated from the Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College in 2001, where she was awarded the prestigious Herbert K. Lee Award for her outstanding academic, clinical, and altruistic achievements. With over 2 decades of experience, Dr. McKay has dedicated herself to providing exceptional chiropractic care to her patients. As the head of an all-female team of healthcare professionals, Dr. McKay's belief in holistic wellness and patient-centered treatment has been helping the residents of Fairview Clayton Park since 2007. Outside the clinic, Dr. McKay is an active member of our community, participating in running events across the Maritime provinces and enjoying the beauty of the great outdoors with her loved ones, including the clinic puppy Lennox, who joined the team in 2022. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Erin and the staff at Fairview Chiropractic and Massage for their dedication to promoting health and vitality in our community and for inspiring us all through their leadership and compassionate care. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, tomorrow night, the 21st of March, kicks off the Juno Block Party down along the waterfront. For 3 electrifying nights, the first ever Juno Block Party will feature a diverse range of Canadian talent and emerging artists who will command the spotlight and deliver unforgettable performances. On Thursday night, it will kick off with a tribute to Mi'kmaq culture featuring city natives, followed by North Preston's own Rennie Smith. Classified will do his Welcome to the Maritime set featuring David Miles, Jordan, and O Sound, along with other special guests celebrating his catalog of Canadian hits. Then closing off with the International Ambassador for DJ Culture, Scratch Bastard. I know this night will be an awesome experience, and I can't wait to get my dance on, and I hope all members get a chance to get out and enjoy what the Junos have to offer.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to recognize Gabriel LeBlanc of Ville-Madame in Richmond County. Gabriel has been married to his wife, Kathy, for 52 years and is the proud father of 3 and grandfather of 3. Gabriel has devoted over 35 years to education and has been a lifelong defender and promoter of the Acadian culture, language, and French language education. He is a longtime community volunteer and has served on many boards as a respected Acadian historian and genealogist. Gabriel has authored 3 books as part of recording the history of Acadians: Mon Île-Madame, Une histoire acadienne, La tradition orale de mon Île-Madame, and his most recent, Les Rêveries acadiennes de mon Île-Madame. And recently I ran into Gabriel and he informed me he's now working on his 4th book. In December 2022, Gabriel was the recipient of the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Award for all his hard work and dedication. So on behalf of my constituency and all of us here, I'd please ask everybody to stand and congratulate Gabriel on his great achievements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Journalism is known as the first draft of history, and so I rise today to express my concern regarding the ongoing financial issues affecting the Saltwire Network. Local journalism is an indispensable component of a healthy democratic culture and an informed citizenry. I know there's several members, including myself, who are former journalists, and I'm sure would agree with that. Journalists afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted, and we as politicians must always accept the scrutiny that good journalism brings with it. Whether it's at Province House, municipal chambers across Nova Scotia, or anywhere else in our communities, the journalists of the Saltwire Network tell the stories that need to be told. I hope that these dedicated professionals get the chance to keep doing their essential work for many years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the members of the Reserve Mines Volunteer Fire Department. On February 25th, Chief Binder took to Facebook to acknowledge the quick actions of the department members. That evening, Captain Curtis Binder and Captain Ken Robinson found a broken propane line on a local establishment's tank and diverted what could have been a catastrophe. Later in the day, a significant water problem on the fire hall property threatened the cancellation of New Waterford's boxing's Big Fight event. With the help of countless volunteers from their organization, Reserve Mines staff members, particularly Safety Officer Justin Turnbull, firefighter Chantal Kelly, Lieutenant Craig McNeil, who stayed outside all night maintaining several water pumps while the event inside went on flawlessly. A huge thanks to Ryan Boone for the fast response with heavy equipment. Chief Binder also thanked the public for their patience. Speaker, I want to thank the fantastic community that came together to support one another. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge a newly formed group that is working to help with doctor recruitment in Cape Breton. Island Ties is one of these groups across Nova Scotia to receive funding from the Office of Healthcare Recruitment Professionals for their efforts in retention. The nonprofit group is recruiting doctors with teams in 5 main areas: welcoming, partner support, family life, real estate, and cultural integration. The goal is to help new doctors and their families develop connections within the community and help integrate them into their new home in Cape Breton. The grassroots group is always looking for volunteers that are interested in joining their team. I encourage anyone interested in helping making Cape Breton a more welcoming and inclusive place for healthcare professionals to check out Islands Ties. Thank you to everyone involved in this great organization and keep up the great work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I would like to honor the Honourable Dr. Ron Stewart, who was recently promoted from Officer of the Order of Canada to Companion of the Order of Canada. And this honor is designated to those who have made the highest contributions to Canada. And we all can remember Dr. Stewart as known as the father of emergency medicine in Nova Scotia. As Nova Scotia Health Minister, he led the creation of the province's consolidated emergency health services and the paramedic system. Dr. Stewart was the MLA for Cape Breton North, Madam Speaker, and he was a great mentor to me and gave very freely of his time and when I ran in 2006. And I appreciated that very much. And I'd like to congratulate Dr. Stewart on this wonderful honor. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, dans l'esprit de la Journée internationale de la francophonie, je veux reconnaître l'ouverture d'une chocolaterie et café reconnue à l'international ici à Halifax Citadel Sable Island. Une visite à la rue Breton vous rendra à Léonidas, une entreprise belgique internationale qui vend des chocolats gourmets, des pâtisseries et un chocolat chaud très superbe. Léonidas, nommé d'après le fondateur il y a presque 150 ans, est un excellent exemple de ce qui amène un espace comprenant la culture francophone. Chaque jour, le café est rempli des touristes, des étudiants et d'autres visiteurs. Madame la Présidente, au nom de l'Assemblée législative, je félicite l'équipe Léonidas pour leur nouveau petit coin de Belgique. Madam Speaker, for International Day of the Francophonie, I'd like to recognize the opening of an internationally renowned chocolate shop and cafe in Halifax, Citadel Sable Island. A trip to Brenton Street near my office will bring you to Léonidas, an international Belgian business selling gourmet chocolates, pastries, and an amazing cup of hot chocolate. Léonidas is named after their founder from almost 150 years ago. It's an amazing example of what a Francophone cultural space can bring. Every day, the cafe is full of tourists, students, and other visitors. Madam Speaker, I ask that the House join me in congratulating Leonaudes on opening their little taste of Belgium in Halifax.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Patrick Manifold of Cumberland County on receiving a prestigious award at the 2023 Parisboro Film Festival. Patrick's short film, What Goes Around Comes Around, was shown and awarded the grand prize in the category of the People's Choice under 5 minutes. Patrick has had a goal of becoming an award-winning filmmaker for a long time. Madam Speaker, he achieved that in Parisboro. Please join me in congratulating Patrick on his outstanding achievements, and we wish him continued success in Cumberland County and all throughout Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madame la Présidente, récemment, Céleste Huchet a publié sa toute première chronique dans le Courrier de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Elle y interviewa ses grands-parents à propos de leur ferme équestre. Ce qui rend cette histoire unique, c'est que cette jeune journaliste est une élève de 4e année à l'école Joseph Dugas. Céleste souhaite créer un petit journal centré sur les bonnes nouvelles de son village de Comoville. Grâce à l'encouragement de sa famille et de Nathalie Robichaud, directrice générale de la Société acadienne de Clare, Céleste rédige maintenant une série de chroniques comprenant des photos et des vignettes de sa communauté, ainsi que des entrevues avec les gens de la région. Je demande à tous les membres de se joindre à moi pour féliciter Céleste Huchet d'avoir publié sa première chronique dans un journal à un si jeune âge et pour remercier ceux et celles qui l'ont aidé à poursuivre ce rêve. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madam Speaker, Céleste Huchet recently had her first column published in Le Courrier de la Nouvelle-Écosse. In it, she interviewed her grandparents about their horse farm. What makes this story so unique is the fact that this young journalist is a grade 4 student at École Joseph Dugas. Céleste was inspired to start a small newspaper that focused on the good news in her village of Comoville. With the encouragement of her family and Nathalie Robichaud, the executive director of La Société acadienne de Clare, Céleste is writing a series of columns featuring photos and vignettes of her community and question and answer interviews with the people who live there. I ask that all members join me in congratulating Céleste Huchet on getting her first newspaper column published at such an early age and thanking those that helped her to pursue this dream. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce Mr. Andrew McKay of Fall River today. Andrew is a third-year political science student, and he's been shadowing and working with my legislative assistant, Alex Wilson. And Andrew is pursuing a career in politics, and we wish him nothing but success. So please join me in welcoming Andrew today.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Maggie's Place in Amherst for their efforts in supporting individuals and families impacted by sexual assault and family violence. Maggie's Place has been a strong advocate, providing support for those in need throughout all of Cumberland County. Through their comprehensive services, including family support, drop-ins, and educational programs, Maggie's Place has empowered survivors and families to heal and rebuild their lives. I will continue to support Maggie's Place and the valuable work they do in our community, and I thank the great team led by Sarah McMaster for their commitment to families throughout all of Cumberland County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nowruz means New Day in Persian, and it's a 3,000-year spring festival celebrated around the world. But last night here in Halifax, the Persian community in Halifax came together to celebrate on the waterfront the first festivity of the season of Nowruz, Charshamba Suri, or Scarlet Wednesday. But in the course of the evening, everybody had a chance to jump over the fire, cleansing themselves in the process for the new year. New spring, Madam Speaker, new day, new year. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Yeah. So we're joined today by three amazing people from the Department of Health and Wellness who are visiting the legislature for the very first time. Karina Scoggins and Sana Drema are each completing work terms. Karina was a registered nurse for 10 years who is now specializing in health law. Sana is a recent SMU MBA graduate who is interested in health policy. Jolene Antle is a former CCA who is now a longtime civil servant at Department of Health and Wellness, who took on important work in our response to COVID-19 and our interaction with the legislature, and she's now working with health professions. So I would ask all members of the House to join me in welcoming Karina, Sana, and Jolene. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Waverley, Fall River, and Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize Dee Dee Austin, a 17-year-old award-winning Indigenous singer-songwriter sensation here in Fall River. A member of the Abiguate First Nation, Dee Dee sits on the 2024 Local Junos Event Committee as a voice representing young, emerging, and local artists. Leading up to the Junos here in Halifax, Dee Dee was also part of the road to the Junos, performing at the Marquee. She is also set to perform at Summerfest in Antigonish this summer alongside Halifax legends Classified and Neon Dreams. Madam Speaker, I would like to applaud Dee Dee for her tremendous accomplishments and everything she has done for Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Chad Daniels and Michael Latham, residents of Timberley, who did not finish high school. The two now share the Neil Hudson Award offered each year by the Western Halifax Community Learning Network after receiving their GED. Daniels and Latham were nominated for the Paul Hudson Award by their instructor, Paul O'Flaherty, who said they showed immense courage when they returned to the classroom as adults. Daniels left high school at 17 and accepted the first job he found next door to his house in Timberley, making donair meat. Now at 41, he has been making donair meat ever since, and that is where he met Latham, who dropped out of school at 16. It was Daniel's idea to go back to school for his GED and encouraged his friend Latham to join him. Paul O'Flaherty praised both award recipients for their commitment to others, to the program, and most of all, to their own learning. I'd like the members of the Host Assembly to join me in congratulating Chad Daniels and Michael Latham for their courage to return back to the classroom and for their continued success. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the children and the leaders of the Take Action Society Garden Group. In 2012, the Take Action Society, a community action group in North End Dartmouth, created a garden from an unused tennis court behind Harborview Elementary School. The garden includes a teaching greenhouse and an outdoor classroom that can seat up to 150 people. Every year, students grow seeds in their classrooms, which then they then transplant into the garden in the spring, and in the summer months, families and children from the community help care for the garden and share in its harvest. The garden also supplies food directly to the community through its Dirt-to-Door program and donations to the local food bank. I ask the House to join me in recognizing these amazing young gardeners of the Take Action Society Garden Group and the Take Action Society as a whole. I cannot wait to see and taste what you grow this year. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, and Salmon River.
Hey, there you go. Madam Speaker, I rise today to offer sincere congratulations to Archway Counseling of Truro on their incredible 40 years of service. 4 decades, Archway has been a beacon of hope and support for youth and families, providing invaluable counseling and workshops. Their dedication to nurturing mental health and strengthening relationships has positively impacted countless lives in our community. Archway's unwavering commitment to promoting well-being and resilience embodies the true essence of compassion and empathy. I commend their enduring legacy of service and applaud the profound difference they continue to make in the lives of those they serve. Madam Speaker, here's to celebrating 40 years of excellence and to many more years of transformative care and support from Archway Counseling. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise my place to recognize Danielle Boutlier, who I talked about before in this House. She's a breast cancer survivor, and she's been advocating for MSI to cover the cost of fat grafting after that's the process that, that helps with reconstructive surgery for breast cancer survivors. So she's been saving money to have this procedure done, but last week she found out that MSI has decided to cover the procedure, which is just great. So I rise in my place to recognize the minister who did exactly what I asked, and she went back and talked to staff. I want to say thanks to all the staff in the Department of Health, but most importantly, I want to thank Danielle for her advocacy. This is a process which none of us realized we didn't cover because we actually cover the implants, but we never covered this under MSI. This is going to save women thousands of dollars in getting this procedure done. So Danielle, I hope you're listening. I'm so proud of you. And again, thanks to everyone involved with this. This is a big step for women, and it's going to save families a lot of money.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Dave Green. Dave is a registered massage therapist. Dave has an amazing sports repertoire, and his experience stems from working professionally with the Canadian lacrosse team, Montreal Canadiens, and the Halifax Raymond. Dave puts most of his time into coaching athletes of all intellectual and physical abilities in tennis, snowboarding, hockey, and basketball. Founder of Fun Sports, which stands for Funding Underprivileged Neighborhoods with Safe Play Options Equals Respect, Teamwork, and Success, Dave has provided a safe, supportive place where youth can experience new sporting opportunities, overcome barriers, build positive relationships, and develop confidence and skills for life. Dave is an inspiration and a motivator for others to give back to community. I would like all members of this House to help me to recognize Dave Green for his dedication to keeping youth active and exposing them to new sporting opportunities.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Boys and Girls Club of Preston, which has been in operation since 1996. The club has served more than 6,000 children from the communities of Lake Echo, East Preston, North Preston, Cherrybrook, Lake Loon, Westfall, and surrounding areas. The mission of the club is to provide a supportive environment while empowering the children. Members can experience new opportunities, overcome barriers, build positive relationships, and develop confidence and life skills. The club provides a before and after school program, March break program, summer day camp, and Friday night youth drop-in, to name a few, while providing a safe place for all children. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to please join me to acknowledge the Boys and Girls Club of Preston on the great work they are doing and will continue to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I would direct the members' attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined today by the Honourable Margaret Miller. Members of this House will recognize Margaret as a former inmate here, and also a former Environment Minister who passed the Environmental Protection Act, and the new President of the Liberal Party of Nova Scotia. Welcome, Margaret.
Welcome back. Order. Welcome back. I hope you enjoy your time here. Order. The time allotted for member statements has now ended. It is now 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our ambulance system has gotten drastically worse under this government. The Auditor General has said it is in a critical state. It is taking ambulances longer on average to respond to emergency and urgent calls, putting Nova Scotians at risk. Madam Speaker, this Premier has spent $464 million on a recruitment and retention plan to bring more healthcare professionals back and to keep them in our healthcare system, including paramedics. Could the Premier please update the House on what the net increase of paramedics has been over the last year? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member for the question. Of course, we're huge investments in healthcare for sure. Huge focus on healthcare. Obviously, that was necessary after 8 years of neglect, where we inherited a healthcare system that was completely broken. The former Minister of Health will remember the state that he left the healthcare system in. Nova Scotians remember it as well. We have made a number of different funding available for recruitment. The member is quoting a number that is the total number, but of course that money only gets spent when somebody signs up. So what I would say to the member is we're focused on recruitment, we're focused on retention. That's why we passed the Patient Access to Care Act. That bill passed through this legislature, but that member is not listed on the recorded vote because he slipped out for that vote, Madam Speaker.
I ask that the Honourable Premier retract that last statement. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would just retract the statement and refer Nova Scotians to the Hansard that notices the recorded vote.
I recognize order, please. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Premier didn't answer the question. I'll provide the answer for him. The answer is one net new paramedic to our system. The Premier wants to talk about how the healthcare system used to be. Well, I do remember it. I remember when offload wait times, getting patients out of ambulances into emergency departments was 300% less than it is now under this Premier. I'll refer to the Premier to a FOIPOP that our party put in. Ambulance offload wait times exploded at Cape Breton Regional Hospital, up 300% under the leadership of this Premier, Madam Speaker. I remember a time when the Premier said it's not bad luck that we can get a pizza faster than we can get an ambulance in this province, Madam Speaker. My question is, how many pizzas does it take to get an ambulance before we get an ambulance now?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How many pizzas can you buy with a couple $100,000 of stolen taxpayer money that the Auditor General reported to? I guess we could do the math, but the Liberal Party, according to the Auditor General, the Liberal Party was so busy trying to conceal that theft in the advance of an election. Their efforts are all focused on concealing that theft, according to the Auditor General, and the members will be very familiar with that. What I would say to the member is 15% increase in paramedic training enrollment since we launched this tuition bursary. EHS has added an overall total of 99 new paramedics in 2023. The new transfer units have saved more than 155,000 hours. Imagine if that was done 8 years ago, Madam Speaker.
So I know this is my first day here, but as a speaker, I ask that people respect others when they are responding or asking a question. I ask that you have your question out within the 45 seconds, and this goes for everyone in the room. I recognize the official leader or the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition with his final supplement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Premier can brag about how many paramedics he's recruited. There's net one new paramedic in our system. We've had over 90 paramedics leave the system, and we're worried that because of this Premier's policies in only having one paramedic per ambulance, that we're actually going to see more leave the system. We are actually hearing warnings from the PEI paramedics union who warn against following Nova Scotia's lead, saying they could lose more paramedics as a result of this, Madam Speaker. I'll table that. We are seeing firefighters, volunteer firefighters, having to step in and do emergency visits and responses because we don't have paramedics on the scene. And the best the Premier can do is blame everybody else instead of taking responsibility himself. Madam Speaker, when can the Premier actually take responsibility and ensure that there's more paramedics in our system that are net new?
Question. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the member, the former health minister, may not have respect for medical first responders. On this side of the House, we do, Madam Speaker. We will continue to work with healthcare professionals across the spectrum to improve the system. That positive change is coming. People are seeing that change. It's coming for sure. There's absolutely work to be done. There's no question about that, Madam Speaker. But we will continue to invest in the healthcare system. We will continue to support those healthcare professionals across the province, across the spectrum. We will continue to work on recruitment. We will continue to work on retention. I would only ask the member if he would maybe work on his federal cousins and do something about the Liberal carbon tax, which is going to remove so much money out of this province that could have been used to buy pizzas, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as of March 1st, over 156,000 Nova Scotians were on the wait list for a family doctor. Month over month, we continue to see this number grow.
The clock isn't working. There we go. I recognize.
I'd like to start again.
Yes, please do. I recognize the Honourable Leader for the NDP. Please reset the clock. I recognize the Honourable Leader for the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As of March 1st, over 156,000 Nova Scotians were on the wait list for a family doctor. Month over month, we continue to see this number grow, and it's no wonder. There are 129 family doctor vacancies in the province. On top of this, nearly a quarter of family doctors are over the age of 60 and may be considering retirement in the coming year. People like Brenda McDonald and her two sons have been on the wait list for almost 3 years and don't know when they will get reliable and consistent care. How much longer will Brenda and her kids, along with hundreds of thousands of other Nova Scotians, have to wait for attachment to primary care?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since 2021, since we formed government, we've hired an additional 195 family physicians, primary care providers in this province. And I would just like to remind the member and all Nova Scotians that, of course, we want people to have the consistent care of a family doctor or nurse practitioner, primary care provider. But there are a number of avenues to access care that are working, that are just what are needed for a number of Nova Scotians. The pharmacy clinics are an amazing thing. They're helping a lot of Nova Scotians. Virtual care is helping a lot of Nova Scotians. Not for everything, but it's helping a lot of Nova Scotians. Mobile clinics, urgent treatment centres. There are a number of ways to access the care that are needed, and I encourage Nova Scotians to reach out and find those and use them, and use the app even too, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the NDP.
Last week, the health minister said, I think it's really important for people to understand that through the work we've done, people can expect a health home now. We agree that it is important for people to have health homes. We've been championing this kind of collaborative practice for years. But it was disappointing to hear in Health Committee yesterday that there are no plans to expand the health homes this year and no timeline for increasing them. Can the Premier tell me when will the nearly 160,000 Nova Scotians in need of attachment to primary care have attachment to primary care, to a health home or to a doctor?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I would say is we now have a good understanding of that list. Of course, when we formed government, it literally was just an Excel spreadsheet with names. There are different reasons people are on the list. Some actually have a doctor, but they don't like their doctor, or they're worried the doctor might retire, but they have access to care. And some...
Order. I ask that everyone respect the person who has the floor. Right now, the Honourable Premier has the floor. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
I recognize that there are people that need attachment for sure. There are new access channels for sure. They're useful and they're helpful. I spoke to a doctor this morning who shared with me that some of their colleagues in their geographic catchment area are taking on patients. They called a number of people on the list. They were just fine. So what I would say to the member is we know there is work to be done in healthcare, but we also know that the list, which was initially designed for a purpose to show if people have access to care, is probably a little bit outdated at this time, but we'll continue to work through with Nova Scotians on that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP with her final sub.
We believe that all people need attachment to primary care. In 2021, when this party was elected to fix health care, they described primary care as, quote, having either a family physician or primary care provider who is able to see them and provide timely access to the care they need, and that telehealth or virtual care is not a replacement for a primary care practitioner. More recently, in fact, just now, the Premier suggested that not everyone needs a doctor or attachment. So which is it? Is it an app-based chatbot and a patchwork of virtual care pilots, or is it a health home and is it attachment to primary care? Can this Premier say with confidence that at some point in his mandate, 160,000 Nova Scotians who are waiting will actually be attached to primary care?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
What I would say to the member is what we're focused on is access to care, making sure Nova Scotians can access the care they need, when they need it, and where they need it. That is the focus. And for some Nova Scotians, that absolutely is. They need a family doctor or a nurse practitioner. For others, the pharmacies are working just fine. They're telling us that. It's a little bit split on demographic, but not exclusively. Access to care is what our focus is. The improvements that have been made in the system are nationally leading. There's tons of experts who talk about Nova Scotia as the province leading the way. There is more work to be done. We will keep leading the way. We will not let the opposition drag us backwards. We're going forwards, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, every statistic you look at that matters to people, how many people have a family doctor, has doubled. The Premier thought there was a crisis when less than 70,000 people didn't have a family doctor. There's now 153, and he thinks that's just fine, that's moving forward. This government has spent $464 million on a plan they said would bring back 2,000 nurses into our healthcare system. It brought back 148. And added one new paramedic to the system when offload wait times are exploding and ambulance wait times are becoming a problem in every single part of the province. My question to the Minister of Finance, does he think there's been a return on investment by spending $464 million to only get one net new paramedic back into the system?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. So there has been an incredible investment, and I think across the healthcare system and in the day-to-day interaction that I have with healthcare workers, I believe every cent that we spend on their workplace, that we spend on Nova Scotians healthcare, is an incredible return on investment, and I'm very proud of the work that's happening in this province. So there has been a 15% increase in the enrollment for paramedics across this province. I will speak to the fact that in the member opposite's own riding, because of the investments we've made, ambulance offload times have reduced from 60 minutes to 37 minutes to 27 minutes as a direct result of the team that works. And imagine when they get the emergency room that fella couldn't put across the line, and our minister did, what they'll be able to do when they achieve that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think we have an indication in this chamber why we are not getting where we need to be in our healthcare system. The government's priorities are very clearly displayed here in the chamber. We're going to punch the opposition instead of actually talking about the facts of our healthcare system. The Premier stands up and says, well, don't you know I got a national headline? People are talking about me. People are talking about me. Madam Speaker, what about the things that matter? How many people have a family doctor? How long our offload wait times are going up in almost every single region of this province exponentially. How many people are dying in our emergency rooms? That's going up as well. Do these statistics not matter to this Premier? Does he really think the healthcare system has gotten so much better he can keep patting himself on the back?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
In fact, ambulance offload times are improving across parts of this province. We know that there is a group of individuals that live certainly in our larger regional emergency rooms, but we do see changes. We see them in Yarmouth. We see them at the Valley Regional. We see them at Truro Hospital. We know that at the Aberdeen Hospital and St. Martha's Hospital meet their ambulance offload times 90% of the time. This is what happens when you invest in teams. When you write a letter scolding healthcare workers, pounding your fists on a desk, and give them absolutely no way to improve their work life, their work as the former Minister of Health did, it doesn't help. But when you invest across the system, from pre-hospital care to long-term care, and you mean what you say, you actually make a difference in the lives of those.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The offload wait times are getting worse in the majority of places across the province. South Shore Regional, we are up to 2 hours. 187 minutes at the Halifax Infirmary, more than 3 hours. 201 minutes, more than 3 hours at Cape Breton Regional. 3 hours at Dartmouth General. It's exploded in Cape Breton by 300%. Right? We need more than bombast from this government when it comes to improving our healthcare system. They ran and told Nova Scotians they were going to fix it. And it's very clear when you look at the things that matter. How many people have a family doctor? How long our wait times are to see specialists? How many people are perishing in our ERs that the system is not getting better? Will the Minister of Finance please explain the value for investment that we're getting on the money on the checks that he's signing for our healthcare system?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I would like to take a moment to talk about some of the initiatives that we are seeing you're implementing in order to reduce ambulance offload times. And I do want to challenge the member opposite, the former health minister.
Order. I apologize. Can you please stop the clock? I ask that all members are to stay off of their phone during this time. It is disrespectful to all the members that sit here and worked very hard to sit here. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So as the former health minister will know, we need to have innovative solutions. So we have implemented and introducing the EMR, which is an emergency medical responder. This individual, this regulated healthcare professional, will work in the emergency rooms to support offload times, will support our paramedics in returning to those calls that are out in the community. And I know that this group of individuals who the member opposite and former Minister of Health is so negative about will have an incredible impact in our healthcare system and be an incredible colleague to our paramedics.
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition on his first up.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are seeing ambulance wait times go up. We are seeing offload wait times from getting patients off of ambulances into our emergency rooms go up. We lost over 90 paramedics in the last year. And related to the new program that the government is talking about, we're hearing from paramedics that more might leave as a result of this because they'll be overburdened on their ambulances. In fact, PEI paramedics are warning against following Nova Scotia's lead to their own premier. They're telling Premier Dennis King, do not follow the lead of Nova Scotia in this effort to address ambulance wait times because it will see more paramedics leave the system. Is this not something that the minister is concerned about?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, perhaps if the former health minister and the current leader of the opposition is so interested in PEI, perhaps they'd like to work there. But what I would like to say is that this medical responder role is an incredible opportunity for our paramedics. It's an incredible opportunity for our emergency healthcare system. If paramedics were to work in other jurisdictions across this country, they would work with emergency medical responders. These are caring individuals who work in communities, who have skills. Their training will mirror the first 3 months of paramedicine training. We have faith in this. We have incredible former paramedics working as a regulator in the Department of Health and Wellness, as well as Dr. Andrew Travers helping us navigate this system. And when you listen and respect and hear paramedics, you can impact the system. And the former health minister never did that.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I mean, this government can continue to point the finger, but I'll remind the House of the statistics before this government took over. 70,000 people, not even, without a family doctor. Wait times to get patients off of ambulances into emergency rooms in some areas that were 3 times less than they are now. Lower wait times to see specialists. Less people dying in our emergency rooms during the height of the pandemic. So if this government wants to just keep pointing about how bad things used to be, I really think they need to start paying attention to the facts and not how they feel about things in this chamber. The government is investing in things like mobile clinics, urgent clinics. These things are Band-Aids to actually help people that don't have a family doctor. My question to the minister is, why are they giving up on the family practice model?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, I agree. I think the former health minister said a lot right there, because there was certainly no ideas. There was nothing that came out of that former ministry under his direction or previous health ministers that helped us move the healthcare system forward. I lived it. You can say what you want about feelings.
Order, Minister. Can you please stop the clock? Thank you. Order. I asked that you this is my 3rd time, I think, I've asked everyone respect the person who has the floor. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we have absolutely not given up on attaching patients. We have worked very hard. We have an incredible contract for our primary care providers, our physicians, that not only incents access, but also incents attachment. So we know, as an example as well, that we have 65 physicians who engaged with the Department of Health and with Nova Scotia Health to take the highest risk people off of the list. We are constantly monitoring that list. We are constantly attaching individuals. We've had a physician hotline that took 15,000 people off the list as a result of the work in that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the official opposition on his first sub.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's now 163,000 people without a family doctor. In fact, a number of the initiatives that this government's moving forward with is pulling doctors out of family medicine. The mobile clinics that are there to help people without a family doctor, doctors make more money going in those. I'm talking to doctors that say, we're going to leave our family practice to go work in the mobile clinics. How ironic is that? How problematic is that? And that's the problem when you have a government that's focused on headlines and Band-Aids and not dealing with some of the root causes in the system of all the problems we're facing. One of the root causes is attachment to family doctors. Why is this government allowing the need a family doctor list to blow up under their watch?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as we know that part of the growth that we're seeing in the list, 35% of people who identify on that list say that they are new to the area. 25% of people say that their physician is closed their practice because they've left. Majority of those are because of retirements. So in the former government, there was absolutely no investment in medical seats, no investment in resident seats. There was no investment in the primary care attachment. So here we had, we had a policy where you had to leave your practice behind. There was a very strict and rigid physician replacement plan that didn't allow physicians to transition in and transition out. We have worked so hard with physicians to find out what the barriers were and how we can improve not only access but attachment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, 20 of the 48 inpatient mental health beds at the Abby Jane Lane Memorial Building are currently unusable due to a water leak. This has disrupted the care of 20 patients and substantially cut the overall number of mental health and addictions inpatient beds across the province, and I'll table that. As of now, there is no timeline for repairs, and the number of closed beds may indeed grow. What is this government doing to ensure that the closure of 20 beds and maybe more will not worsen wait times for essential emergency inpatient mental health services?
I recognize the honourable member for, the honourable Minister for Communications, Nova Scotia, Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member for the important question. Certainly a situation that I'm well aware of. So the clinical team really worked hard to find folks inpatient beds across the province that needed so, and very thoughtful discharge plans and community-based treatment was also put in place for those that required it. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island with her final question.
The incident at Abbey Lane has meant that Nova Scotians are having to travel further distances from their homes to receive specialized mental health care, or maybe not access specialized mental health care at all. The loss of 20 beds is significant, but it should not result in a more stressful series of events to find spaces for those who need them. When is this government going to invest in mental health care to the extent that beds and supports are locally available when they are needed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Yeah, certainly a situation. I know staff is working very hard to make the necessary repairs. That being said, the Acute Mental Health Day Hospital here in Central Zone, the Centre for Psychological Health, the Recovery Support Centre in Dartmouth have really added increased services, many of which are low barriers for Nova Scotians here in Central Zone. But I know crews are certainly working hard to get those inpatient units back to operation as soon as possible. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had a chance to ask the Minister many questions about the Coastal Protection Act, and we did as well in budget estimates. However, we don't seem to be able to get a consistent reason as to why this government has scrapped the creation of a coastal protection zone that is based on science. Instead, he continues to use the excuse that personal property owners can make that decision themselves. Yet there is no mention of any organization that supports this shift to instead spend millions of dollars on another app. Does the minister really believe that $3 million for another app, plus another $45,000 for a mail-out, and now a radio campaign trying to justify the decision will actually prevent people from building right up to the high water mark? Or does this government not care at all where people build?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when that minister was over here, they did nothing for coastal protection. We're the first government. We are the first government.
Order, please stop the clock. Order. Order. Please, please. All right, so I am going to actually start calling people out by names the next round because this is now my fourth time. And again, although it's my first day, I've been sitting here for a while, and this is a lack of respect for colleagues. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Speaker, we are the first government in Nova Scotia to take coastal protection action. We have put forward a plan that will set Nova Scotians up for success. This is a plan, Madam Speaker, that supports informed decision-making. We trust Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. The opposition may not, but on this side of the House, we trust Nova Scotians to do what's right for the coastline. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this side of the House, we want to protect the coastline. On that side of the House, they want to unregulate the coastline, Madam Speaker. On the tenure of the last government, we protected over 150, close to 200,000 hectares of land conservation, much of that along the coastline where some of the most sensitive land exists in this province, Madam Speaker. And instead of legislating the Coastal Protection Act through regulations, they are going with an app. Madam Speaker, an app will not replace a regulated coastline. It will do nothing to prevent people from building where they will harm the environment, put themselves in danger, and block public access to our coastline, Madam Speaker. Will the government do the right thing as they did with reversing their terrible decision with the wine sector and reverse this decision, proclaim the act?
I recognize recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have a strong coastal protection action plan for Nova Scotians. It will support informed decision-making, it will support our municipalities, and it deploys immediately, Madam Speaker, resources for coastal protection. Now, Madam Speaker, I still haven't gotten a response to my question to that member. When he was Premier, why didn't he proclaim the Act? But I think I have a theory as to why. I've read some Auditor General reports, and I get the sense, Madam Speaker, they were distracted by other things. In other words, I've understood from that report, Madam Speaker, concealing taxpayer money. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here's the first answer today. The regulations weren't ready. It's the same reason why they didn't proclaim the Act in 2022, and they went for more consultations in 2023. I have received many emails from my own constituents and Nova Scotians in the last month who are perplexed by this government's decision to reverse course on this. As one of my constituents said to me, what she does with her coastline and Bayside directly impacts all of her neighbours as well. This issue is no different than septic approvals, so I wonder if they're going to now start to take away septic approvals with property owners to allow them to figure out. Maybe straight pipes are going to start going again into nearby rivers. This is not just about the naysayers that we're obviously being called. This is what about every MLA said in the House in 2019 when this Act was supported unanimously. And all the emails that I'm getting are certainly unanimous in support of the Act. My question to the Minister of Environment, since the Minister won't release any of the findings of the consultation, talk about concealment, will he at least name any organization, any professional group, engineers, municipalities that said that they do not want regulations in place in proclamation of this Act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly, look, there is a diversity of opinion on how coastal protection should unravel. And we have put forward a balanced plan, Madam Speaker, a plan that very much respects property rights, that very much, Madam Speaker, empowers coastal property owners to make an informed decision about their property. Madam Speaker, municipalities are responsible for zoning. We need them to be a key player in zoning for coastal protection, and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and I will continue our work with the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities to ensure that this plan delivers strong coastal protection for Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect with his first up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The constituents in Bayside spoke to me about the fear they have of this government walking back this piecemeal approach that we used to have in this province. The reasons that he just gave were actually the whole reason why we needed a consistent approach across the province based on science, Madam Speaker. As the coastline property owners, they said to me that the decision not to proclaim the Act benefits only those who want to make bad decisions building right on the coastline. My question to the Minister of Environment: who benefits from not preventing people from building on the high water mark, on wetlands, on or near saltwater marshes, and blocking the assets from the public?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to address this a little bit too. The reality is we have 300 years of building on the coastline, in some cases below water level in my community. So how can we tell a town that you can't build when you're already being protected by a dike? The reality is we're going to protect some areas, we're going to defend in some areas, we're going to retreat in some areas, and that is a very granular decision. And I will remind the member that we are protecting the coastline. We protected Owl's Nest. We made it a provincial park instead of a golf course.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the last few weeks, I've heard from many constituents in my riding who can't make sense of this government's decision to walk back on their promise to protect our coastline. Well, as one of my constituents told me, they were hopeful that this government would continue the work started in 2019, listen to Nova Scotians, and follow through on proclaiming and regulating the Coastal Protection Act. Now they have lost hope in this government to take the issue of protecting our valuable coastline. My question to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change: what does he have to say to my constituents and all all Nova Scotians who have lost hope because this government's poor decision to walk back on the Coastal Protection Act.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. And I want you to assure your residents that Nova Scotia is a leader on climate action. We are the only province in Confederation with legislated climate change targets, the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, which is better than a Liberal carbon tax. We have Nova Scotia's climate change plan, which is better than a carbon tax. Right. We have the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, which is better than a carbon tax. Madam Speaker, we have the Coastal Action Plan, which is better than a Liberal carbon tax. Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our entire caucus has heard from concerned citizens who have a right to be worried. This government has thrown away all of the science, the evidence, and the years of working to get the Coastal Protection Act right, out the window for reasons that they won't share. One of my constituents actually attended all three consultation meetings, 3 rounds of consultation, and asked if the government had released the consultation yet. So my question to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, when will he release the Coastal Protection Act consultations?
I recognize the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. There is a diversity of opinion on this. What we've done is we have selected an approach that is balanced, an approach that will protect our coastline through informed decision-making, through supporting our municipalities, through alignment of resources. Madam Speaker, this is a plan that is going to be of great benefit to Nova Scotians. I respect all the differences of opinions that are out there. We're not going backwards, we're going forwards, and this Coastal Protection Action Plan is a key point, a key plank in our overall climate response. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Coastal homeowners have seen firsthand the impacts of climate change, increasing sea levels, erosion, and storm surges. What many coastal homeowners haven't seen, however, is the minister's survey sent out last fall, asking for, once again, input on the 2019 Coastal Protection Act. The minister spent roughly $145,000 on the mail-out surveys, and I'll table that. Some coastal property owners are now questioning what that money actually was used for, because they certainly did not receive the survey, and neither did their neighbors. Was the decision to scrap the Coastal Protection Act based on a highly questionable public consultation process, or was it something else?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly that consultation, all consultations are one tool that's utilized to solicit and get the feedback of Nova Scotians. There's also many other tools that's utilized, listening to MLAs in this chamber, listening to government MLAs on this side. So there is a diversity of opinion out there. That was a targeted consultation that was enacted in the fall of last year that helped us develop this plan. So look, I think Nova Scotians have been clear, Madam Speaker, they want coastal protection, and that's exactly what we delivered in this action plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, the number of citizens expressing frustration over this government's refusal to proclaim the Coastal Protection Act continues to mount, and for good reason. Even though many did not receive the survey, Kate Sharon, an environmental studies prof at Dalhousie University, said that decisions can be reliably made based on the sample size. Sharon said that the government's recent reasoning amounts to, and I quote, 100% spin, and that, quote, the idea that you would discard what is pretty good data for the benefit of those that didn't answer the survey is just simply not best practice, and I'll table that. Why is this government trying to spin this very clear public opinion data supporting the Coastal Protection Act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and most certainly there is a lot of perspectives on this. I've seen and heard a lot of perspectives. Madam Speaker, what I haven't seen from the NDP, though, is a clear signal to Nova Scotians that they are against the Liberal carbon tax and that they are calling for a repeal of the Liberal carbon tax because, Madam Speaker, in this province, we don't need a carbon tax, a Liberal carbon tax. We have the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. We have the Coastal Action Plan. We have the risk assessment. We have the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. All of that is better than a Liberal carbon tax.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
I don't know what this government would do if they didn't have the chance to talk about the Liberal carbon tax. They'd actually have to talk about their performance. Madam Speaker, this government has referenced a few times that the decision to scrap the coastal protection was so people in Halifax aren't making the decisions about people's property. But we know that this is not the case. I'm hearing from concerned constituents and residents from Cape Breton on this government's decision to scrap the Coastal Protection Act. Cape Bretoners went through one of the worst snowstorms on record this year, and we saw firsthand the effects of climate change. Not protecting our coastline with Coastal Protection Act is a mistake. The Executive Director of ACAP Cape Breton said the government's move leaves a lot of shoreline areas, especially in heavily coasted Cape Breton, to fend for themselves, and I'll table. My question to the Minister of Environment, why is he leaving the heavily coasted Cape Breton Island to fend for itself?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And nothing is being scrapped here. We're moving forward with a balanced, comprehensive plan that will support all Nova Scotians from Yarmouth all the way up to Inverness. And absolutely, in the last year and a half for Nova Scotians, extreme weather events have been eye-opening. They've impacted our communities enormously, whether it's flooding, whether it's wildfires, whether it's the intense storms that happened in Cape Breton this winter. I want Nova Scotians to know, the government wants Nova Scotians to know, we stand with them. That is why we've brought forward a strong action plan to protect the coastline. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm shocked. I never heard carbon tax in that response. Madam Speaker, an app and a map are not going to be able to support every single municipality in the island while protecting the coastline. What would protect heavily coasted Cape Breton? The Coastal Protection Act. However, this government is going to hurt Cape Breton, whose residents rely on our coastline to do many of the things, including fishing and tourism operators. So my question to the Minister of Environment, why has this government decided to put Cape Breton Island at a disadvantage by not enacting and enforcing the Coastal Protection Act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, for almost 3 years as Minister, I've been saying climate action is an all-hands-on-deck approach. And what that means, Madam Speaker, it requires all levels of government, all Nova Scotians, to work together for climate action, and that includes coastal protection. Our duty as government is to get the information to people so that they don't build in hazardous areas. We know from the Nova Scotia Climate Risk Assessment that coastal erosion, flooding, inland flooding, the coastal flooding, wildfires, we know extreme weather events are going to be challenging as we move forward. That's why this government is committed to working with Nova Scotians at the municipal level and at the community level. And that's our job, to make sure they have the information to make the most informed decision. We trust Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's no secret that Cape Breton Island is a special place that welcomes thousands of tourists because of our beautiful coastlines. Madam Speaker, our tourism industry relies on our coastlines, and they are frustrated by this government's inaction. The tourism industry of Nova Scotia has been an advocate for protecting the coast, and it's our tourism's greatest assets, and I'll table that document. I will repeat the question from the Tourism Association of Nova Scotia, which I have tabled. A reversal of the decision needs to take place. Majority of Nova Scotians want this. Municipal governments want this. The government environment needs this. Why is this government not listening, Madam Speaker?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we all agree in the House that we need coastal action, we need coastal protection, and that's what we've delivered here. There are many tools a government can utilize. When that party was in power, they chose not to legislate their climate change goals. We did. On this side of the House, we have decided to put a balanced, comprehensive plan forward that will collaborate and support our municipalities who are responsible for the zoning. Madam Speaker, they have the expertise and the knowledge required to deliver this, and where they need support, the province of Nova Scotia will step up. The Minister and I, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, we've already had productive meetings with the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, and we look forward to continuing that consultation with them and that cooperation with them to enact this Coastal Protection Action Plan.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And tourism matters to the economic prosperity of this province. It's shameful that our most valuable asset, our coastline, is not being protected by this government. It will hurt our tourism industry. Our tourism operators and the association is telling us so. Madam Speaker, does the Minister of Environment not see that if we don't protect our coastline, our most valuable tourism asset, it will affect the entire tourism economy? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And absolutely, as a government, we absolutely cherish and respect the role of tourism and the incredible economic development that comes with that. And that's why when people visit Nova Scotia, they know they are visiting a jurisdiction that is a leader on climate action. 28 goals legislated to guide us to 2030. We have the first Nova Scotia climate plan since 2009, when those two parties were in power. I don't recall a climate change plan that came from those previous governments. And now, Madam Speaker, we have a balanced, comprehensive coastal action plan that will serve and benefit Nova Scotians very well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Public Works. I've been contacted by numerous residents who live in Tidnish and on the Amherst Shore over the last 48 hours regarding a closure of Route 366. That road runs from East Amherst through to Port Howe, and it's busy year-round, but especially during the summer months. A large culvert near Tidnish was previously identified for repair. However, with recent high tide damage, the need is urgent. My office was told that there will be a closure of the road to all but local traffic until summer. Local citizens are very upset and actually threatening to do the work themselves. To add to this level of urgency, this route is the alternate evacuation route in the event of flooding of Chignecto Isthmus. Can the minister commit to ensuring there is special approval so the repairs to this culvert can be done immediately? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was made aware of this culvert failure late Sunday evening by Public Works staff. This is a very, very large culvert. This is a 10-foot box culvert. It's not as if it's a little tiny small culvert that you can go in and just completely change overnight. This was slated for repair at the end of the summer, in the summer. This will take extensive time to fix. In the meantime, my deputy just had a conversation with the mayor this morning about the repairs that are required. As soon as we can get in there to shorten and have a better detour, one that's 11 kilometers, we'll get in there and put some extra gravel on that road so that people can access that through local traffic.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister. The people of the area want to see immediate response. That road is the evacuation route in the event that there is critical infrastructure damage at the Chignecto Isthmus. So knowing that that alternative route is not also available, not only to the people of Cumberland North, but to all Nova Scotians, is a very big concern. And the fact that the local gravel roads, or gravel-less roads, I should say, are impassable due to lack of gravel and mud is also a concern. In fact, Minister, the local area farmer just recently had to cancel a horse show this weekend losing money because of the unsafe road conditions. Can the minister please tell the House why roads in Cumberland North are not being properly maintained and adequately taken care of?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I certainly understand the concerns of residents that live in the area. Sadly, I cannot go in and replace a 10-foot box culvert overnight. It's impossible. This is a very large job. I've committed that as soon as we can get on the gravel roads are closed right now. We have a spring thaw. As soon as we can get in there and we can put gravel on the road, we've committed to do that. 11 kilometers of gravel we're going to put on this road so that local residents can use it. This government has tripled our gravel road program. We've had the largest capital program that we've ever had in this province. We have tripled our bridge infrastructure program. To say that we're not investing in roads in this province, Madam Speaker, that's so wrong.
Order. Showdown. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier in question period, I referred to the recorded vote record for the Patient Access to Care Act. I didn't have it to hand at that time, but I'd like to table that for the benefit of the House. This is the recorded vote from the Patient Access to Care Act, and it will show who was here and who wasn't. I'll table that for the benefit of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I ask that the Honourable Premier table that tomorrow. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to bring the House's attention to the Western Gallery. We were joined by two great friends, Shannon and Ben McLean from Pictou County, who've joined here to watch question period and today's proceedings. If they could receive the warm welcome of the House, it would be greatly appreciated.
Welcome. I hope you enjoyed question period as everyone else did, and I hope you have a wonderful time. I recognize the Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also want to table the budget documents from the previous government, which show, contrary to what the Health Minister said, there were seats added.
Order. You cannot table that at this time. I asked you to table it tomorrow, please. Thank you. As it is Opposition Day, I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the NDP.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would you please call private members' public bills for second reading?
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the NDP party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 422, the Finance Act?
Bill 422, the Finance Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this bill, which I think raises one of the key issues that we're grappling with this session in the legislature. The Houston government has spent over $2.6 billion. Sorry.
I asked you to retract that and rephrase it. Thank you.
I retract the use of a name. The current government has spent over $2.6 billion of Nova Scotia's money. Just one second, just to check process. Do I move the bill now? Okay, all right. $2.6 billion in Nova Scotia public money above and beyond what was budgeted in the last 2 fiscal years. And we've had some time to explore this issue with the minister in estimates. We've had some time to explore this issue with departmental staff at public accounts today. And of course, we have a detailed exploration of some of the spending that was provided by the Auditor General. And, and I think that it's probably useful at this point to, really sort of clarify that, of course, we are 100% supportive of government's ability to respond in an emergency. Government needs to be able to respond within hours to natural or humanitarian disasters. There is no question about that. And in fact, we would probably agree that sometimes government needs to provide funding mid-year to make sure that they're achieving their mandate and financing essential services, getting things started. That I think we would agree with. But we're concerned now, and we're concerned now for some really good reasons. So first of all, the proportion of budget spent as extra budgetary spending spent after the budget is passed in this legislature has grown from about 4.2% to just over 10%. So first of all, it's a larger proportional amount. And since our budget has grown, it's actually a larger actual amount as well. And the type of spending examined in particular by the Office of the Auditor General in their report hasn't been urgent. Not very much of it has been urgent. And so, we see cases where perhaps the argument is that there was needed to seed something, needed to confirm an intention, needed to let a partner or stakeholder organization know that government's serious, that they're in. But it definitely didn't need to send out the full amount of funding. And that's some of the things that the Auditor General reviewed. So the Auditor General examined 11 programs funded outside of the budget process, selected at random. And that was 17% of the more than $2 billion that's been put out the door in additional appropriations. And 100% of the funds that the AG examined were distributed in ways that raised concerns. So there actually wasn't any disbursement found by the Auditor General that was done sort of according to the standards that I think that we all agree to. In some cases, there was a clear goal stated. But in most cases, there was just no paperwork. And we heard today from the Deputy in Public Accounts about sometimes there's conversations and decisions are made based on conversations. And I think we should be very deeply concerned about this. So, we can use an analogy from our own lives, thinking about things like home repairs. So if I need my roof fixed, I do need my roof fixed. I've made that clear. I'm hoping my roof gets fixed really soon. But, we've talked to a few people who've given us some estimates because, of course, we want to know how much it's going to cost. And then we've also asked them, kind of like, what will the result be? And I'm not going to commit to a major home repair without knowing what the deal is in terms of the timeline, what the budget is going to be, and what I can expect for the end outcome. So yes, I have conversations. And then what I want is those conversations to be put in writing, and so that I have a legally, obligatory agreement for the money that I'm investing. And I do not think that it is too much to ask the government of Nova Scotia to do the very same thing each and every time it spends Nova Scotian money, especially when it's huge amounts of money that go out the door. So, two of the programs that were randomly selected by, or two of the investments that were randomly selected by the Auditor General went to Efficiency 1, which I think we probably all agree is such a key component of our action on climate change in terms of supporting folks to increase efficiency, lower power bills, and lead us to a greener economy. But the amount of money that was provided, so a year-end amount was provided in 2022 of $50 million. And then in 2023, an additional $140 million was provided to Efficiency 1. And then by December 2023, in fact, not even the full amount from 2022 had been spent. So, in this case, trusted partner, important program, but we as government could have done other things with that money in healthcare and education, while our partner organization had sufficient funds to achieve their mandate. And for some reason, that's not what we did here. I'm also concerned by the investments that were, the money that was sent to universities. So Cape Breton University, St. FX, and St. Mary's for health-related study programs, absolutely. But they didn't need to send all that money in March of 2023. So, 58.9 million was sent to CBU in March of 2023. None of it's been spent as of December 2023. Absolutely will it be spent over the next coming years? Totally. But why is it sitting in someone else's bank account earning interest when we have unmet needs amongst Nova Scotians? We can plan for a medical school at CBU, and we can keep better control of our money. These things are not exclusive. Things like, again, the 37.4 million that was sent to St. FX. Same situation. None of it has been spent by December 2023. And I also want to point out that those 4 disbursements to universities that totaled more than $100 million all happened in March. The universities clearly did not need the money in March 2023. They didn't spend any of it, and some of it hasn't been spent yet. And we were in budget season. That could have easily been part of the decision-making that was put forward by government to say, we are making investments. I mean, I don't even understand why that decision was made. It would have been so easy to say, we're making investments in advanced education and healthcare, and here they are as part of the budget cycle. And instead, we rushed money out the door. Like I said in public accounts, I was used to March Madness being about, markers and office chairs and, paper supplies, and not about hundreds of millions of dollars out the door before the end of the fiscal year. Surely the government could have found other things to spend their money on. And this is all in the context of, just to continue on the Auditor General report, so it was 17% of the $2.6 billion that went out the door in the last couple of years in extraordinary spending, none of which we were given a chance to examine here. And I think that raises serious questions about the remainder of the $2.6 billion that went out the door, and the controls that are in place to monitor its expenditure and its results, which I would say at this point I don't know that there are any, because there certainly aren't any in the sample. And I think it should give us pause and concern for the overall spending envelope of government. So I am married to a lifelong public servant. I have been a public servant at 2 levels of government. I respect the public service, but the public service needs to provide what it needs in order to exercise due diligence. And this means that things that are conversations amongst leaders need to be put through then policy and process and to be examined as decisions of government. So our legislation wants to address some of these concerns. So we think that the bill we're proposing will update the Finance Act to respond to the Auditor General's recommendation, the second time they've made the recommendation, to ensure public funds are spent appropriately and responsibly. The Finance Act would be reformed to ensure that over-budget spending is reviewed and approved by the Legislative Assembly. Starting this fiscal year, it would require the Minister of Finance to table any out-of-budget spending on the first House sitting after the end of the fiscal year. This report would then be referred to the Committee of the Whole House, which would trigger the start of a process of a meaningful dialogue on the matter. And this is not a radical proposal. In fact, Nova Scotia is the only province in Canada that does not require over-budget spending to be tabled in the legislature when the legislature is in session. We would simply be putting ourselves in line with the rest of Canada and provide Nova Scotians with a degree of transparency and accountability citizens in other provinces enjoy. We currently have a strong need for a reform to the Finance Act to ensure that over-budget spending is reviewed and approved by the Legislative Assembly, and we look forward to hearing from other members on this bill. And I would like to move second reading of Bill 422.
I recognize the Honourable Member King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak to this bill. I believe it's 122. We have a very similar piece of legislation before the House as well. And at the root of this bill is really an issue of transparency, governance, oversight, and responsible fiscal management, which I've spoken about in this House quite a bit this session. And so let's maybe just back up a little bit and think about how government works, how government develops and takes taxpayers' money and develops plans and programs to spend taxpayers' dollars. And at the root of it is what we do here each April, March or April, and that is to go through budget estimates and spend 80 hours reviewing the estimates for Nova Scotia's government to spend taxpayers' money. Estimates are a plan. It is telling Nova Scotians what the government is planning to do in the next fiscal year with taxpayers' money. And it's a very public and transparent process bringing those estimates to the floor of the House, in which we debate for 80 hours. And we all know that nothing changes in a majority government, but we do get to try to root through, as opposition, to really trying to understand the intent and what the government is trying to achieve in the budget. And so, and if you think about it, everything that the government does has to get approval of this legislature. We sit here and approve the resolutions. I forget the wording of them, but they read the resolution at the beginning and the conclusion of each department's budget, authorizing the Lieutenant Governor, with the approval of this House, to allow the government to disperse funds. So that's the root of how we are taking taxpayers' money, determining what we're going to do with it, and then the government implements their plan. And it's important that when you are dealing with taxpayers' money that you do have a plan. It's important for Nova Scotians to know what their government is doing. It's important for opposition to be able to probe and understand what the plan is. And it also allows the civil service to ramp up their capability if they need additional staff, to start up an additional program, get all the checks and balances in place so that money is spent prudently and wisely. And it also allows the private sector to plan and position themselves for potential work, particularly on capital projects. And I think the best example of that is how road builders pay very close attention to what the capital plan is for the government and what is planned to be spent each fiscal year with respect to capital. That allows them to position equipment, personnel, and be able to meet the needs of government with respect to its capital plan, both in roads, but also in terms of capital infrastructure of buildings, schools, hospitals, etc. So that whole system is set up to ensure that money is well spent, prudently spent, and that there is sufficient planning to ensure that we're getting value for money. But what's been happening with this government is the abuse or misuse of parts of the Finance Act. And in the March Madness of the new additional funding, have spent money and thrown money out the door to various organizations without the legislative approval of this House. You know, in fact, the Finance Act is very, very clear. An additional appropriation must not be requested and may not be made for any new program or activity that has not previously been included in estimates in the fiscal year. So additional appropriation is permitted for additional monies needed to complete an existing program or an existing project. That seems fair and reasonable. We hear about it a lot in government in terms of utilization. And certainly some of the additional appropriations by this government are utilization. That's the term the Finance Department uses, but in terms of oversubscribing to programs like income assistance, et cetera, those are open-ended, and sometimes the estimates are too low and government needs to provide additional appropriations. That's what that section of the Act is for. There's also the ability for special warrants with respect to emergencies, forest fires. And that article is urgently and immediately required for the public good. Where this government has gotten completely off track is the abuse of additional appropriations and doing all of that spending out of the view of the public and out of the view of this legislature. And so this bill and our bill is trying to at least get this information back to the floor of the legislature, to MLAs, to ensure that new ideas and new funding are appropriately, prudently, and fiscally responsibly spent. And I think we've seen the outcome of when the government doesn't follow its own Finance Act. And as my colleague indicated, the Auditor General has taken a very detailed look, about a quarter of the spending in the year before last, in which this government expended $1.7 billion, or 10% of the budget of the government, of taxpayers' dollars, outside of the approval of this legislature. And as my colleague from Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island indicated, this did not have any approvals of this House, and did not go through normal procedures that are normal with any government in this country. So the Auditor General's investigation of the significant $1.7 billion showed us what can happen when a government races money out the door in a March Madness to the tune of hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money. And the report is scathing, and the government should be embarrassed and should immediately tell Nova Scotians that they are going to work in a more fiscally responsible way. The key messages from the Auditor General: the over-budget spending process is not accountable or transparent through the legislature and follows an expedited process. The Auditor General investigated 11 projects. None of the 11 projects or spending of $633 million had any urgency. So not only did that spending not follow the legislation with respect to additional appropriations, it did not follow the legislation with respect to special warrants. The spending, we really, I think Nova Scotians have to ask, why would the government be so irresponsible to put out hundreds of millions of dollars and spend it with no plans, no paperwork, in some cases, no projects? What was the motivation? And the only conclusion that I've come to, and I would suggest Nova Scotians may want to ask their MLAs the question of why all of this additional year-end spending, is that the government was focused on a political message of running deficits. And try as hard as they could to run a deficit, the money just kept coming in and they did end up with a small surplus. That is the wrong reason to spend taxpayers' money. And the Auditor General has pointed out that this government has foregone millions of dollars of interest by taking money not approved by this legislature, not approved with proper documentation at Executive Council, as indicated by the Auditor General, not approved with acceptable plans, not approved with budgets, and spent that money and got it out the door. So what should have, could have happened? Well, when the government was getting this windfall, they should have said, okay, we've got a plan to spend this additional money, so we put it into next year's budget, and we will be able to plan. Organizations will be able to ramp up, staff up, to get value for money and spend that money wisely. You know, a great example is Efficiency Nova Scotia. No one's challenging the intent of the work of Efficiency Nova Scotia or the respect we have for the work of Efficiency Nova Scotia. But when they have $100 million of taxpayers' money in their bank account, why would we give Efficiency Nova Scotia $140 million to sit in their bank account for a year? It makes absolutely no sense if a government is caring about the fiscal health of the province. So what is the damage of keeping the $140 million and letting it fall to a surplus like other provinces have done? Because other provinces have gotten similar windfalls with respect to increased equalization and federal transfers and a better economy. So you let the surplus fall to pay down some debt, which opens up debt room for the big projects that this government is trying to execute in the coming years. So shoveling all the money out the door, trying to create deficits and add to debt, making that as large as you can, and then turning around and needing money to build billions of dollars of infrastructure is simply fiscally irresponsible. So the Auditor General, this is important reading for Nova Scotians, particularly Nova Scotians that care about their taxpayers' money, should take a look at the Auditor General's report. And we in this legislature need to be doing our job of reviewing the spending, of analyzing the plans, ensuring that government is ready to spend windfall profits by proper planning, proper staffing, proper program development, ensuring that their partners have the capabilities to actually receive $100 million and spend it. So this bill and similar bills or a similar bill that we have brought forward begins to bring forward that transparency and ensure that we are doing our duty as legislators to ensure that the taxpayers' money is used thoughtfully, prudently, and responsibly. And that's why I would urge the House to support a bill such as this, or bring in your own bill. But let's end the irresponsible, fiscally irresponsible March Madness spending that has no accountability or transparency to Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for West Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to rise today to speak briefly on Bill 422, an act to amend Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, the Finance Act, respecting accountable appropriations. And Madam Speaker, while we understand that the position of the opposition is simple and that they don't feel that the legislation in place is adequately transparent, I find it highly ironic that it is the NDP that is tabling this legislation and calling it today for second reading, because it was reminding them, Madam Speaker, that it was their government in 2010 that made these changes in the first place. And it may come as a surprise, but today during our public accounts meeting in the Department of Finance, we heard in detail how very transparent the process is, in fact, that is already in place, and how it is serving Nova Scotia in multiple ways. As you know, Madam Speaker, we are facing generational challenges on many files. Challenges that were heavily impacted by 12 years of neglect and stagnant investments, low spending, poor planning. It found us in this place that we are today, Madam Speaker. At a time when government is very committed in building Nova Scotia up, is it really a time to add more red tape to the process? Our government was elected to govern this province, and the programs that the transparency that we have in place has been used by many governments, in fact, the former Liberal government. And I find it ironic that after 8 years, them not changing the process, it seemed to work quite fine for them. The opposition talks about this transition being, transparency being an issue. All amounts dispersed by government beyond this is presented in the budget estimates and are transparent and tabled in the legislature, as well as the financial forecast updates, as well as our public account records. We have made more information about our spending decisions available to media, to the opposition. They are posted online, and we are accountable to Nova Scotians through those ways and in this legislature. What will this change accomplish? When the polar vortex affected many grape growers, and we talked about the wine industry in quite detail for the past few weeks, there was a $15 million investment given to Horticulture Nova Scotia in order to put some confidence and certainty into these farmers that were affected, in the member from Kingsouth community in particular. This $15 million investment went to Horticulture Nova Scotia to work with industry to make sure that they felt supported during a time of very uncertainty and a very demanding climate impact on them. We immediately assured that the impact that would help our government would help with this process better if we would have convened the chamber and debated whether or not this was necessary to support our agriculture folks. You asked me to ask my farmers this question, and I don't feel that they would not feel the confidence in their government to even hesitate to act and be nimble when they're asking for us to help them and support them. We do have a budgeting process in place, and opposition can have their say on our priority spending. At a time, we make priorities clear, and we have taken action, and we will continue to take action. I mean, Madam Speaker, we talk about affordability in this chamber often, and how we can help Nova Scotians. the affordability, and what I'm hearing in my office all the time is not, please cut back the amount that you give to Efficiency One so that I don't have any money left to get my generator or my heat pump. But what I do hear is people wanting to make that change to cleaner energy, and by giving the $140 million top up to Efficiency One to help individuals in my constituency get off oil heat, or help them lessen and use the oil heat. This program was one of the programs that went through one of our additional appropriations. But with that additional appropriation, Madam Speaker, we are able to help 13,500 low-income households and more than 30,000 middle-income households make this transition. This funding will be spent over a 4-year period, so that over the course of the 4 years, when more and more individuals are willing to make that change, the money is in the hands of Efficiency One, a very reputable not-for-profit operator that can then manage this money and are accountable to the department for the funding. We talk about quite a bit today about recruiting doctors and growing our healthcare base, and that there's many individuals that need help. I would beg to say that the additional appropriation of $13.9 million to Acadia University to help them establish and build on the satellite nursing school that was set up in the Annapolis Valley, to think that we can train more nurses at home in the Annapolis Valley where they live. We will be building a standalone university. That money is given to Acadia universities. They can work at building this with the confidence to know that government supports them as they are supporting us in trying to get more nurses into the workforce. Additionally, $58.9 million was given to Cape Breton University. I would like to think that Cape Breton Islanders would be very happy to think that this campus will train 30 new doctors, Madam Speaker, every year. This additional appropriation, in collaboration with Dalhousie University Faculty of Medicine, this investment also includes $49 million for the medical sciences building related infrastructure. This is very important. It's attracting individuals to be able to train in their home community, where they then will be able to carry on a practice at home with the constituents that they've grown with, that they've gone to school with, in their own community. I think this investment, if I asked constituents in there, if I represented them, I would think that they would welcome the investments in Acadia University or Cape Breton University. It's a top reputable university. Cape Breton would also be able to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Faculty of Medicine to establish this new medical campus. We also talk about the $50 million to Efficiency One to address energy poverty. We talk about energy poverty here in the chamber as well, Madam Speaker. The $50 million, the goal for this program was to invest in aging buildings so that they can increase their efficiency, so that we are reducing our carbon footprint. The programs are helping low-income homeowners and renters save over $260 million on their energy bills. 25% of Nova Scotia's greenhouse gas emissions are attributed to energy efficiency programs. So I have a note somewhere. There's Alan's note. Okay, lost my note here. So when we do a quarterly forecast update, any additional appropriations are made. They are posted on the internet, Madam Speaker. The media are invited to the technical briefings, Madam Speaker, under strict and most efficient criticism of the media. Ministers often take questions at these technical briefings, and opposition are also presented and able to make comments and understand better what the appropriations were and what they were set up and instruct it to do. Government needs to act. We are elected to act and be responsive to the needs of Nova Scotians. We need to make sure that the revenue is there so that we can make the healthcare transformation that we were elected to do, Madam Speaker. We campaigned that we would be spending money and investing in Nova Scotians. After 8 years of neglect, it was a breath of fresh air to see a government that actually had faith in our healthcare professionals, that are trying to build up our healthcare professionals, trying to build up and empower our paramedics to add to the workforce, to make them feel appreciated, Madam Speaker. Our extra appropriations in housing, infrastructure, I can speak to extra appropriations there that benefited in my community for infrastructure projects that the municipality had on their books. We don't want to hold municipalities back, Madam Speaker. So when the need arose to meet infrastructure demands, to keep up to the housing demands, they have to go in a balanced approach. You cannot keep on building up the housing that we need. The opposition does not deny that we need, without making extra investments as necessary to make sure that we're giving the municipalities what they need. Madam Speaker, in our short time as government, we've had to we've had 3 extreme weather events, Madam Speaker, tragic ones indeed. In particular, in my community that was hit so hard. Do you think that the people impacted by the flood in my community, when the MLA from Kings South asked me to ask my constituents, should government not have reacted? Should we have waited longer, Madam Speaker, to help those victims that were displaced from the floods? I would like to think that they actually felt that we didn't move fast enough, and we had that funding in place in a matter of days, Madam Speaker. And as we agiled and went through the process of the disaster financial relief, it came to light, and the Minister of Agriculture has been a strong advocate and support for my community. When farmers were not necessarily fitting the criteria, his department, Madam Speaker, heard from agriculture they were not getting some things were not being covered, set by the parameters of disaster financial, so they came out with an extra appropriation of season response fund. Madam Speaker, my inbox blew up. 97 agriculture farmers in my community are benefiting from this program that was a response to the need that we heard, because, Madam Speaker, we are a government that listens. Nothing has changed. We follow the same legislative process that the NDP followed, that they had enacted in 2010. We are following the same process, Madam Speaker, that the Liberal government followed for the past 8 years. Madam Speaker, they didn't seem to have a problem with that process then, and had ample opportunity to change that process at that time if they saw fit. So, Madam Speaker, the goal of this is not, oops, so many notes here. Where am I? So, Madam Speaker, what is the message that we are trying to send Nova Scotians? We are trying to send Nova Scotians the message that we are a responsive government. We tabled a budget that we are in the midst of going through, Madam Speaker, a very important budget, but we do a quarterly forecast for a reason. If we see that things come up within that budget time frame that could be well invested into things that can stand in the future, like these standalone medical school, Madam Speaker, a standalone nursing school, Madam Speaker. We have these investments in our community and our youth, and it's inspiring to hear people say, wow, I didn't know Acadia University is going to be a place that I could take my nursing degree. I don't want to come into Dalhousie. I don't want to come into the city. I want to be home in my community so that I can work in my community, I can continue to contribute in my community, and these are very critical investments. I have another. investment. So also, Madam Speaker, I don't believe that the individuals that are benefiting for the $7 million that was an extra appropriation, Oxford Community Centre Association for Community Fund. Madam Speaker, this is going to mean that the community in Oxford will have a walking track, a gymnasium, a meeting space, a community room, childcare, a library, commercial rental spaces, and a full-service kitchen, Madam Speaker. So I can't understand how that is not an important investment. I can't understand how that $7 million invested in that community is going to mean a lot to that community. So, Madam Speaker, I would say if we were to ask that community how they feel about that, Madam Speaker, I would say they're pretty happy about that. Pretty happy about that investment. So, Madam Speaker, I do believe that that our government will continue to work and be responsive. We're going to keep our head down and work. We're a government that rolls our sleeves up, gets the job done, and we will continue to do that. If tabling with the clerks when the House is not in session is still tabling, the information is there.
Order.
John Musa.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to speak for a couple of moments on this bill. I do want to thank my colleagues from around the room who have contributed to this debate, and just make a few comments about this amendment to the Finance Act. Madam Speaker, the member opposite in the PC caucus talked about her government being a breath of fresh air. Do you know what I think would be a breath of fresh air, Madam Speaker? When a government who is in opposition and has a bunch of things to say about something, and then they get into government, does the stuff that they said they were going to do, as opposed to doing the opposite. So I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker. When that government was opposition, all that they talked about was transparency. Look, I was no fan of the government of the day. As you know, I was also in opposition. I had lots of things to say. But boy, oh boy, the one thing I was looking forward to was better transparency and accountability to the people of this province when that government was elected, and that has not happened, Madam Speaker. It has not happened. So when the member across talks about all of the spending and all of the people who because of this bill would not have received the excellent investment, it's just simply untrue. It's a misunderstanding of this bill. So I just want to set the record straight. All that this bill would do would amend the Finance Act so that there was a measure of public accountability, more than there is now, when there's additional appropriations. It says nothing about how much to spend in additional appropriations. It says nothing about where to spend that money. It says nothing about emergency situations. It says nothing about, the rink down the road or the wildfire or the flood or the brand new nursing school. What it says is, let's just bring us together, have one little bit of accountability, explain to us, not even before the spending happens, Madam Speaker. Go ahead, spend it, get rid of it, put it out the door, make sure those emergencies have the funding that they need and the people dealing with them that have the funding they need. Just at some point, bring us back together and let us vote on those appropriations. That's all it says. Lots of other provinces do it. I just want to say one other thing about the fact that this is an amendment to a bill that came in, or amendments to a bill that was amended in 2010 when the NDP was in government. It's true. We're not hiding that fact. The Auditor General has pointed out that since the NDP was in government, the additional appropriations have gone up and up and up, and Auditors General after the NDP and during the NDP government didn't have any problems with the way it was happening because it wasn't that much money. But in the last several years, the amount of money that has been spent in additional appropriations has become shockingly large. And so the Auditor General, in her role, is saying, I think this is getting out of hand now, and we should change it. So that's what we're trying to do here today, Madam Speaker. We're trying to accept a recommendation of the Auditor General, who was appointed to keep us in line and accountable to the people of Nova Scotia. So, I think, Madam Speaker, I won't say too much more because I know that we want to get on with talking about some other bills, but I just want to say to close that the refusal, and the Auditor General pointed this out, the refusal to submit hundreds of millions of dollars to legislative oversight has led to bad value for Nova Scotians. Not in all of the spending that's happened, but certainly we've seen other Auditor General reports that have talked about bad value for money or decisions made without even knowing what the value for money is. We still don't know, with a lot of spending that this government has done, whether it's good value or bad value, because A, we don't know about it, and B, the jury's out. So, with those few words, Madam Speaker, again, I'd like to thank my colleagues for the scintillating, is that the right word, debate, and move to adjourn debate on Bill 422. Thank you.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 422. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the NDP.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 434, the Coastal Protection Act?
434. Public bills for second reading. Oh, yes, for second reading. No, that's wrong. Bill 434, Coastal Protection Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to move second reading and to speak to Bill 434. Now, Madam Speaker, what I have here is an act. Its title is An Act to Amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2019, the Coastal Protection Act, respecting regulations. It's an act that was introduced here earlier this week by the leader of our party. And here I have another act. This is the original 2019 Coastal Protection Act, which is mirrored in the new NDP Act that we're debating now in every respect but one. That the NDP 2024 version, which we're debating now, of the Coastal Protection Act, contains a provision that the Act cannot be left unproclaimed and must come into effect this June. Now, I will table these, Madam Speaker. Both of them, I want to say, in tabling them, importantly, should be recognized as what they are. They are acts for this House. That is, they're mechanisms by which governments or governments in waiting set out how they would respond to the most serious challenges that are before those they serve, with legislation that would regulate and shape and govern how we live together and with one another and with the environment. That is what an act is. That's what makes it a matter of such significance and importance. Now, I want to present something else. And table it, Madam Speaker. Well, what I want to present now is not an act. What I want to present and table now is rather a bookmark. Now, this bookmark has a title, Our Coast, Our Future. And this marvelous tome of a bookmark was published this month by the Government of Nova Scotia. This bookmark, which I'm also going to table, is being distributed in tandem with a large print pamphlet entitled Safeguarding Your Coastal Property, which the government calls a guide. Madam Speaker, this is the government which took the Coastal Protection Act, of which we in Nova Scotia were so proud, and which every MLA in the province was glad to stand and support when it was passed here in 2019, and which made us the only province in Canada with an Environmental Protection Act specifically focused on the protection of the coast. This is the government that took that act, the 2019 Coastal Protection Act, and diminished it and shrank it and watered it down to a bookmark. And I want to be clear that this abandonment of the Coastal Protection Act, its diminishment by the government from a bill to a bookmark, is a tale of conservative backtracking and bailing and betrayal. a tale of backtracking, bailing, and betrayal, out of which the government have demonstrated themselves to be people whose word is not worth the bookmark on which it's printed. One's word, Madam Speaker, makes a difference.
Yes.
So, September 29th, 2022, the Environment Minister, quote, says the long-awaited Coastal Protection Act is months away from coming into force. He told reporters that the regulations are almost complete, and the plan is to have them before Cabinet early in the new year. He said it's his goal to have the law enacted in the first half of 2023, unquote. It was not long, however, before the people of the province learned that this was not a commitment that they could take to the bank. In March 2023, having earlier committed to proclaiming the act in the first part of that year, the minister announced that, despite the fact that 2 extensive public consultations had already been completed, the minister announced that the government would be pressing pause on the Coastal Protection Act in favor of an additional round of consultation. Then, last June, the minister announced that the commitment to a first half of 2023 proclamation deadline had been abandoned, and the matter was now without a timeline. Then by the end of last summer, in August, the minister announced that the government was no longer committed to proclaiming the act before the end of their mandate in 2025, and that the regulations for the Coastal Protection Act would be delayed until at least that time. And then in January this year, the minister reiterated that the act would not come into effect until after the next election. And then, on the eve of the opening of this session of the House on February 26, the government announced that the Coastal Protection Act was no more.
Shame.
That the government would not proclaim it. That the government would not enact it as they had committed. That there would be, let's be clear, no act. That there would be no regulations. That is to say, that there would be no law. But rather, in the place of an act and regulations and law, there would be a plan. There would be a guide. Let's be clear, Madam Speaker, that there would be nothing left of the Coastal Protection Act but a bookmark. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say it does not improve public confidence in the integrity of public office when a government crosses the line to a place where it is untroubled by the abandonment of its commitments. And nor is the outcome of this often something that's very pretty. It was, in my own view, rather unseemly and even oddly pathetic to watch the Minister of the Environment attempt to argue that the poor response rate on his final Coastal Protection Act survey somehow corroborated his judgment that coastal protection regulation is not something that the Nova Scotia public wants. Madam Speaker, in the biblical tradition, there is a saying that true coins can be told from false ones by the ring.
Yes.
The minister's ring here is hollow, empty, as befits a contortion of logic being summoned in support of something that is simply silly. And speaking of the integrity of democratic institutions, I think there are a great many people who have heard this sad story of the Coastal Protection Act that went through first, second, and third readings in the House of Assembly, that was passed unanimously by every party in the House, that received royal assent from the Lieutenant Governor, and then did not become law because the government said, in effect, no, we don't want to do that. There are a great many people who, hearing this, very reasonably have said, can they actually get away with that? And the highly unsatisfactory answer is that in Nova Scotia, yes, legally at least, they can. Most people are not aware that there is a final step to a bill becoming law, proclamation by the Cabinet, and that some bills, like the Coastal Protection Act, have clauses written into them that forestall proclamation until the completion of regulations, thus enabling a government that wants to keep a bill that has been passed by the people's representatives indefinitely from being enacted into law. This is exactly what the government has done with the Coastal Protection Act. The effect of the bill that we're debating now, the 2024 NDP Coastal Protection Act, as it's before us, is that it would remove that provision from the 2019 bill, thereby making it impossible to nullify in coastal protection what has been passed by a majority of the people's representatives in the province. Madam Speaker, climate change and coastal protection are not matters that call for a bookmark.
That's right.
They are matters that call out for a bill. Hurricanes, fire, floods, drought, sea levels set to rise 3 feet before this century's conclusion. An utterly coastal province, which is fundamentally connected, as Marla McLeod of the Ecology Action Centre put it at the EAC's demonstration against delays in this legislation last fall. An utterly coastal province whose survival, she said, is, quote, fundamentally connected to the survival of critical ecosystems like wetlands, old growth forest, and dunes. We must protect what is left of these living systems because they're what protects us, unquote. The 2019 passage of the Coastal Protection Act embodied a recognition that these are matters of such significance to the people of Nova Scotia that they cannot be left to the vagaries of private property developers and owners. The 2019 passage unanimously of the Coastal Properties Act embodied a recognition that these are matters of such significance to the people of Nova Scotia that they cannot be left to the inevitably uneven capacities of various municipalities. The 2019 passage of the Coastal Protection Act embodied a recognition that these are matters of such significance to the people of our province that they must rather be dealt with at the level of the politics of the people of the province. And so the legislation which is before us would return coastal protection in Nova Scotia from the status of a bookmark to a status here in the House of Assembly of a bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect, I asked the member of Halifax, Halifax-Chebucto, to retract the statement in regards to being a hollow minister. I feel that it was unparliamentary to be attacking someone's character. So if you could please retract that and rephrase it, that would be lovely. Thank you.
You didn't say that.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I can't give you the chapter and verse, but I think it's the case that the phrase true coins can be told from false ones is from the Bible.
Order. That is not what I'm actually speaking about. I'm asking you to retract your statement, which is suggesting that the minister is hollow. I mean, if you would like to quote Bible your whole 15 minutes, please do so, but or verses, please do so, but please do not attack the character of any individual in this room. It doesn't matter who they are. So I asked you to please retract that statement.
Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I have the statement, I think, as exact here. I'm quite certain I have not said that the minister was hollow. I believe what I have said, certainly what I intended to say, is that the ring of the minister's statement is hollow. Is that also out of order?
So by stating that, you technically have retracted your statement because you are rephrasing it and phrasing it at the point where the ring... Excuse me. I'm sitting up here paying close attention, had a 2-minute conversation with the clerk. So what I'm hearing is that you're retracting that statement. And I'm going to recognize you for you to repeat that, but you are retracting the statement of calling the minister hollow. So I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, before I speak, would you wish to consult with the clerk more?
So I am going to consult Hansard, although the member has stated that is not what he said, and there will be, this will be dealt with at a later date. It's down. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy to put my support behind this bill. It mirrors a bill that, well, originally, as the member from Halifax-Chebucto rightly pointed out, was originally presented by the Liberal government in 2019. And then subsequently, just last fall, I presented a similar bill that actually put the provision in to enact the act with the actual date. I think it was January that just passed. So this is another opportunity for the government to rethink their misguided decision to scrap an act that was once supported by all members of this House, all three parties. And that doesn't always happen with bills that are brought forward to the House, especially when it has to do with regulating private land, protecting the environment. And I'm really saddened to see the work of so many Nova Scotians that have really poured their passion, their heart, their training on developing the regulations for this act. And I'm thinking of John Summers, who was solely dedicated to this when he was under the employment of, going back to when I was Environment Minister in 2017, when we launched consultations to actually look at how we present the bill that was presented by my former colleague Margaret Miller, and then after that look to more regulation, to develop regulations through former Minister Gordon Wilson, and then previous to the current government, my colleague from King South. So there was a lot of people from leadership positions, but even before we were in government. The Ecology Action Centre and academics were talking about the need to protect our coastline. Nancy Anningson definitely comes to mind, and the work that she was doing. I believe she's still with the EAC, and that's the people I'm thinking with that I believe discredits a lot of the work that they did, and all of the LIDAR work, all the research with academics to look at how we would designate a coastal protection zone in our province, where the science actually says is more sensitive to erosion, to sea level rise. It's great that we're past the point to debate if climate change is happening. I certainly hear from the party opposite more and more that they believe in climate change. That didn't seem to be the case when I first entered this chamber, I have to say. But I'm not going to exaggerate that point. But what I will say is that this is a bad choice for the government to make for many reasons. One, for the reason that it will impact the environment. I think that's the primary reason. I think most members ought to recognize that often, not always, but often the most sensitive ecosystems we have in our province is within proximity of the coastline, within proximity of the actual coastal protection zone that we're trying to identify here. So we are talking about habitat for species at risk, salt marshes, dunes, and we all represent areas that if they're not on the coastline, they're within an hour of the coastline. That's what makes Nova Scotia so special. 13,000 some kilometers of area that is mostly privately owned. And I hear different arguments about downloading to the municipalities. That seems to be one argument. The other argument is property owners know their property best. That was in the intro of the minister's statement at estimates. And if that is really the case, then, as I said in question period, then why bother having permitting for septic systems? That's right. Why bother having permitting for even the building permit itself? The reason why we do that is governments have an obligation, an actual judicial responsibility to the collective, to the neighbors' neighbors. We are here to represent the public good, not to represent a landowner who wants to subvert the value of a property at the expense of others. It's the same concept. I mean, that's what we're doing in this House, isn't it? Creating laws against smoking in bars and things like that impact our neighbors. So that is the first reason I'm against scrapping the act and in favor of this bill. I favor a regulated coastline that protects the coastline. The government, with this action, favors an unregulated coastline. The second reason is the safety of those that are going to continue to build on the coastline. The Minister of Municipal Affairs referenced this today in question period. That we already have buildings going up, right up to the high water mark. Isn't that the point, that we want to stop people from making these decisions? And yes, there is some education tools that the government is trying to mitigate the damage with. Bookmarks, radio ads, social media. They're certainly using government resources to get the word out. And some of that is good information. But as the experts had said when the decision was made, the first step is prevention. The second step is education. And we had all kinds of opportunities and regulations to allow flexibility, to allow for professionals, surveyors, engineers, to look at the actual circumstances on the ground and make an exception if it is safe for someone to build. The province is now saying to property owners that they know themselves what to do on their property better than an engineer, better than a climate scientist that have studied this their whole lives. We're talking about decades of work in this province looking at our coastline. And as experts have pointed out, when this act passed, some of the work that was going on in municipalities to look at bylaws for setbacks, horizontal and vertical, stopped. Because they said, finally, the province is taking a leadership role and having consistency so that some of these, especially small municipalities who don't have lots of planning staff like HRM, who don't have engineers on their staff to figure out where they set those setbacks. That's why 13 municipalities alone have written letters specifically, we're talking about not downtown Halifax, we're talking about Bridgewater, Clarks Harbor, Digby, Kentville, Lunenburg, Chester, Kings County, Trenton, West Hants, Queens, Pictou County, and probably more. That's what I'm aware of. Virtually all of the associations that have a stake in the future of our province, whether it's the environment, planning, economic development, like Tyans, have said this is a poor decision and to proclaim the act. And the government still has time to either pass this bill or simply put the regulations forward that are ready to go. Have the exemptions. People have their permit already. There's a reasonable, pragmatic way to approach this. Third reason, public access. Allowing people to build right up to the high water mark is simply taking away access that people, Nova Scotians and our tourists, have a right. We're not only talking about recreation, we're talking about our economic interests, fishing, agriculture, forestry, our traditional sectors that we should all be supporting. Because in Nova Scotia, we have a tremendous amount of percentage of private land. 3/4 of our land is private, but even higher, 85 or 90% of the coastline of our province is in private hands of that 13,000 kilometers. So by not proclaiming this act with regulations, the government is saying, if your municipality isn't enacting a bylaw, you have free rein to build whatever you want. And there are municipalities that don't have a lot of planning around this. That's why our government brought in minimum planning standards, so that people can't just build hotels or slaughterhouses or whatever they want, commercial enterprises in residential areas and so on. Things that may harm the environment, that may harm their neighbors. And that is the fourth reason that I am against taking away this act and not proclaiming it, is the impact of your neighbors. There is so many opportunities in this bill to make it flexible to enact. And the fifth reason was the economy. This will hurt our economy, will hurt our tourism sector, our traditional sectors. It gives inconsistency across the province. It'll actually drive up insurance rates for our businesses, small businesses. It'll drive up insurance rates for our residential communities. We're seeing year after year, almost annually now, a disaster in our province that's related to climate. Hurricanes, forest fires. Back even when I was Minister of Environment, we didn't have something that was called a hurricane season. We had hurricanes come, but now it's every year. We're going into hurricane season. And so the sixth reason I'm against scrapping the act and in favor of this act is the cost to government. This is, by the way, the reason why that I recall this, that former Premier Steve McNeil was supportive of this act, because he saw the climate disaster funding that we were spending. Within the first year or so of government, we were seeing droughts in the South Shore simultaneous with floods up in Cape Breton. Government had to be there to support. Of course we were there to support, providing water, working with EMO, working with municipal governments. But by not proclaiming the act, they were driving up the cost, and I couldn't get an estimate from the Department of Environment on what the cost is for things like dealing with polar vortex. The Minister of Agriculture talked about many examples. Fires. Municipal costs are going to be going up because of this. Federal government costs are going to be going up because of this. Our coastline needs to be able to adapt and be resilient, not allow for unprecedented building of armor stone for multimillionaires across the whole province. This has happened. This has happened in other jurisdictions. And so our coastline is not for those specific private land owners. They have a right to build in a safe area with setbacks that are based on science that we can all agree on, and not the laissez-faire approach that we've seen that I think has elements of an ideology that's on the opposite side of the House, to leave them alone. In fact, that's what the minister said when he conducted a deeply flawed public engagement process where he thought that a lack of participation equaled a lack of interest. That flies in the face of fundamental public engagement practices. I don't buy it, and if the minister really believes that to be the case, he still has time before the House session ends to show the House what people actually had to say. We've asked for disclosure of what has been revealed in consultation. We've yet to hear about any organization that wanted this to happen. The only people he has said that he's had discussions with that had challenges or problems with defining and regulating the coastline are government members. Haven't heard any of the government members speak to why they're against protecting the coastline, but here's an opportunity. We have a bill before the House where they can rise in their place and have the courage to say why the conservative laissez-faire approach is better in tackling the climate crisis in our coastline as opposed to having responsibility, taking leadership, and actually doing something that fights the climate crisis, that keeps people safe, that keeps insurance rates from continuing to climb, that protects the public purse in all three orders of government, that respects the work of climate scientists, Indigenous leaders, and everyone that was involved over the last number of years, if not decades, on this critical landmark piece of legislation that at the time had all party support. So again, I support the bill and look forward to my colleagues to tell me their thoughts.
Before I recognize the next speaker, we have received the wording from Hansard, and it is here that you are not calling the minister, you are calling his words hollow, empty, and whatnot, not him. So therefore, the matter is ended. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to stand here today and say a few words with respect to Bill 434, the Coastal Protection Act. And like Nova Scotians, our government loves our coast and is committed to protecting it. And that is exactly what we're doing, Madam Speaker. Contrary to the narrative that some are putting forth, we have not abandoned coastal protection, and we are moving forward with a strong, well-researched plan. The future of our coastline, a plan to protect people, homes, and nature from climate change that will protect our coastline and will change how and where we build along the coast. The how may have changed, Madam Speaker, but the goal remains the same. Nova Scotia is a coastal province, and our government, like all Nova Scotians, care deeply about our coast. Similar to many of you here, I grew up in rural Nova Scotia in a community that was and is still very much connected to the coast. I'm a 16th generation Acadian here in Nova Scotia, and my ancestors have been living by the coast for that many years. And I have very fond memories of my childhood with respect to living by the coast, swimming at the beaches, Dundee and Pondville, and even down in Inverness. Great beaches. Or cod jigging in the Bredor Lakes, or taking parts in events in our provincial parks that are all coastal parks in Richmond County. And certainly fishing has been a way of life for centuries in our communities. And our communities were and continue to be built along the coast because of that connection to the water. We all want our beaches, dunes, coastal trails, coastlines to be protected. They're all invaluable parts of our province's natural and cultural heritage. and contribute so much to our quality of life and well-being. The change in climate means, however, that we need to rethink how and where we live and build along the coast. Nova Scotians know this. They have lived by the ocean for generations. Coastal property owners and coastal municipalities know the local landscape and their properties best. We know that Nova Scotians care about their communities, their properties, and the province, and will do the right thing when they have the right information and are empowered, trusted, and accountable to their actions. Nova Scotians have a personal stake to do this right. They have a personal stake to protect their homes and their investments. Our municipal leadership is key. They know their communities best and how to move forward with working with residents through zoning, bylaws, building permits. As a former councillor for the town of Port Hawkesbury and as former chair of the Eastern District Planning Commission, I have a bit of an insight on the skills and expertise that lies with at least within our Planning Commission to help deal with coastal protection and the role that municipal planning strategies and zoning bylaws have on the development of our rural coastal communities. Municipalities have long been leaders in climate change adaptation and mitigation and are the level of government with existing jurisdiction for building. Our plan leverages their expertise and existing jurisdictional authorities. For example, municipalities have jurisdiction for the processes which regulate building and community planning. These include land use planning and zoning and building permit process. And the province will work hand in hand with municipalities every step of the way. The province will continue to support municipalities by investing more in floodline mapping programs to provide property owners and municipalities with information on flooding risks. We launched the climate plan for Nova Scotia. We have allocated $8.6 million for floodline mapping. The Department of Environment and Climate Change are working on a province-wide erosion risk assessment, which municipalities can use in their zoning and planning work. This past year, Madam Speaker, the Department of Environment and Climate Change also hired a flood management and adaptation lead to also help communities and municipalities adapt to climate change, and are in the process of now hiring a stormwater engineer to further support municipalities and communities in their work to adapt to climate change and to create climate-resilient communities. And there are examples of municipalities leading the way in coastal protection in Nova Scotia already, Madam Speaker. The municipality of the County of Guysborough is an example of an amazing municipal leadership in Nova Scotia. They feel they are ahead of the game when it comes to protecting the hundreds of kilometers of coastline within its jurisdiction. Guysborough has had a climate adaptation plan in place for at least 8 years, including a focus on coastal protection. Madam Speaker, our plan also empowers coastal property owners to make more informed decisions about their properties. We are giving them the tools and resources to help them make those informed decisions to safeguard their properties from erosion, flooding, and rising sea levels. Not every coastal property will be impacted in the same way by climate change. There are many variables that come into play, such as soil type, elevation, and location of the property. These new tools and resources will help people know what their potential risks are. The online mapping tool is a great example of a resource that will help people make informed decisions on what is best for their investment well into the future. Our plan also considers existing homes and their property owners' needs. Our plan is meant to help all coastal property owners, not just people who are building. Madam Speaker, private homes and cottages do not exist in isolation. They are part of the community. And the reality is that municipalities have jurisdiction on how communities are planned and zoned, and for building permits. Our plan calls on municipalities to integrate new data and tools into how coastal communities are planned, zoned, and built with climate resiliency top of mind. I would ask that all Nova Scotians read the plan with an open mind. Our government knows that Nova Scotians are concerned about climate change and are feeling its impacts. MLAs are also people, and we are equally concerned about climate change and how it's impacting our communities and where we live. That is why we've been taking strong, quick action to help Nova Scotians adapt to its impacts. For example, we developed Nova Scotia's first fully funded climate plan, which has 68 actions to grow the clean economy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, support coastal protection, transition to renewable energy that helps Nova Scotians save on their energy bills, and prepare for the impacts of climate change, Madam Speaker. We legislated greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets to be at least 53% below 2005 levels by 2030 and to reach net zero by 2050. And we legislated a goal to transition away from fossil fuels generated electricity to clean, renewable energy and have implemented the out-based pricing system to hold the electricity sector and large industry accountable for reducing their emissions. Together, these policies will reduce electricity sector emissions by 85 to 90% by 2030. And once the Clean Power Plan is fully implemented, Nova Scotia will be a North American leader in emission reductions from the electricity sector. We legislated a target to protect 20% of our province's land and water by 2030. We completed the largest ever procurement for renewable energy in the province, resulting in 5 wind projects that, when completed, will result in 70% of our electricity coming from renewable resources. And now we have a coastal plan to address specific concerns related to the impact of climate change on our coast. Madam Speaker, there are many ways we can protect Nova Scotia's coastlines. Legislation is not the only approach. We are confident that our plan will empower action, the action that is needed. We also believe Nova Scotians, with the right information, will make the right decisions. We also believe that the response to climate change will be most effective when everyone has accountability and plays a role in responding to the challenge. Together, all Nova Scotians have a role to address climate change and build green, climate-resilient communities where everyone has the best chance to achieve their full potential. That includes our coastal communities. Our government believes that rather than a one-size-fits-all approach of legislation, the best and most effective way to protect our coast and the homes and communities along it is to work with Nova Scotians, property owners, communities, and municipalities to determine what is best for each unique part of our coastline. As I said earlier, coastal property owners and municipalities know their communities best, and their leadership will be most effective in making sure our coastline is safeguarded from climate change. And as Nova Scotians, our government shares the sense of personal responsibility and collective pride in doing what is right, whether it's protecting the coastline or supporting a neighbor, Madam Speaker. And with the short time I have left, I want to quickly talk about the interactions that I've had over the past 2+ years with respect to coastal protection in Nova Scotia. Richmond County is likely one of the municipalities that's most surrounded by water. We are connected to the Bredor Lakes to the west and to the Atlantic Ocean to the east and south. As I said previously, our ancestors have been living here on the coast for centuries, with a connection to the water being a key driver for their way of life. Fishing has been a staple in the growth of our communities for centuries, and for the last number of years, the water has been an important connection for industry in the Strait of Cancel and Point Tupper in particular. And the water is likely to be an important connection in our region for the green hydrogen sector that we are seeing being developed here in our region. In saying all that, Madam Speaker, my experience as a rural coastal MLA with respect to coastal protection has been quite different than what we've heard from the opposition and maybe in the media. And many of the communities in Richmond are right on the coast. In my riding of Richmond, I did not hear anything about coastal protection on the campaign trail. It was not something that was top of mind with residents, many of whom live or own property right on the coast. As a new MLA, I did not know anything about the Coastal Protection Act until a few months into our first year in government here. It started with just a few phone calls from several residents expressing their concern they had just heard about a law that we as government were bringing regulations forward that would impact their ability to build on their property and share, and that they shared, and they were never consulted with that law. And when I dug a bit deeper, I reviewed the bill and looked at the proposed regulations. And while I understand the thoughts behind the bill, and I will say there were some very good points to the bill and proposed regulations, it also seemed a bit heavy-handed. And it was obvious that it had the potential to impact many coastal landowners, many of whom were completely unaware of these potential changes coming to them. I started to receive multiple calls from concerned residents about the Coastal Protection Act. And at first, I was unsure about where these were coming from. I came to find out that we had an individual in the community who, through their professional work, was being informed about the Act and the proposed regulations, and was informing residents in the area with whom they interacted about these proposed regulations and how they could impact coastal property owners. This was the first time that these residents and coastal property owners have heard about the Act, and yet were the ones who would be most impacted by these decisions. Imagine working hard to set yourself financially to be able to buy a piece of land and then to finally build on that piece of property on the water that you purchased, to only find out that your property may no longer be suited to build on, and it may be useless to you, and worse yet, you're not able to sell it because it's no longer valuable in the eyes of everyone else. And all this came through no fault of their own, based on an act that for some would come into effect well after you purchased and owned a piece of land. Residents were very concerned, and they were only hearing about this law two to 3 years after it was passed, and after apparent in-depth consultation had happened across the province. By the way, that happened during COVID and online, and which they knew nothing about. People were concerned, kind of similar to the Biodiversity Act that was not enacted, that this was about Halifax telling rural Nova Scotians what they could do with their property. When I would further engage with people who were reaching out with concerns about the Act and proposed regulations, the message that I heard most often is that I'm all for protecting our beautiful coastline here in Nova Scotia. But it's also very important for me as an owner of a coastal property to have some say in how and where I can build on my land. Many also agreed that having access to information like online mapping tool would be very helpful in them making better informed decisions about where to build on their land. For many, they have been living on or near the coast for many years and have seen the coastal changes that are happening and want to make the right decisions with respect to where they build, to protect their investment, and to live in a way that supports our coastlines for generations to come. I can honestly say that I've received dozens of calls and emails from residents and property owners in Richmond County, and I can confidently say I have not had one person in Richmond County reach out to me to encourage me to support enacting the Coastal Protection Act. I know what I'm saying here, stating here seems to be opposite of what we're hearing from the opposition, but I want to make sure that people know that there are differences of opinion and that our plan aims to find that strong balance that I believe people want. People who have lived on the coast all of their lives want to ensure that our coastlines are there for future generations to enjoy. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'll have a seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listen with interest to the comments of my colleagues. I want to just take a few moments and speak to this bill. And I want to address in particular the comments that we heard from the member for Richmond, because I don't know if the member is aware or if he made his constituents aware, but the Coastal Protection Act is enabling legislation. All of the contents of what property owners would in fact be able to do would be created by regulation. And so the idea that this act itself was somehow going to create a huge burden, I think, actually is a failure in communication by the PC government to the people of Nova Scotia. And I think it's really important that we understand that this act includes measures that protect all Nova Scotians from the impact of climate change. I would say that people didn't hear about this on the campaign trail because the bill had passed. It wasn't, nobody thought it was an issue because it was a piece of legislation that had passed, which is why we introduced another piece of legislation saying that if you pass a bill, you actually have to proclaim it or you have to bring it back and repeal it. You can't just pass a bill and then sit on it forever. This isn't the only bill, of course, that that's happened to. But I just want to, I want to highlight, I guess, I mean, it is compelling what the member has brought forward, but I also think that it's very clear from what we've heard from government members, but also what we've heard from the radio ads that have started airing, that government believes that this is an issue for coastal property owners. And we believe that this is an issue for all Nova Scotians. And I think if you call this an issue for coastal property owners, you deny the coastal character of our entire province. You shouldn't only care about the coast or to be able to understand the coast or to be able to advocate for coastal protection if you own a piece of property on the coast. I think that that notion is anathema to most Nova Scotians. I don't think most Nova Scotians think that way. No, I'm not saying the member said that. I'm saying that this is my characterization of what I hear from government, that this is an issue for coastal property owners. The radio ad says, we have created guidelines for coastal property owners. And what we are saying is, in the words of my colleague, the member for Timberlea Prospect, this is an issue for our neighbors and our neighbors' neighbors and our neighbors' neighbors' neighbors and anyone who identifies as a Nova Scotian, because all Nova Scotians identify as coastal people. And I think that, you know, I just want to highlight what, you know, most of what has already been said, but I think that the issue is that we see the government's decision not to pass this bill as an abdication of responsibility. This is no longer coastal protection, it's coastal suggestion. And we think that coastal suggestion is insufficient. That this, as has been said, is why we are here. We are here to pass laws for the public good. That is what Joseph Howe brought into this building, into that room next door to us, and that is what we are here to uphold, the public good, the protection of our coast, which we no longer have through a failure to pass this act, is absolutely 100% a piece of legislation that is in the public good. And now we no longer have it. And so, you know, I think that aside from what we just heard from the member for Richmond, I actually hadn't until today heard a government member or anyone give any example other than an allusion to government members of someone who had said we don't want this passed. So we have that now in the record today. But I'd also like to add into the record the reaction to the government's decision not to pass the bill that was originally introduced. So press release, EAC calls the Nova Scotia government's coastal plan a failure of leadership. Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities wants province to explain new plan. Something rotten in the province of Nova Scotia. Government business, the Hallman theorem. Commentary, underwriting coastal protection. Thinking out loud with Sheldon McLeod. Coastal protection by instinct and better judgment. Voice of the people, Nova Scotia government gets an F on coastal protection. Let's see, is Nova Scotia's coastline about to change forever? Nova Scotia government downloads coastal management. Pictou County expresses disappointment in scrapping of Coastal Protection Act. We've already talked about the clever way we've interpreted the survey results. Nova Scotia Environment Minister says silence on Coastal Protection Act survey speaks volumes. Leave that to people to understand. The Houston government thinks we can use an app to ward off storm damage and sea level rise individually. We can't. Nova Scotia's Coastal Protection Act dead in the water. Residents dealing with erosion react to Nova Scotia's abandonment of Coastal Protection Act. New Nova Scotia Act shifts responsibility to homeowners and municipalities. Property owners, researcher critical of Nova Scotia's approach to coastal protection. Coastal Protection Act set adrift by Tories. Government business, slapstick consultation. Commentary, urging coastal rethink. Coastal Protection Act meets Hogan Court. And that's a good place for me to segue into, I think, what will be my final comment on this, which is that, you know, this is really an issue where, once again, we have a huge number of people who are in favor of this bill. We have a bill that passed with all-party support, and we have government reversing decision with almost no explanation other than a few anecdotal items that have been offered to us today in response to our opposition bill. So who is the government listening to, and who are they making decisions for? It's not all of the residents, and it's not the municipalities. And I want to say that the municipality of the District of Lunenburg in particular is a great example of a municipality who wanted this legislation, who pushed for it, and when it didn't come, they did the work themselves. They were about to pass the Coastal Protection Act measures municipally when this came up. And interestingly, their numbers are different than the numbers in this Coastal Action Plan. And those numbers are now being called into question. And so that leads me to the final question, which is, where is this government getting its scientific data? We don't have the underlying data. We know that when we go through the government's own website, sea levels are rising in Nova Scotia, and many coastal areas are experiencing flooding from storm surges. But why is this government's data so different than the data from the municipality of District of Lunenburg? They are transparent about their data set. Can government do the same? You know, we are in an entire legislative process that is shrouded in mystery. We have bills that are passed with all-party support that don't get passed. We have the Premier promising tons of legislation on the Friday before March break, and we have 3 pieces, one of which is actually like 15, but you know, I can't really figure out what we're doing here. And you know, we want the government to pass this bill. This is why we are bringing it again. We need to take the guesswork out of coastal protection. We need coastal protection, not coastal suggestion. Everyone has spoken to this so loudly. Of course, there will be some dissenting voices, but this isn't, again, about individual property owners. This is about all Nova Scotians. This is about our children's right to be able to access the coast of our province and to protect it for future generations. And we give this government a failing grade on their coastal action plan in terms of having done that. So I hope for the future of our province and the future of our coasts, this government will change their approach. And with that, I move to adjourn debate on Bill 434.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 434. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader for the NDP.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 144, the Non-Disclosure Agreements Act?
Bill 144. I want to make sure I get the title right. Non-disclosure agreement. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move second reading of Bill number 144. Well, it's Groundhog Day in here today. This is a piece of legislation and a policy direction that we in the NDP have been fighting for years in this legislature, and that we will continue to fight for because we believe that it is so important. And you know, most of what we have to say has been said, but I'm not sure anyone's listening, so we're going to say it again. The legislation that we have brought forward today is based on model legislation. It has been in force in PEI. It is in force in some version in 17 states. It was passed federally in Ireland, and we think it's a bill whose time has come here in Nova Scotia. In almost every case, when this bill has passed through a legislature, it is as a result of public outcry when abuse is discovered. We've had that public outcry here, but we have not passed the bill. A Canada-wide petition to restrict NDAs has surpassed 15,000 signatures, and I'll table that. The Nova Scotia Federation of Labour and its member unions, which represent 70,000 workers across the province, recently voted in favour of actively pushing this government to pass legislation to restrict the use of NDAs. The Canadian Bar Association passed a resolution with 94% of lawyers supporting to push for NDAs to be banned in cases of abuse, harassment, and discrimination. Once again, we're seeing widespread public support for this bill, and once again, we are seeing a government saying no. Both Acadia and Kings have signed pledges to stop using non-disclosure agreements in their universities and in decisions. Julie McFarlane, the co-founder of Can't Buy My Silence, has recently said, if they don't want to pass it, explain to us why not. And this is the question that we are here to ask today. This is why we've brought this forward for debate. Why not? And the answer of some people told us it's not good is not a good enough reason. The government has repeatedly defended doing nothing with little evidence to support this approach. The government has continuously left us with more questions than answered. This government has delayed acting to stop the trauma that is being inflicted upon mostly women. And now it seems that this government is altogether denying women, gender diverse people, and all victims the solution that would stop this trauma from occurring. The longer this discussion drags on, the clearer it becomes that this government is unwilling to do what is needed. And this is their playbook, filled with quiet decisions and backroom deals and what they perceive as the path of least resistance. And we have seen the things that come out of this playbook, the bad development deals and the waste of government money with little oversight. We've done our best to hold this government accountable for things. We've done our best to advocate on behalf of Nova Scotians who deserve better, and our work on NDAs and their misuse in this province is no different. NDAs suppress information. When they are misused, the suppression of information is a common tactic. And this is also a tactic that has been used by this government. Just because this government prefers to suppress information doesn't mean that we stop asking questions about it. The misuse of NDAs should not be a political issue. The government should not be applying this playbook to this matter. Today and yesterday, as we talk about inaction on legislating the misuse of non-disclosure agreements, we can see the outer limit of how bad that is. And again, I want to remind people that our bill regulates the misuse of non-disclosure agreements, and that's because non-disclosure agreements were developed for trade secrets like those in the government's wine policy, perhaps. They are now routinely used to cover up incidents of sometimes criminal wrongdoing, including sexual assault, sexual harassment, and abuse. They are used all the time. So by definition, every day that the government chooses not to legislate, chooses to be behind the times, chooses to go slower and not faster, to be a follower and not a leader, the more people are being abused, the more people are being doubly traumatized and unable to speak about it. And for that, this government should be ashamed. Madam Speaker, I'm tired of no answers. I'm tired of some people disagree. And I'm tired of telling victims that this government doesn't support them. And that is why we are asking this government to finally address this issue and pass this bill.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I stand today, obviously, to speak in support of this bill. We've spoke about it many times. I've looked across the room. No one seems to pay attention. But we will go at it again, and I thank the NDP for bringing it forward. The public has been favorable in the support for this bill. Advocates who have been victims or work with victims firsthand know that this is the right thing to do. This bill eliminates a power dynamic that has harmed predominantly women for decades. If you took a room full of women and you asked each one of them, have you ever been sexually assaulted or harassed in the workplace? I bet you'd be shocked to find out just how many of us have, because I have experienced it myself. NDAs have been used in sexual assault cases to hold up powerful men who have money and status and want to protect themselves and their image instead of being held accountable for committing serious criminal offenses that cause unimaginable trauma for victims. And I want to talk about this government's narrative that this is about choice. And actually read Clause 2 on this bill. A party responsible or a person who are committed or who is alleged to have committed harassment or discrimination may only enter into a non-disclosure agreement with a relevant person in accordance with this section if such an agreement is the expressed wish and preference of the relevant person concerned. What the heck was that? I'll repeat it. A party responsible or person who committed or who is alleged to have committed harassment or discrimination may only enter into a non-disclosure agreement with a relevant person in accordance with this section if such an agreement is the expressed wish and preference of the relevant person concerned. So the bill literally gives choice to victims. And it's concerning that the government members don't seem to understand that. Currently, victims are forced into signing NDAs and are not given a choice because of the patriarchal power dynamics that are long-standing and entrenched in our society. By allowing perpetrators to use NDAs in sexual assault cases, we are actually limiting the choice for victims, which I think is the key to highlight here. As mentioned by the NDP, our neighbors in PEI have done this. Utah has done this. And like I highlighted in question period already, they have the worst record in the United States on gender equity and quality of life for women, but yet they did it. The fact that we're not moving forward is shameful, and that's the word that was used earlier as well, and wrong. And I'm disappointed that this government's inability to recognize the importance of banning NDAs in sexual assault cases. So why won't this government accept the need to look at it? I have comments here from the Can't Buy My Silence. She said that she sat down earlier with this government when it was first elected with the then Minister of the Status of Women and her team. And she was assured that the minister and her team thought that this was a great bill. They wanted to bring it forward. It was brought to the cabinet table, and she was informed that the table that they were told that it was going to proceed. And I'll table that. A trauma therapist with Avalon Sexual Assault Center said by their nature, it's impossible to track the use of non-disclosure agreements in sexual assault cases, but based on her work, it was happening a lot, and that's her quote. She said that given the recent events like Hockey Canada scandal, which show the potential harm of NDAs, the government needs to sit right now, act faster, and reflect on its actions. The lack of action is creating a situation where there is a continuation of violence happening in our province. I have stood and been with elected men in rooms where I've heard them get up and say many times, of course this is not right. I have a wife. I have daughters. This needs to change. But it's for their very daughters and their granddaughters and for generations to come that we need to do this. And as the NDP mentioned earlier, I heard the Minister of Justice get up and he said, there are some situations where they're needed. We need NDAs sometimes. Well, please explain when. And please explain why you won't do it. If we're all here in a leadership role to educate each and every resident of Nova Scotia, why aren't you forthcoming with the information, the very information we're asking you to give us as to why you won't restrict NDAs? I met yesterday, I was invited to Cole Harbour District High to talk to young women who are interested in going into politics. I'm really glad that I went in with a clear frame of mind, that I didn't have this particular subject on my mind, because I don't think I would have been as positive as I was. It's heartbreaking to look at young women who want to change the world, but I stand in this room and I look at people who don't want to change the world when it comes to NDAs. We have educators in this room. Many of them referred their young students to me to encourage them to build a better world. I did it wholeheartedly. But yet it's very difficult to sit in this room with the same educators who are not wanting to educate our youth, especially our daughters, on NDAs. The universities were mentioned. Acadia is doing it. They see it in their day-to-day. Naturally, they're going to be doing something about it. Why are we turning a blind eye to the fact that our daughters, our children, are being exposed to sexual harassment, exploitation, everything, and yet they don't feel that they have a voice? And when I stand here as a woman who has a voice in a leadership role, I'm going to use it as a means to make it heard. And when I came here, I had hoped that every woman in this room would gather collectively on causes that have been going on for generations and actually work towards something that will impact each and every woman. It's been a difficult day, Madam Speaker, and I understand your frustrations as well. But I didn't come here into this House to basically just sit here and forget about the greater good and forget about women's rights. I will not remain silent. And even though I'm an MLA, you can't buy my silence. And I stand with every woman because I remember the trauma that I went through. I was fortunate, I had the support, but when they started talking about NDAs, I remembered walking into my boss's office and I said, thank God I wasn't asked to sign an NDA. You can't silence something that's not right. It's just not right. Some people think that we're bringing this forward because it's political or there's some other motivation. I am not motivated by anything other than giving women a voice. Cape Breton political scientist backs movement to ban certain non-disclosure agreements. Politically and ethically, it would be the prudent thing to do. I'll table that as well. So yes, we are here in a political arena, but we are responsible to respond to the needs of our residents, to all Nova Scotians. And tonight, I am going to look at my daughter straight in the face and tell her how proudly I represented her and every woman in Nova Scotia saying this. A few minutes left. I have great respect for the Minister of Status of Women, and I hope that together we can actually do something collectively, regardless of political stripe, and pass this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I really want to start at the outset to provide some clarity about what we're talking about, because I think that in the dialogue around this, we're missing the things that we're in agreement on. And I think those are some really fundamental principles and really important principles. So I want to be really clear. We in this room are all in agreement that we need to support survivors of sexual harassment and discrimination with sensitivity and respect. There is no disagreement on that point. We in this room agree that we need, that non-disclosure agreements should not be used as a means to silence victims. There is no disagreement on that point either. That's why, Madam Speaker, we have programs to address these issues. Madam Speaker, that's why the Department of Justice's independent legal advice program provides survivors of sexual assault, including people impacted by human trafficking, the opportunity to access independent legal advice for free. That is why the Sexual Offense Legal Representation Program offered through DOJ ensures victims have their own independent legal advice and representation in court cases where an accused is requesting access to the victim's personal records. Madam Speaker, that is why we have the sexual assault nurse examiner program across Nova Scotia now to provide victims of sexual assault immediate response, trauma-informed care, and support them in their recovery. And Madam Speaker, that is why we have curriculum and resources and a focus on the inclusion of these issues in education, because we are in agreement with those principles. The question is not whether we support victims of sexual harassment and discrimination. The question is not whether we are in agreement on that. The question is, how do we do that? That's really what we're debating here. And I think that's really important, because it seems to me that that the government is being painted as not in support of sexual assault survivors and sexual harassment survivors, and that's just not true. We disagree, Madam Speaker, on how. So I want to talk for a little bit about how, because that's what this bill is about. And I do want to say again, and this has been mentioned a few times in the House, that PEI remains the only jurisdiction in Canada that has enacted the kind of legislation that the opposition is calling for us to enact right now. So it is not the majority, right? And in fact, the Manitoba Law Commission considered this, and they recommended against this type of legislation because it could reduce the ability of survivors to settle matters outside of court, and it could force survivors into pathways that they're not interested in. So I offer that because I think those are important things to consider as we consider the important question of how do we appropriately support sexual assault and harassment survivors. So the question of how. The reality is this is a complex issue, Madam Speaker, and it impacts people at times when they are most vulnerable and when they are most in need of supports that are thoughtfully constructed and trauma-informed. So there's a couple of things that I want to discuss today, and before I get into them, I want to say this. Whenever we undertake discussions in this chamber, it is important that we understand and have an awareness that we all come in with different lenses. So we all come in with different experiences, different life experiences, different professional experiences that through which we view the issues that we discuss. We all wear these lenses, and I think that's a great thing. It's important that we have a diversity of perspectives and experiences in this House particularly, because that helps us understand issues as thoroughly as possible, understand the variety and diverse perspectives that exist. But I will also say, Madam Speaker, it's not just our obligation to advocate for others who have the same lens that we do. It is our obligation to work to see beyond our own individual perspectives and to understand the variety of perspectives that not only are shared through the lenses we view things in this House, but across Nova Scotia and folks who aren't necessarily in this House. So I think that's really important in all discussions. I think it's particularly important in this discussion. So I will say, I have my own personal and life experiences, and I'm not going to talk about them right here and right now. But I also have professional experiences that relate to this issue, and I am going to talk about those. And before I get to those, I will say this about voices. And we just heard the member opposite say she's proud to have stood and represented every woman in Nova Scotia using her voice. I need to observe in relation to this issue that we're hearing a lot about victims who are concerned about NDAs and who regret NDAs. And that's important. It's important that we understand those perspectives. But we should not expect the victims who choose to take the benefit of NDAs to self-identify and make their case, because by virtue of the fact that they have chosen that path, they want the silence, they want the confidentiality, they want the anonymity. So we have to make sure that our eyes and ears are open to those perspectives as well. That is a group of people who have chosen to be silent and sought legal protection to enforce that silence. So it is incumbent on us to be aware of that perspective and to not let other perspectives override our understanding and appreciation of what NDAs may mean to those people. So I do want to offer my thoughts, as I said, from a professional perspective. And I have, in my experience as a professional, sort of two realms that touch on this issue. So I am a lawyer, and as a lawyer, I have professional experience with NDAs, advising on NDAs, working with clients who have NDAs. But also as a lawyer more broadly, and this is a piece I want to talk about, and I'm surprised we haven't really heard about it in this chamber in relation to this discussion. I also have experience working within the Code of Professional Conduct, because lawyers have ethical obligations that directly impact their ability to and their approach to NDAs. So I want to make sure that we in this chamber understand that, because that's part of the landscape in which NDAs are used. That's one piece of my professional experience. The other piece of my professional experience arises as a result of my work with Victorian Order of Nurses, with VON. And with VON, I was actually the architect of their sexual assault nurse examiner program. So Nova Scotia, for some time under the prior government, struggled to achieve coverage across the province for the sexual assault nurse examiner program. And I commend the prior government for introducing this program and for working to expand it. But there was a time where certain areas in the province were having difficulty getting coverage. That was in Colchester, Cumberland, and Musquodoboit. And so in my role with VON, I constructed their sexual assault nurse examiner program. And we were successful in building a program that expanded sexual assault nurse examiner services fully across the province, enabling every Nova Scotian across the province to receive access to and coverage of that program. And so I, as a result of that work, needed to understand and was very grateful to understand and learn about what trauma-informed care is, because that is one of the fundamental tenets of the sexual assault nurse examiner program. And so I appreciated Minister Thompson's comments in the House recently about that, and I want to spend a little additional time talking about that, because it's really important that we do understand what is trauma-informed service and how should that inform our consideration and discussion about handling NDAs in the context of sexual harassment. So I'm going to take a few minutes just to talk about that. So trauma-informed care, trauma-informed services. Well, first, what is trauma? Trauma results from experiences that overwhelm a person's capacity to cope, and it can result from all sorts of things. We hear about it in the context of war, and violence, sudden loss. We also understand that trauma can arise as a result of sexual violence or sexual harassment. And it's also important to understand that the vast majority of sexual assaults in Canada are not reported to police and may never even enter this realm of NDAs because people do not report. And so during consultations for creating Nova Scotia's strategy for diminishing sexual violence, it was noted that the reason for that is victims often experience re-traumatization when they seek supports for the assault, in the aftermath of the assault. So we need to understand that dynamic when we're considering any sort of intervention that impacts a potential path for people after the experience of sexual assault or harassment. We need to understand how that trauma may inform how they perceive and the choices, how they perceive their experience and the choices they may wish to make in respect of that. The last thing that I'll say about trauma is that it affects each person differently. And so that's important to understand as well, because we've heard directly from people in this House about their experience and their desires around trauma, and those are valid and important to hear, but they cannot be characterized, they cannot be used to characterize everybody's experience of trauma, and we need to have our eyes and ears and hearts open to people who may have a different experience and may wish to see different things. So that's what trauma is. Well, what is trauma-informed practice? And as always, I realize I'm talking far too long, so I'm gonna move a little faster. Trauma-informed practice, it's not about treating trauma. Trauma-informed practice or care is not about the direct treatment of the traumatic issue, but instead it's about creating safety and trustworthiness in the course of health and social care interactions, or really in the course of any interventions or supports that are offered to a person after experiencing trauma. And there are 6 principles that underpin trauma-informed practice. They include trauma awareness, safety and trustworthiness, strengths-based skill building and empowerment, recognition of cultural, historical, and gender issues, promotion of service user and peer involvement. And this is the one that I want to speak of. The last one is opportunities for choice. Choice is a really, really important element of trauma-informed practice. Trauma-informed services foster a sense of efficacy. They foster a sense of agency. They allow for self-determination and dignity, and they are offered in a way that people can make decisions about their needs at a pace that feels safe to them. So that is when Minister Thompson or others speak about trauma-informed care and trauma-informed practice, that is one of the principles that underpin it. And we're talking about a piece of legislation that has an impact on choices that are available to survivors of sexual harassment. And in light of that fact, we must be informed about and understand the importance of choice in responding to someone who has experienced trauma. So I'll take just a minute and talk about the question of choice. We heard the member opposite reference one of the sections of the proposed Non-Disclosure Agreements Act to say that it gives choice to victims. And granted, I see that in this act. There remains choice within this act, but there are also limitations. So it's not as much choice as a person currently has. So in what way might a person's choice be restricted? Well, I see a provision in the proposed act that the agreement, that a non-disclosure agreement might be allowed, provided it is of a set determination, set and limited duration. So that is one way in which a person's choice is limited. But the one that concerns me particularly is that an agreement that is created, if this act were to be passed, cannot adversely affect the health or safety of a third party or the public interest. And I have great pause there, and this is one that makes me really wonder, because I question who determines what is in the public interest. And if I, as a survivor, want something to be quiet that involves me, and it might also impact the public interest, where then am I left as a survivor, and how is that trauma informed? And I raise it not to determine one way or another whether it's right, but I wanted to highlight it because it raises significant questions for me, and I want to be sure that our minds are drawn to that when we're considering the question of whether we restrict survivors' ability and choice in relation to NDAs. I have only a few seconds left, so I will say in relation to my experience as a lawyer that lawyers do operate under a code of conduct. We have an ethical obligation far beyond our responsibility to the client we're representing in the moment. And that ethical obligation requires us to consider, requires us to act honorably and with integrity, requires us to consider a variety of things beyond the person who's right in front of us. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm very appreciative of the opportunity we've had to talk about this incredibly important issue, and I can say we will continue to support survivors. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax Needham.
I don't think anybody really wants to clap after that. I just want everybody to take a deep breath and think about what was being said. On one note, we heard, we are all in agreement. We agree. We have agreed. Agreement means everybody agrees the same thing. Like, I don't understand this whole process. And then on another note, we're debating an issue that we all agree on. Why are we debating it? So just take a deep breath and bring down the trauma, because the conversation that was just given was extremely traumatizing. All right, so I want to say, last week, the Premier told this House that nobody wants to see non-disclosure agreements used to silence victims. Once again, agreement, right? Nobody wants to see that. We believe, this is from the Premier, we believe survivors should have the option to make an informed choice on whether to sign an NDA, which we agree. Once again, no debate. Which is why we tabled this bill nearly 2 years ago, to make sure that survivors are able to make informed choices and are protected from potential silencing or coercion. Victims and survivors should be able to choose the processes and methods of resolutions they want. And we talked about choice. We talked about all these things, but what I took from the clarity that was given by the Minister of Education on our bill that was put forward by the NDP, the clarity was not clear, because what we heard was it was missing things. We're all in agreement to support survivors. We want to help. This is what I got. We want to help, but we don't want to legislate. Yeah. We want to help, but we don't want to legislate. I just want to point out that this is what I've heard, because I'm going to be very clear. What I heard was this government wants the actions to happen to sexual assault victims. They want all these things. They're not going to help you stop it, but they have programs in place to help you when it happens and give you trauma-informed care after the fact when you can't talk about it because you can't heal. I know everybody heard me when I was in here talking on supply about NDAs and the effects thereof. And I know we only have a few minutes, but I need everyone to open their listening ears, because it's really important. If we all agree, then there should be no discussion. If we all agree, there should be no debate. What I hear is that someone doesn't agree. That's what I hear. Because if you agreed, we'd have a piece of legislation, whether it be from this side or the other. Right? Right. I'm confused. We're talking about clarity here, but it's not clear. I can tell you what's clear on my end from the bill that we put forward that's very, very clear. There seems to be some fundamental misunderstanding in this House about what this bill actually does. So I want to use my little bit of time to remind everyone in here, women, men, non-binary, everyone in this room, who and what we're talking about. This is not some abstract idea. These kinds of agreements are commonplace in settlement cases of harassment and discrimination. It's happening all the time. And I mean, the minister spoke about their previous experience. It's happening all the time. This is not a ban. This is not removing choice and options from survivors. Let's get it straight. This is not removing any of that stuff. This bill would preserve. Does anybody know what preserve means? It means preserving the situation. It would preserve actual choice, which means the person can actually speak about it and preserve their right to have a say and not be silenced. Allowing NDAs to be used only where survivors of harassment or discrimination are able to obtain independent legal advice. Not everybody has that same privilege, right? We have programs in place, but not everybody can afford a program. Not everybody can afford a legal advice. Not everybody can wait months and months and months and months, years even, to have a legal representation. Well, where there's been no coercion. So let me go back. And allowing NDAs to be used only where survivors of harassment or discrimination are able to obtain independent legal advice. Where there's been no coercion, none. Where there's no health or safety risk. So let's not go from trauma. Let's not have trauma. Because despite the Premier's assertions, people often lack this choice right now.
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely.
When NDAs are used in this current harmful way, victims are often silenced and lose their right to speak about their experience to friends, to families, even therapists. Victims often feel discouraged from reporting a crime. NDAs can negatively impact the health and healing process of victims by denying them the ability to talk about their trauma.
Sure.
I agree with the member opposite, but I'm not going to be silenced, not ever. I don't give two woes about who thinks they can say what to me. I will not be silenced, and I will keep talking about this until we do the right thing and pass legislation.
Yes.
NDAs can negatively impact the health and healing process of victims by denying them the ability to talk about their trauma. There's a compelling public safety argument for restricting NDA use currently. They're used to suppress information and create a culture of silence. As lawyer Ron Pink stated, these things are signed for one purpose, to protect the male harasser.
Yeah, sure.
One purpose. Male harasser then goes and does it again and again. And he can continue to do it because he can buy his way out. That's what's going on. So I hope it's crystal clear. I hope everybody quite understands exactly what this bill is being put forward to. And I'm saying this in a tone of urgency because it's been 2 years that we put forward a bill that you had lots of time to look at, lots of time to do research, lots of time to, get the data, lots of time to have all this information that everybody seems to need, but then you don't want to act on it. This bill is based on a model legislation which was passed in PEI in 2021 with all party support. And we heard around here just a little bit earlier, we're all in agreement. We're all in agreement. So what's stopping us? All parties work together to enact that law in the best interest of people, and I'm going to stress that. In the best interest of people. I wish we would actually come together and have conversations about the best interests of people, because we can agree, but actions speak louder than words, right? And if we're not going to move on them, it shows people that their interest is not your interest. We were initially optimistic that this bill or similar legislation would receive the same kind of all-party support. This government was initially interested in tabling similar legislation to PEI. And the same old word that keeps being thrown around, jurisdictional scans. It's got to do a jurisdictional scan. Now, what are you scanning? And what are you using the scan information for if you're not going to do anything with it? So, that's why the flip-flop on this issue has been particularly disappointing, because we know that there was a movement that it was going to happen, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we all agree, but we're going to put some supports and services in place for trauma-informed care, and people have choices. Well, that's not an agreement. That's not a piece of legislation. In the 2 years since this bill was first tabled, there has been nationwide movement on this issue. We've seen similar bills tabled in other provinces now, local universities taking a stand, labor leaders, legal professionals. How many more folks and examples do you need? I mean, I thought we were the first at stuff. I thought we were happy to be, we're trendsetters and we're the first and this is us and we've done it. Well, can somebody please put forward a bill on banning the misuse of NDAs? Because we would gladly, amend it. No, I'm just joking. We would gladly support it. I'm just in a moment right now because it's frustrating listening to agree, but then we don't want to do nothing. So how much more information do we need? How much more information do we need to make an informed decision? I mean, we get bills on our lap the day before we have to pass it, and we're expected to do so without any debate. And here we've had 2 years or more to really digest the information and really look at it and even put forward amendments if you wanted to. We were open to suggestions. But at the end of the day, I hear crickets. I hear nothing. And we talked about this during International Women's Day and how much we love and support and we're here for the women. And a lot of stuff has been said and nothing's been moved on. There's no action. And I know that the Minister of Status of Women means heart is in it. And I appreciate that. And I'm hoping that maybe we can have a conversation about how we can work together to make sure that people's voices aren't silenced. This is what's happening. I clarified everything. It was given full agreement by everyone here in this room. All 3 parties, 4 parties. And we're all here saying, these are things that we need to move on. Let's examine that. So I'm hoping that moving forward, because we will continue to do this work, we'll continue to fight for those that their voices aren't feeling like they're being heard. But I'm hoping that we can have a conversation on how we can move this envelope and do what's best for all people in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I stand today to speak to Bill 144 and unequivocally support this bill to change the laws that allow the misuse of NDAs in cases of sexual assault, harassment, violence, and battery. Victims and family members of sexual assault have visited this legislature in support of Bill 144. Despite this, the Premier continues to refuse to change the laws here in Nova Scotia. On International Women's Day, Erin Casey and Wendy Carroll visited us here in the legislature. They filed HR complaints against the former president of UPEI and lived with the impacts of serious workplace misconduct at UPEI. They understand as individuals the harms from being silenced and also how it was dealt with at an institutional level. They won an apology from UPEI and were partially released from their NDA. And they say, Madam Speaker, it is not a political issue, but a public good issue and a gender equity issue. An apology is a very powerful thing they shared with CBC, and from a healing perspective, it has allowed them to move on with their lives. They are disappointed with Nova Scotia's government's decision. Their decision prevents us from understanding how common this kind of misconduct is. When we can't see what's happening, we can't see or fix the problem. Non-disclosure agreements and their misuse in cases of sexual assault is a topic that is not going away here in Nova Scotia until the laws are changed. And Madam Speaker, there's many examples, including Hockey Canada, that have been recently in the media about their use of NDAs. While Hockey Canada has faced intense public backlash, they aren't the only ones covering up alleged abuses. What many don't realize is the same pattern is playing out again and again in hundreds of workplaces, clubs, and institutions across Canada, largely because of the prolific use of NDAs, and I'll table that document. Recently, Forbes magazine printed an article, and it says, when NDAs were exposed as a tool for sexual predators to hide their behavior during the Me Too movement, there were urgent calls to eliminate their use in cases of sexual misconduct. Now, almost 5 years later, these confidentiality agreements are still silencing victims in most states, and I'll table that. Here we have Can't Buy My Silence, as well as Lift Our Voices, working to try and change legislation across the world. Last week, actually the week before, in question period, I suggested that the Premier here in Nova Scotia allow a free vote for the government MLAs. We know how all of the opposition MLAs are going to vote on this matter. I asked for the Premier to allow a free vote. Will the Premier allow a free vote today? Will MLAs, all MLAs, stand up for what is right and refuse to be whipped? It is interesting how party politics actually, and the culture of whipping MLA votes, actually ties in to this culture of silencing victims of sexual assault. It's all a part of a larger culture of misogyny, power, money, and ego. And it all comes at the expense of doing what is right. Last week, the kind Minister of the Status of Women called me passionate on this topic, and I am. And I make no apologies for that. As a nurse, as an employer, as a woman, and now as an MLA, I am all too well aware of the impacts of sexual harassment, assault, violence, and battery, the effects that they have on the victims' lives forever. Fear, shame, embarrassment, depression, it is paralyzing for these victims. And last week, the Premier of Nova Scotia in question period said, quote, "It's a serious topic and not one to be bandied around on the floor of this legislature." He's so wrong. It is exactly why we are here in this legislature, to make changes to laws that don't work for the people of Nova Scotia. And in this case, in many cases, it is the women of this province, sisters, daughters, friends. He also shared that people have told him they have entered into NDAs and they need to keep them, but I don't know if the Premier realizes that in and of itself is actually a violation of an NDA. Doesn't that speak to actually the misuse of NDAs? The fact that people are telling him they have entered them is actually a violation of what he is trying to defend. Our role as legislators is to make new laws for Nova Scotia and amend existing laws when we know they are causing harm in their current state. We know that NDAs are being used to silence victims of sexual assault, and we know that perpetrators are being empowered by using money and their power to continue the pattern of causing harm to victims. The government's inaction on this topic suggests that they are protecting someone. In fact, Ron Pink spoke to this last year, and I'll table this CBC article. And one of the quotes in it is, "I can't imagine who Justice Minister is protecting. He's protecting somebody, but certainly not the women of this province." And last April, I tabled a document. It was a white paper by Equal Voice Canada. And it is a paper that speaks to sexual harassment in legislatures across this country and also in political parties. And I'll table that document when I'm through. Last April here in the House, I spoke about an incident involving the PC Party. And looking back on this very stressful situation, I wonder how much the Premier knew at that time. Where are the findings of that private investigation? What are the findings? Is he protecting someone? We know from the parents there were NDAs signed. Where did the money come from for those NDAs? There are many questions that should be asked and answered. Wasn't the life of this young woman worth more than the brand of a political party? The first time I met a victim that had entered into an NDA was back in the early 2000s. It was a perpetrator that was a doctor in our area. He went on to victimize numerous women, and he is a monster. He shamed his victims and convinced them that no one would believe them if they went to police, and eventually, when one did, the public persecution they went through caused more damage than the sexual assault itself. It takes a great deal of courage to speak up and to speak out about the damage of sexual assault. And the fact is, Madam Speaker, some people cannot. And they rely on us here as their elected representatives to be that voice for them. We hold hope out for change, to make the lives of people better. This legislature should stand for truth. This legislature should stand for justice. This legislature should stand for honesty. And honesty has gotten me into trouble sometimes, because maybe I'm a little too honest. But, Madam Speaker, if we do not reflect these ideals in this chamber, in our work, what hope does society have? We make the laws of the land, we set the bar, we set the standard. The inaction on the misuse of NDAs in cases of sexual assault is unconscionable. The power lies within these walls. The power lies within each one of us. Let's do the right thing today and pass this bill and protect the victims of sexual assault in this province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
First, I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, I apologize. If I am to recognize, okay, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I wish I had a bit more time to be able to speak to this issue. So I first want to say that supporting survivors of sexual assault and discrimination with sensitivity and respect is incredibly important. I believe that there is power in choice, especially when you're facing an impossible situation. While an NDA may not be the choice of every individual, it is still a choice. The Department of Justice's Independent Legal Advice Program provides survivors of sexual violence, including people impacted by human trafficking, the opportunity to access free, independent legal advice. The Sexual Offense Legal Representation Program offered through Department of Justice ensures victims have their own independent legal advice and representation in court cases where an accused is requesting access to victim's personal record. A sexual assault is an incredibly traumatic event. I have worked with a number of survivors over the course of my career. Providing trauma-informed care after such an event is incredibly important. And one of the tenets of trauma-informed care is to ensure people have choice. Not the choice of the person providing the care, but the choice of the individual receiving it. It is important we continue to provide information and options, and we will continue to do that. It is not for us or anyone else to decide what the path forward ought to be when someone is on a journey of healing. PEI remains the only jurisdiction in Canada.
Order. We have now reached the moment of interruption. The notice of topic for adjournment debate was submitted by the member of Colchester North and reads as follows. Therefore, we be it resolved that all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature condemn Nova Scotia MPs who choose the Liberal carbon tax increase over the interests of hardworking Nova Scotians. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to stand today to address an issue that is a serious concern to Nova Scotians, the impact of the carbon tax on our rural communities. I am grateful that both opposition parties in this legislature have finally, and I say finally, written to the federal government criticizing this punitive tax. I guess they must have gone out and actually spoken with some of their members of their community to find out how upset they really are. The federal Liberals claim that this tax is to combat climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But I can assure you, Madam Speaker, the consequences we are seeing from this terrible, punitive, and incredibly punitive tax, are increasingly devastating for Nova Scotians. Let's talk about just a few of the ways our residents are being hurt by this. Let's start with the increased cost of living. The carbon tax has led to higher prices on essential items, certainly to people in rural Nova Scotia, such as gasoline and diesel and home heating fuel. For rural residents who often rely on personal vehicles an oil-based heating system, these price hikes are felt in their wallet every day. Families are forced to spend more of their hard-earned income to cover the very basic of necessities, leaving very little for other essential expenses. The impact of this Liberal carbon tax is not equal. I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that the daily life of the hardworking people in this province is very different from that of the people who live in downtown Montreal, Ottawa, or Toronto. Rural Nova Scotians face unique challenges. Our communities are spread out, and public transportation alternatives or options are very, very limited. Unlike urban centres where alternatives like mass transit or bicycling or carpooling may be doable, rural residents often have no choice but to drive longer distances. The carbon tax has a tremendous impact on them as they bear the brunt of increased fuel costs without any other choice in transportation. We also need to think about the economic strain on our local businesses. Our small businesses, the lifeblood of rural Nova Scotia, are also feeling the pinch. Higher transportation costs lead to increased prices for goods and services. Local farmers and fishermen and craftspeople struggling to maintain their livelihoods while navigating the complexities of the carbon tax. Madam Speaker, we risk losing the very essence of our rural communities, their resilience, heritage, and close-knit spirit. Yes, the federal government promises to rebates to offset the impact of carbon tax, but let's be honest, these rebates are a temporary band-aid. They don't address the long-term challenges faced by our rural people. Let's be honest, if you live and work on a farm or work in a construction or have a small landscaping business and have to drive a pickup truck, the money you get out of these rebates doesn't even come close to covering the increased costs of gas prices. We need a better approach to helping our environment than this punitive tax. Instead of imposing a blanket carbon tax, let's explore targeted solutions. Let's invest in rural infrastructure such as efficient public transportation, renewable energy projects, and other community-based projects. We must encourage innovation and support local businesses in adopting sustainable practices. Let's empower our rural communities to lead the way toward a greener future. We must strike a balance between environmental stewardship and the well-being of our rural neighbours. Let's advocate for policies that recognize the unique challenges faced by those outside our bustling cities. Federal Environment Minister, Mr. Guilbeault, has commented that we should offer a solution. We have offered a solution, a very comprehensive one, that Mr. Hallman presented to him. But apparently, Mr. Guilbeault believes that he knows this province better than Mr. Hallman does. The Minister of Environment, got it, apologize. The Minister of Environment does.
Thank you.
Every member of this House voted yesterday to encourage the Liberal members of Parliament to vote against a Liberal carbon tax. But Mr. Guilbeault, who lives in Montreal, thinks he knows our province and what we need better than we do. Now, can you imagine that? Now, Madam Speaker, we never really got it. They never really got it. They are clearly out of touch with the hardships that this punitive carbon tax created for residents of our rural communities. Residents who cannot walk or take the transit to work, to the grocery store, to a doctor's appointment. For too many people, the cost of taking their children to their hockey games, their classrooms, or other community events has become too expensive. It's impossible to overstate just how harsh these penalties are becoming. Right now, the carbon pricing plan is set at $65 a ton. As of April 1st, it will be $80 a ton and will continue to rise annually by $15 until it reaches, if you can imagine, $170 a ton by 2030. Now, people already cannot afford these penalties. Imagine what this issue is going to look like in 6 years, when the pricing plan more than doubles from today. And how will we ever be able to expect to empower Nova Scotians with better housing, better health care, inflation relief, when the federal government is taking more and more and more money out of our pockets every day? So today, to conclude, I guess I should say, today in the House of Commons in Ottawa, rather than pausing the carbon tax hike, something that all parties in this House have called for, today in Ottawa, we saw all Liberal MPs. Cody Blois, now if you imagine, he's supposed to be a farmer. Cody Blois, MP Batista, MP Metledge-Diaz, MP Fillmore, MP Fisher, Minister Fraser, MP Callaway, and Daryl Sampson all stood with their party and against Nova Scotians to continue with this carbon tax. So we really don't need to say much more. For me, that really says it all. I implore everyone in this House of all parties, to please talk to their federal MPs and beg them to, at the very least, pause this latest, I guess you'd say, well, I have said many times, punitive tax that is so damaging to the people of Nova Scotia at a time when everyone in this House for the past 3 or 4 weeks have talked every day about the challenges we face with respect to cost of living, food security, and that kind of thing. And at a time like this, to just boldly go, because Prime Minister decreed it, and clearly his caucus members don't have the courage to stand against it in support of their fellow Nova Scotians. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very excited to talk about this today, actually, because I think in the 2.5 years that I've been elected in this chamber, there is no issue that I've come across that has been more tainted by misinformation and politics and silliness than this issue of the carbon tax. And so I'm going to spend the next 9 minutes and 38 seconds explaining the timeline and the facts that got us to this point, because I think it's really important. So, first point, the member for Colchester North started his address by saying, finally, opposition members have come to their senses and opposed the punitive carbon tax. Well, that's just not true. 8 years ago, September 25th, 2016, I have an article here I'll table. Headline says, Nova Scotia Premier McNeil, who was a Liberal, opposed a federal carbon price plan. Also, October 4th, 2016, Nova Scotia, quote, will not be implementing a carbon tax, McNeil says. So I don't think any party in this legislature has been more consistent, persistent over the last 8 years in an opposition to a carbon tax than the Nova Scotia Liberal Party, and that's just the record. That is the record that we have here, and I'm proud to table that because I think it's really important. And just to talk about the timeline of where we've been in the last few years, the first time this came forward and the members of the government decided they would squeeze us on a surprise motion about the carbon tax, they brought it forward expecting that we would vote against, and we voted in favor, which I think they were surprised by. And the reason why I know they were surprised by it is because they put out a press release at the same time saying we had voted against it. From the caucus office, they were so certain that they were going to own the libs at that moment. That was just a thrilling moment for them, that they actually had to then say, oops, sorry. They pulled one on us, and they actually voted not the way we expected they would. So that was the first time this came up. The first time this came up, there was just deliberate misinformation put out by the government caucus office on a vote on this issue. So that was number one. Second time that this came forward over the last couple of years in a big way was, of course, during a by-election that we had in Preston. And the government decided to run that election on the issue of the carbon tax and decided to use tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars on a advertising campaign through Communications Nova Scotia that they had to also pull back because our party rightfully said, this is wrong. You can't have partisan advertising during an election campaign, a by-election campaign. And the government had to kind of put their tail between their legs again and pull those ads. And the taxpayer of Nova Scotia paid tens of thousands of dollars for anti-carbon tax messaging in a provincial by-election about a federal issue. Now tell me how that makes any sense. It doesn't. And as the member for Colchester North stated, not just former leaders of the party, Premier McNeil and others, the current leader of the opposition has written to the Prime Minister asking him to forestall the increase in the carbon tax that is scheduled for, 10 days from now or so, on April 1st. So that is, again, our position and our record on this. And finally, the other thing that's really, really important here is what was happening on carbon pricing while the previous government was in power. We had, as of 2019, a cap and trade system, which worked really well. And the average increase on gas under the cap and trade system was 1 cent. Penny. They don't have pennies anymore, but that's what it was, a penny. And now, under the current government, we saw a 14-cent increase when the carbon price went into effect. And I'm sure members opposite will say, well, yes, the federal government dictated it to us. There was nothing we could do. Our hands were tied. Well, there was something. They could have negotiated a better deal. And what happened was there was a September 2022 deadline to have a proposal in front of the federal government for something other than the carbon tax. And with less than 2 weeks to go, the government called a press conference to talk about their better than a carbon tax plan, which was nothing. It was legislation that had already been passed. Thank you. Thank you to the minister. That's what it was. It was, I believe the member for Timberley Prospect was there that day. I was reading his quotes earlier. He was right. It was a PowerPoint presentation of things that had already happened. It was going to be rejected. That was obvious. It was not a good faith effort to avoid a carbon tax. That is not what it was. It was a slapdash, put it together at the last minute. It's going to get turned down. The carbon tax will come into effect. And then our master plan can go into effect where we can say the Liberal carbon tax 3,762 times over the next 24 months, puff out our chests and feel good about it. And I think that's what the strategy was. And we're seeing it every day. We are seeing it every single day, that we have to sit here in question period, in estimates, in anything where members have a microphone, ministers have a microphone in front of them that's turned on, or members, and we get to watch them twist themselves into pretzels to figure out how to say carbon tax, Liberal carbon tax. How do we shoehorn that in when we're talking about coastal protection, when we're talking about AG's reports, when we're talking about housing? How can we shoehorn in the Liberal carbon tax? How do we get those key messages? How do we get those talking points in there? And I get it, I'm a communicator, I'm a messenger by inclination, by trade. I understand the politics of it. But the reason why it's so frustrating, to me in particular, is that it's not based on facts. The members opposite scream about the Liberal carbon tax, and as I said at the beginning here, the Nova Scotia Liberal Party has been opposed to a carbon tax for at least 7.5 years and has never changed their position on that once in that period of time. So to argue otherwise is incredibly frustrating, and I think doesn't do justice to an issue that's really, really important, that we all agree on is important. The issue of climate and how we deal with that is obviously a critical one. And the other part about it that is really frustrating to me is that, no matter where you look at surveys, people don't like politicians, they don't like governments, they don't like the nature of politics today. It doesn't matter what province you're looking at. It doesn't matter if you're looking in the US or in Europe or anywhere else. Approval ratings, trust in government, trust in institutions is going down, 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 down over the last 20 or 30 years. And one of the reasons why is because of silliness like this. This is why. The government, as I said earlier, has a quest to own the libs on the carbon tax. And so they will manufacture things. They will say things that don't make any sense. They will try to be as artful as possible, and it's just not based on reality. And I think most people watching it look at that and think, what is going on? why are we talking about this in this way? Why one side is saying everyone's opposed to it, and the other side saying, well, no, actually, we're not. Who do I trust? I'm just going to turn it off because this is so silly. That's what happens when we get into these kinds of ridiculous back and forths where we issue pre-manufactured press releases on false information, on things that did not happen. You know, why would people trust us? Why would people believe what we say when that is the behavior that we are modeling for Nova Scotians? So the main point I wanted to make here today is that the issue of the carbon tax and our party's position on it has been clear as day since at least 2016. It has certainly been clear since 2021. For the government to try to argue otherwise is simply incorrect. And I think they, on the government side, owe it to Nova Scotians to be transparent about that. We have nothing to defend ourselves on this point. I think we've been very clear. We've been very upfront about it. I've just laid out how the carbon's pricing system was much, much better under a previous Liberal government. And rather than blaming everybody else, I wish the government would get down to work and try to find a better solution, but that would have been better done 18, 24 months ago. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't say that I'm pleased to stand and say a few words to this motion because I have to say that I find the wording of this motion extremely offensive. I'm not a Liberal, I'm a New Democrat, but I would never stand up and condemn an individual, which was actually the wording of this motion as well as the fabric of the speech that we heard from the government. Because we're not here to talk about individuals. We're not here to condemn individuals. We're here to discuss policy. We're here to not impugn the reputation of individuals. And yet, in this motion, in this debate, and every time we stand up and say anything that the government is uncomfortable about, this is the Tories' favorite political partisan ploy. What about the carbon tax? And if it wasn't so tiresome, it would be entertaining. And so I want to say that we are here to talk about policy. Yes, Nova Scotians are facing huge cost of living challenges. Yes, we have been talking about that day in and day out because that is what we hear about from our constituents. And yet, we see so little action from this government to address it. For every time that this government says Liberal carbon tax referencing a federal issue, I would say we hear that 7 times as many times as we hear one constructive policy piece that actually addresses the challenges that Nova Scotians are facing. The member opposite talked about what we could do. We could have efficient public transit. That would help people get off, reduce their carbon footprint. It would, but we don't because this government has not brought it in. We could have renewable energy. It would, but we don't because this government has not acted quickly enough. The big renewable energy projects we see right now are clearing forests and building wind capacity for a green hydrogen plan that is decades away if it ever comes to pass. We could empower rural communities. The government certainly isn't doing that. That's what we spent this afternoon talking about. They have abandoned rural coastal communities by not passing the Coastal Protection Act. We hear all the time that the detrimental impact of the carbon tax on rural communities is that people are forced to drive. They don't have any other options. That's true, and that's true in large part because this government has not created those options for people. And last, as always, the member opposite raised the issue of targeted solutions. Let's talk about the targeted solutions. The heating assistance rebate program is a targeted solution. This government cut that program this year. The HEAT program from the Salvation Army, that's a targeted solution. This government cut that solution. Income assistance, that's a targeted solution, and yet the majority of income assistance recipients, yet again, in real dollars, are falling farther and farther and farther below the massive spot below the poverty line that they're already at. So it's a little bit difficult to sit here and hear this government rage against a federal policy that, I guess I'll reiterate, is their fault for not negotiating with the federal government when that was on the table. The previous government at least went to the table and had a conversation. This government stomped their feet and went home. And now we have the carbon pricing that is the federal backstop. And that's what we're left with. And that is the legacy of this government. And I want that to be very, very clear. You know what would really help us? You know what would really help us? We could lower our energy bills. And you know how we could lower our energy bills? By reducing demand. This government could massively increase funding to reduce the demand on electricity, to lower our bills so that we use less electricity. The Canada Greener Homes Grant, you want to get mad at the federal government? Let's get mad at them for canceling the Canada Greener Homes Grant. I'd be mad at them about that. We could step into that gap. We could be leaders in demand-side management of energy, and we could lower people's bills. This government is not doing that. So instead of taking the action that we need on our climate, this government wants to yell at Ottawa. Do we think that the carbon tax increase on April 1st needs to be paused? Yes. We have been clear about that. But again, today, perfect example. This government, their new favorite tactic is to bring in a motion, notice of motion with no notice in their wording and force everyone to either vote for it or disagree. So although it was imperfect, we did support the motion that was brought in to pause the carbon tax. But what does the Minister of Environment do today in debate? Stand up and talk about how the opposition supports the federal carbon tax on the same day that the opposition voted for their motion. It's a partisan political ploy. It's cynical. It reduces the public's trust in this place.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It reduces the public trust in this place. And I want to close again by saying that this government, who brings a motion to condemn individual politicians in a time of deepening partisanship, in a time when it is harder and harder to do this work, in a time when this government does us no favors in terms of having a real democratic process in this House, is offensive and it's wrong. And I don't even know what else to say about it.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just, for the last few minutes, I just figured I'd correct a couple issues across. My colleague mentioned the last election and signs. Well, at least we took the signs down. When elections, Nova Scotia had a problem with the Liberal signs, they just said, not going to do anything about it. The cap and trade that my honourable member was talking about, he wasn't at public accounts at the time, but they came in and said, our province cannot use cap and trade. There's next to no cap and trades. From my understanding, Quebec had to partner with California. So I'll get back to my speech, but I figured I'd correct just a couple errors. So on April 1, Nova Scotians will start fueling their cars and will be paying 3.3 cents more per litre. That's all in carbon tax at the pumps, meaning Nova Scotians will be paying 17.6 in carbon tax on every litre that they buy. This is unfair and misguided. When the federal Liberal carbon tax was announced, we were also told the money would all be returned. Then it was changed so that now 90% would be returned and 10 is for programming. Then rural Nova Scotia or areas would get a 10% bump. Well, in my math, that's 110%, but the federal Liberals said it's tax neutral. I have a mostly rural area, and Rawdon, which most people would be amazed that they figured that they were, a metropolitan. Well, it's rural Nova Scotia. They had to fight to get their 10% back. The last thing that Nova Scotians need is more taxes. And we have steps to preserve our planet for the future. However, Madam Speaker, the federal carbon tax is not the way to accomplish the goals of reducing emissions and increasing renewable energies. And it's not the best interest for Nova Scotians. The only thing that it brings is more money out of the pockets to pay an unnecessarily carbon tax. In addition to higher prices at the pump, April 1 also means the cost of transportation, every single product Nova Scotia buys to the store they buy is going to go up. The price they pay at the cash register is going to go up. There are some exceptions for agricultural operations. Everybody knows that. But the trucks and the rail that have to get it from the farm to the store have to pay it. And when they pay $50, $100 onto it, the consumer is paying $75, $125. And in 2025, when the pause for heating fuel for Nova Scotians come off, can you imagine what it's going to cost for people to fill up their oil tank? It doesn't have to be this way. Nova Scotians have a path to reduce emissions and exceed renewable targets. It was and is a plan that does more for the environment. Nova Scotia is a proven leader in stepping up to protect the province. We have the second highest reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in the country. And we've done this without a carbon tax and will continue to. We stand firm that a strong and effective response to climate change does not require a tax. Nova Scotia has a strong plan to address climate change and is not dependent on tax hard-working people at the time when affordability is a concern. We have legislated greenhouse gas reduction targets and have a path to get there, and in fact, have one of the largest GHG reduction targets in the country. So Nova Scotia is a leader in reducing emissions, second only to New Brunswick. Nova Scotia's 2022 GHG emissions are 35.2%, below the 2005 levels. Our target is 53% in 2030, or sorry, our 2030 target is 53% below the 2005 targets. We're exceeding our targets to move to renewable energy. We are helping more people every day move to solar and heat pumps. We're ramping up wind energy. We and Nova Scotians are doing all of this and more without a harmful carbon tax. Nova Scotians and the government are proud of our proven leadership in stepping up to protect the province and environment and all that we hold dear. And we'll continue to demonstrate what true climate leadership looks like, as opposed to just taxing people. Nova Scotians don't need a carbon tax because we're taking bold, decisive action to address the climate change. The evidence is clear in Nova Scotia. The Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act is better than a carbon tax. Our climate plan is better than a carbon tax. Our Coastal Protection Action Plan is better than a carbon tax. The Sustainable Community Challenge Fund is better than a carbon tax. The Clean Energy Plan is better than a carbon tax. The approval of 10 onshore wind farms is better than a carbon tax. Developing a green hydrogen sector is better than a carbon tax. The development of offshore wind and green hydrogen is better than a carbon tax. And Madam Speaker, I could spend about another 20 minutes, but I've got 1 second, so thank you, Madam.
I wish to thank all members who participated in the adjournment debate for this evening. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that you do now leave the House and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on supply.
Government motion. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I am pleased to rise once again in my annual tradition and present the rainbow budget for 24-25. I know it's been a long day, perhaps a long week. Let's all take a deep breath. If I could, I'd release some rainbow balloons, and we could all have a change of perspective. But, you know, I really want to talk about the challenges facing the 2S LGBTQIA+ community in Nova Scotia and what this community needs more than ever before. And I hope that we're thinking together as a community of MLAs, lawmakers, and as advocates for people in our community. We need to be working together towards queer and trans folks' shared goals. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, we need to set an example. This government loves to talk about innovation and new apps and going like hell. And I would be so bold as to suggest that now is the time for us as a legislature to go like hell, for the safety of our queer and trans friends, neighbors, and family. When I was first elected, I started hosting an almost monthly queer forum to offer one way for people and organizations across Nova Scotia to connect. And people come together from Sydney to Yarmouth and all points in between. It only further clarified that we don't have a lot of channels for queer folks to work together and engage with our politicians and our bureaucracy. Over the past couple of years, I'd like to thank folks from the Department of Health and Wellness, Vital Statistics, Justice, the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, CCTH, and I'm really fearful I'm forgetting a couple of departments, for coming and hosting community consultations with the group of people. Folks look forward to those sessions. They feel they're really important because I think we know this. Sometimes, often, the work that we do here, the work that is ongoing in government, is not always in the public eye, and people don't know how to access the opportunities to engage and be consulted. It's important not only to think about diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, to not only pay lip service, but to take concrete actions to achieve these goals. There are so many key issues that we, as leaders and policymakers, need to keep in mind. And I would argue that the interconnectedness of these issues is the key to success in social, environmental, economic, and other goals. We, as the government of Nova Scotia, are seen as all but silent on issues and concerns for the 2S LGBTQIA communities in Nova Scotia. Neither of the other political parties in this legislature have sought to mainstream or operationalize consideration of the issues facing the 2S LGBTQIA+ community in Nova Scotia. When I worked in the Nova Scotia Public Service, as gender identity and gender expression were being added to the Nova Scotia Human Rights Code, the government of the day recognized the need to build and have policy capacity to keep up. And this need still persists. Like I said, I've been honored to have representatives from across government come to speak to the Queer Forum. But again, there's no evidence, there's no vehicle for folks to connect within government. Of course, the queer community has lots of reasons to celebrate. There's a long list of formal legal and policy measures of equality that we have fought for and gained. As I have shared before when I've talked about history and present day in the Nova Scotia legislature, I make sure to emphasize that we didn't just all show up one day at Pride together, that we had to fight step by step for everything that we have access to now, and we will continue to fight. Legal protections remain a critical starting point, and 2S LGBTQIA+ Nova Scotians, as a rainbow of communities, continue to model solidarity, principles of respect and inclusion as we demand equity and justice. Our capacity to embrace diversity and to expand ideas about how to be human and look critically at our experiences of a society continues to grow. In all of our diversity, we have demonstrated our community's capacity to fight for safety and justice for everyone: youth, seniors, refugees, folks with disabilities, incarcerated folks, and the list goes on. We have been on the front lines of this and other struggles, teaching others how to move forward with love and justice at the heart of our efforts. We know that everyone is out there working in their corner of the world. Last year, for instance, the Citadel High Gender and Sexuality Alliance shared the results of a research project that they had undertaken to understand the use of and barriers to gender-neutral bathrooms at their school. They surveyed 200 students and also conducted interviews and have articulated the results, implications, and what is needed to school administration, the Minister of Education, and also to their MLA. Recently, after writing the Minister and receiving a response, I understood from the Minister and estimates that, in fact, there seems to be the start of some means to address this issue. And that's a great sign. And again, making these efforts visible, being able to talk about them, also models for other regional centers of education. And we know we're supported by allies. A queer and trans ally organized a space for trans and gender diverse grief at the Glitter Bean Cafe a couple of weeks ago, following the devastating and untimely death of a trans high school student in the U.S. And as I spoke to also recently, the Wabanaki Two-Spirit Alliance hosted 60 people, 40 organizations from across the region to have a chance to collectively identify priorities and plan for our shared and collective future. But we are in a period of rising hate against our communities. Hate and blatant misinformation that is getting infused into political rhetoric. We see it from federal leaders and provincial leaders, even the province next door. This affects us all, and discrimination gives way to more discrimination. I think some leaders are simply looking for a scapegoat, a way to gather people. Queer and trans hate casts a broad net to include and be related to anti-Indigenous and anti-Black racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, ableism, and more. This highlights the importance of us as a community, but also us as government, of nurturing support and alliances amongst the broader human rights movement to defend the rights of all. And that's part of our job as elected legislators to do that. The government needs to back our human rights defenders. We need to give communities the resources they need to pool collective power and allow each other time and space to heal and sustain our activism. Those working in increasingly hostile climates face harassment and intimidation, and sometimes even physical attacks, all aimed at silencing them. And I think, one of the things that I think is really important to stress is that, I'm reasonably sure that people in this legislature, all MLAs, are aware of the rising tide of hate that folks face. But one of the things that I'm really always concerned about, and why I start with some of the good stuff and some of the queer joy, is the effect that this has, in particular, on young people. So we've already discussed this session that in the most recent student success survey, that 51% of 2S LGBTQI+ students reported having experienced homophobia or transphobia at school, at the place where they're supposed to be safely able to concentrate and benefit from their education. I think if we look at the point in time survey, for instance, the most recent one for Halifax in terms of homelessness, we can see the long-term effects of institutions like schools, institutions of care, like families and child welfare that aren't able to support 2S LGBTQI+ youth well enough. This has long-term social and economic impacts for young people, but also for all of us. And now is the time to step up. And I think I've shared this sort of informally at a couple of committee meetings. That even I, as an out, queer MLA, I've had my house identified and egged. I've had Ian Burke in well, perhaps I'm not supposed to say Ian's name. Well, the head of security to my house to do a security audit and recommend various upgrades to assure the security of my home and my family. If I post things on social media, such as next Wednesday, Trans Week of Visibility, Trans Day of Visibility, flag raising, noon, be here. And for instance, last year that post got picked up by Halifax Noise, which was fabulous, of course. That's a way to reach lots of people. But I kid you not that in 4 hours, there were hundreds of negative, violent comments on that. And I mean, I'm not telling you that to I'm not trying to be a hero here. It is what it is, but it's simply unacceptable. So the intent is to silence us. The intent is to shame us. And the intent is to roll back our rights. This progressive conservative government has demonstrated what I would consider soft support for 2S LGBTQIA+ equality. When push has come to shove, like on a day when a wave of transphobia, hate, and disregard for children's rights descended on the downtown of Halifax last June, including outside this House, we had strong statements of support from the Minister of Education and from the Premier. But this needs to be ongoing. So our community, again, has, as I said, has recently seen a number of provincial leaders as well as a federal leader attack our communities and essentially support the type of rising hate that we face in our schools and in our streets and in our places of work. We need the government to step forward. I have invited the Progressive Conservative Caucus on a couple of occasions to indicate their strong support for the 2S LGBTQIA plus community, and that is important. It's important. I know how important it is for young people and for everybody in this province to hear directly from their premier, from their leader, that he has their back. Yes. And we're not seeing that. The community sees this as silence. And I am ready to stand behind and applaud the government when they come forward, but it simply has not been enough. If public opinion is hostile towards queer people, governments have a responsibility to raise awareness of diversity and respect for all persons' sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics. They also have the duty to condemn violations of 2S LGBTQIA plus people's human rights. In terms of policy, I've asked and challenged this government to appoint a minister responsible for 2S LGBTQIA plus issues. That position remains unfilled. I've asked the Liberal caucus to appoint an official spokesperson that has this in their role, and that is unfilled. The NSNDP has long had an official 2S LGBTQIA plus spokesperson, and I thank the member for Dartmouth North who stood in this role before me and did a fabulous job. When I was elected, I also started advocating for a 2S LGBTQIA plus action plan. That work is underway, and we did have a chance to hear from the team who's going to be leading the consultations, but in a government that goes like hell, queer stuff seems to be super slow, and we need to accelerate this work. We need better health outcomes. We need this government to commit to WPATH Standards of Care version 8. Again, this is going very slowly for a government that's taken quick action on health care. I had a chance to ask again about accountability and transparency with Pride Health last night in estimates. And again, there was some funding allocated publicly to Pride Health last year. It was applauded by the community, but those positions haven't been filled. And you know, the person running Pride Health has said that it's not clear when they will see the funding. We have a lack of meaningful access to sexual health services, and this further drives health inequity. We need to allocate specific funding towards services that attend to the mental health needs of 2S LGBTQIA plus people, with a specific focus on expanding services beyond major urban centers. Multiple layers of minority stress for queer and trans people of color result in anxiety, depression, suicide ideation, and decreased satisfaction with life. We want to move forward. We want our promise to thrive. And so we need to be doing everything we can to identify and address inequity and prejudice. We're still waiting on the results from the revision of the guidelines for trans and gender diverse students. In estimates, I was also pleased to learn from the Minister of Education that the provisions enshrining the rights of students to use their correct names and pronouns in school will continue. You know, I've talked about economic development as being another area where we need to be looking at equity issues. The recent YWCA Halifax's report on sexual harassment in skilled trades only underscores this. There are labor shortages in skilled trade. We want more women and gender diverse folk to feel welcome to join those trades, and they need to be safe to do so. And so in closing, I will just say that we have to listen to our queer and trans community. We can work across party lines because my community is right.
I recognize the honourable member from Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to get up and say a few words regarding the budget. Certainly, we all know that budgets are about priorities, and you know, I'll leave the dollars and cents to my colleague from Northside Westmount, but for me, it's about looking what are the priorities of this government by where they're allocating their money. And I mean, like any budget, there's good things. Well, I mean, very happy to see the coverage for the glucose monitors. A lot of my constituents I know have been calling the office, and it's something that's very important to them. Having an aging population, a lot of people are diabetics and are struggling to make ends meet, so we're certainly happy to see that. The end of bracket creep, I know we've tabled a number of bills on this side of the House on that issue, and certainly have been advocating for it. We were the last province in the country to not stop bracket creep. So, I mean, that certainly will be a help to taxpayers. The school lunch program, I think, is huge for us, and I know member from Sydney, member 2, every chance he has, as well as others, to be fair, across the aisle and everywhere, have been advocating for that. And I think that's a huge one for our communities. I mean, my daughter's a school teacher, and I can certainly say that, you know, for kids to be able to learn and be comfortable and really thrive, they need to have the nutrition they need. So, I mean, that's certainly huge. Where I'd like to focus, maybe where I'd like to see more in this budget, is around my critic row. So, certainly, since I've been in my seat, I've been advocating for the fishery in rural communities, and the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture, we've had a few conversations, and I have to admit we agree on a lot of things, but there are things that I'd like to see move forward. Certainly around the issue of the illegal fishery, that's, you know, it's creating a lot of anxiety, Mr. Speaker, for many fishers and fisheries organizations across the province. But we see a lot more of that, I'd say, in the southern end, and I know, Mr. Speaker, that's an issue for you in your riding as well. So, and we, you know, it's something we've even, you know, as municipal councillors have had those discussions and talked about. So, yeah, and I'll agree as well with the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture, but I don't want to agree too much. But DFO has not done their job, like I'll say it flat out. They've basically taken a hands-off approach when it came to the illegal lobster fishery. In my opinion, they haven't really enforced their own policies and really applied the law as I think they should. I mean, and we've seen that with the Elver fishery, with the closure of the Elver fishery, and as a caucus, we've put out a letter opposing that decision. I know my colleague from Annapolis, that this is going to have severe ramifications for his community, especially around economic development. But the whole idea of closing that fishery essentially is punishing those that are doing it legally, and I believe opening up the door for an illegal fishery to you know, run rampant across the province. I know DFO has there was a release out 2 days ago, I believe, 26 arrests. They've seized some vehicles, and I'm happy to see that, honestly. Like, we need more enforcement. But the reality is there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, I think, from what I'm hearing, on our rivers across the province, basically taking advantage. It's a quick way to make, you know, some money really fast. But there are two sides to the equation. So there's the illegal fishery side, but there's a reason I think that the illegal fishery has kind of tended to be in our end of the province, is you can have the fishery, but you got to have a market. And so there's a lot of things we can't do around the anxieties. You know, the province isn't responsible for the illegal fishing. They can advocate, they can lobby, they can, and you know, we're prepared to do that as well. If you look at lobster, lobster is cyclical. So there's always that aspect you have to keep in mind. Climate change is having an impact on the lobster stocks and other seafood, to be honest, because as water's warm, we're going to see, you know, migration of different species, and that's something I know the associations are concerned about and really taking a hard look at it. And to be fair, you know, there's there's a lot of effort put into the fishery. You know, when I started many years ago, you know, we did have wooden lobster traps at that time, my first year. So, you know, you'd go out after a storm and they were all broken apart and you'd spend 2 days fixing them. Now, bigger vessels, better equipment, better traps, better ropes. I mean, go out 2-3 days at a time. I was fortunate enough to go out dumping day. You know, I went for 3 days actually, and you know, you get a sense of what's going on the ground. But again, one thing that we and the province can do, I believe, is on the market side. So we have a regulation in the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act that basically says that licensed buyers in Nova Scotia can't buy seafood from a non-recognized license, you know, lobster, whatever it be, DFO recognized license. It has to be issued by the federal government through DFO, and buyers have to buy from recognized. So it is illegal to buy from just anybody. New Brunswick doesn't have that same, from what I'm hearing from different organizations. So one place I'd like to see more advocacy and more work by the government and the minister, and I know I've asked that question in the House before, is to have a more, you know, Atlantic approach to dealing with illegal sale of lobster. Because, and I say lobster, but it's happening with the Elvers as well right now. So in Sonyville, and you know, or anywhere that it's easy for you know, to put aboard a truck and travel to go to New Brunswick and sell your product, or in some cases you just cross the Bay of Fundy by boat and go sell it there. So if we had a more even approach to enforcement across all provincial jurisdictions, I think that would be of great help. The other area I think I would have liked to have seen, and I know 2 years ago enforcement was under environment. It got transferred to DNRR. So the enforcement of that specific requirement that you can't buy seafood products from an unauthorized licensee from DFO was moved to the Enforcement Division of DNR, Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. And I hope to have some questions during estimates for the minister. So if I get something not exactly 100% right, I hope he has an opportunity to correct me. But when you look at the Enforcement Division, and I know the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture did mention there's 8 enforcement officers that deal with this issue. But when you go to the Nova Scotia website, Enforcement Division, Authority and Legislation, it says conservation officers' authority is derived from an appointments under specific legislation. And it names all the legislation here, so I don't even know if I have time to name it all, to be honest. But, you know, I'll name a few: the Beaches Act, Crown Lands Act, Fish Harvesters Organization Support Acts, Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, the Federal Fisheries Act, Mineral Resources, Trails, Off-Highway, and that's probably half of them. So the fishery is a very important industry for rural communities, resource sectors. So what I'd like to see is a dedicated enforcement officers that deal only with the fishery. Because it's difficult, and I say this defending those enforcement officers. You know, they have a lot of responsibility, and they're not always focused on that exact time. And I know, you know, I've been told you can call to report if you suspect, you can report through a 1-800 number, but that's more reactive than proactive. So I know in District 34, the lobster industry is a $300 million plus industry. You know, you're talking about over $1 billion for the province. So to me, I would like to see more investment when it comes to the enforcement on that side, because even during what I'd say the difficult times in 2020 when, you know, we had hundreds of officers in our area, we had conflict and on the water. It was during, you know, COVID times. I know some of these officers were pulled to the New Brunswick border to do some work there. So 8 officers for the entire province to try to, you know, enforce, monitor, even audit like some of the industry to make sure that, you know, product isn't slipping through the cracks. I mean, the Elver fishery, in fairness, you know, yes, they're fishing illegal, but the fact that it's shipped to China tells me that there must be a way to enforce or monitor or assure that, you know, they can be caught before it gets to there. It's not like they're selling it locally or to neighbors. Like, this is serious business, like it's shipped to China. So there must be a way for enforcement officers to follow the product, to do audits, to assure that buyers are not indulging in illegal activity. And I know a lot of buyers, and I have to say, this is not an accusation or they're important to our communities, they're important to the industry. I mean, they've really worked hard to build on that community, to build on the fishery, raise the price, bring up the price, but at the same time, somehow, some way, you know, these seafood products are being sold to the market. So, yeah, again, my big ask, I guess, is that, you know, the government look at Department of Fisheries, DNR, to look at a better way to really focus in on that, on the buyer side, the market side, because without a market, you know, the illegal activity doesn't become as attractive. The easier it is to sell, the more attractive it is. So I think that's where the province could have an impact on the challenges that I know we're facing in our community, and I know other communities are facing. I know when, you know, you go out to the wharf for different places across the province, there's a lot of anxiety around the fishery, and I think we all have a responsibility, especially rural MLAs across the province, because we know that it's the resource sector that are really keeping the economy going. And we really owe it, you know, to them in our, I mean, it's generational, you know, lobster fishing, scallops, herring, whatever it is. We all know people that earn their living through the fishery, and we have to assure, above all else, that we protect that industry. And I will, with that, I'll take my seat, and I'm sure we'll have some good discussions with the Minister of Agriculture.
I recognize the honourable member Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll do my best to follow that great speech from my colleague from Clare. I haven't met many people more passionate about their role than the MLA for Clare, so congratulations on delivering that. I would like to speak about a few things affecting my community, Mr. Speaker. And one of the big ones, you know, we all talk about affordability, and it's a big issue, and I'll get to that in a moment. But what I'd like to speak about is the status of healthcare in Cape Breton right now, especially with respect to wait times at the emergency room. You know, I've been following the daily wait times from the app and the site, and CBRM is consistently hours longer of a wait time at CBRM. I understand CBRM is a bigger population, but something needs to be done to figure out what is the roadblock into creating a more efficient system for seeing patients. And I've experienced this myself at the regional hospital over the past year with my own situation in the summer, waiting 7 hours for a very critical health issue. I've witnessed it with other members of my family, waiting hours and hours and hours, requiring emergency surgery. I've witnessed it with people in my constituency who come in and talk about people are afraid to go to the ER at the regional because of the length of time they have to wait. They can't get into the urgent care. They get referred from the pharmacy because their case is not one that the pharmacy can take. You know, I spoke with some folks at CBRM at the actual regional, and they said, Fred, you know, right now, you wouldn't believe it. Anything we ask for, anything at all we ask for, the answer is yes. And that's great that we're spending all this money to answer requests, but we need to do this strategically. We need to work, and I'd be happy to give my 2 cents from a person who experienced it multiple times, but there's got to be a way to streamline the system so that we can have people seen faster in the ER. So that's one of my big concerns, Mr. Speaker, is the wait times at the ER at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. We need to do more, and we need to do better, and we need to fix that so that people can be seen in a timely fashion before it's too late for them. That's a big one for me. Another, and while I'm on the topic of health, like my colleague, I want to talk about some positive stuff. And that was the funding of glucose monitors that the government put into place a few weeks ago. I think that's a fantastic first step in helping to treat those with diabetes, and it's a great preventative step, because if people know where their sugars are at all times, they're better able to self-treat that, and better, which is going to help with my other issue at the emergency room, because there's going to be less visits, less requirements, less drain on the system. It's going to help a lot of Nova Scotians. And there's multiple people in my constituency that have advocated to me with regards to continuous glucose monitoring over my 3 years, or almost 3 years in office. But one young man was very tenacious, and I met with him on numerous occasions, and he brought the machines over to show me, to talk about the benefits, to talk about the health benefits. Little did I know I'd be wearing one myself, which I am today, and mine isn't funded. because I'm not at the point where I require insulin. I would like to see this government take it a step further and look at those who don't require insulin, because at some point they may. And this would be a great preventative tool that people could use to help manage their blood sugars in a way that doesn't require further costs on the healthcare system and further detriment to themselves. So I think we've taken it a step further. After the analysis comes through and we see the benefits, I would like to see that program expanded, Mr. Speaker, out to non-insulin dependent diabetics. And now I want to spend the last half of my time. That went so fast, you don't realize how fast 15 minutes is. But I'd like to spend the last half of my time talking about affordability and the issues affecting the constituents of Northside Westmount. And I want to start off with our senior population. Our senior population, Mr. Speaker, are struggling every day, and it's getting worse. They're struggling to make ends meet. They're struggling to put food on the table. They're struggling to stay in their homes. And a couple of things that this government did this year really made that much harder for seniors to stay in their homes. By not indexing the senior care grant, it's been at $37.5 since its inception, a slight increase in OAS pensions last year for a couple $100 put many seniors out of reach for that benefit. And I see them in my office. They come in to fill out the form, and we do fill out a lot of forms. They come in to fill out the form. We look at and we find out, oh my goodness, you're not eligible by a couple $100. So by not indexing that income threshold, seniors lose out on $750 when they might have picked up $300 from their OAS. So the net effect for them is minus $450. And Mr. Speaker, $450 doesn't, you know, when you think about that, it's not a lot of money, but it is a lot of money. You know, we're only giving $150 to community services recipients. So to take $450 out of the pocket of a senior, that's a significant amount of heating oil. It's a significant amount on snow removal. Add that to the fact that we had record snowfalls and record costs this year to remove that snow for many seniors. They're really struggling to make ends meet. So many seniors were not eligible for the senior care grant. Add that to the fact that the heating fund was changed at the last minute, I will note. We found out that morning that the heating fund was dropping, that if you got it last year, you were not eligible for it this year. So there was another $400 that many seniors and others, because that one's not age-related, in our community were looking forward to get oil in their tank so that they could stay warm for the month of February. That didn't happen. And we didn't stop there. We cut, not we, the government cut the heating assistance rebate program from 1,000 down to 600. Another 400. So 400 from HARP, 400 from the heat fund, and 750 from the senior grant. Now we're talking a lot of money out of a fixed income budget for heating oil. We're talking a full tank or more of oil. Not only did we cut the amount from 1,000 to 600, but the eligibility went down by 10,000. So a family the previous year making 85,000 got $1,000. This year, a family making 85,000 got $0. So you cut 1,000 from their budget. And a family making 75,000 or less got $600. So, Mr. Speaker, we can see how we negatively affected many seniors in the community, many vulnerable people in our community, and we also affected a lot of the working people in our community who are working day to day, living paycheck to paycheck. By cutting that HARP rebate, we really stuck it to them. We stuck it to them because we said, last year you got it. So, you know, in your mind, rightly or wrongly, you're thinking, I got it last year. I'm going to get it this year. It's $1,000 from last year. I'm going to, you know, I can budget that so that I know I'll have the 1,000 this year and it'll almost fill my tank, get me through a month and a half. But no, we hit the people right in the pocketbook. So we could do better and we should do better, and we should really think about next winter with a fixed election date of July of 2025, so we know we'll be going to the polls a year from this July. Let's hope that the government increases those amounts next winter for people, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want to talk, again, I'll end off with a little positivity as well, because I'm a believer that you criticize, but you also have to give credit where credit's due. And I want to give credit to the government for indexing the income tax brackets. I think that was the right thing to do. You know, whether it took a couple of years or not doesn't matter. It's now done for 2025. We will have, so those folks won't have that hidden tax, as my colleague rightly describes it. People will then not fall further behind as they get those cost of living raises from their employer. They won't be pushed into that next tax bracket. So good on the government for doing that. So a couple of great things, but a couple of things that could have happened is we could have taken a look at the HST. A cut of 2% of the HST would go a long way for Nova Scotians in helping to improve our economy, helping to get things moving. Looking at the motor fuel tax, looking at charging HST on things. So we hear this government talk about liberal carbon tax a little bit. Well, they're benefiting from the HST on top of it, Mr. Speaker. So removing the HST off of that tax, removing the motor fuel tax are ways that we've just seen it happen, I think, in Manitoba. Ways that this government can put more money in the hands of Nova Scotians. So all in all, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it there for tonight, and I thank you for your time.
The motion is carried. We'll have a short recess while the committee sets up.
I call to order. I recognize the Honorable House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, resolutions number E12 and E29.
We shall continue debate on resolutions E12 and E9, and I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good evening, Minister. I know this must be your favorite time of year when you get to answer so many questions from us in opposition on behalf of Nova Scotians. I'm going to primarily focus my questions on infrastructure and the important projects that now fall under your purview and are responsible to deliver. First of all, I just want to review what has happened in this past year. Documents indicate about a $50 million underspent from the operational side of the capital plan. But we know that there was $538 million estimated to be spent this year in the healthcare infrastructure. I wondered if you could indicate how much has been spent in this past year on the health capital plan.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Okay, so thank you to the members. So the projection for the year is $221,991,000, and the gap, the variance, is related to unexpected labor and supply chain issues, disruptions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you very much. So the biggest and most important project that you're now responsible for is the Halifax Infirmary Expansion Project. And we know that your government has been working on that project for 2.5 years. And on May 12th, 2023, an announcement was made that a contract had been signed and work would begin. We now understand that has not happened. Could you explain to us what the delays have been to prevent that project from getting started?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So in May of 23, we did commit to the design process and to start enabling works this year. And so we have progressed the design work that has progressed, and enabling works started at the beginning of March on the site.
I recognize the Honorable Member for King South.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm going to ask an architectural type question here for you. I'd like to know what stage of the design process we are in. Are we in concept design, schematic design, design development, or construction documents?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Okay, so we continue to be in the design phase agreement, which is really predominantly around technical design, and the DPA portion of the project is still underway, which we expect to conclude by the end of this calendar year.
I recognize the Honorable Member for King South.
Could you clarify DPA?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I'm not sure, like design phase agreement is DPA. Is that what you're asking, what the acronym is? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I even used it. So, yeah, it's, the DPA is the design phase agreement stage.
I recognize the Honorable Member for King South.
So just for clarification, design phase, I guess I'm assuming that that's taking us through the end of design development and not getting into working drawings by the end of the fiscal year?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that is correct. By the end of the year, we will have what you suggested. Yeah.
I recognize the Honorable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. In questions and estimates to the Finance Minister, he indicated that you would be going to market with this project. That indicated to me that perhaps that you were going to tender. So I asked for clarification on that from the Minister, because I think that's an important change with what we understand has been happening. So I wonder if the Minister can confirm whether this project is being tendered or whether it's sole source.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. I haven't seen the comments of the Minister of Finance. So as I'm just going to go back. So the project was tendered originally. There were two proponents. One withdrew from that process related to changes in market conditions. So we are proceeding with the remaining proponent with a collaborative design, through a collaborative design process that helps to ensure the right product at the right time.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
So this project will be delivered without competitive bidding. Minister, so we know that it's going to take another year to complete the design. Then you will have working drawings. I understand you want to do some excavation work, but when do you anticipate main construction of the building to begin and a completion date?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I guess what I would say in response to that is that, there were two proponents through a tendered process, and I think we all know that there are only so many companies that are really available, I think not only provincially but nationally, in order to be able to do a project of this scale. But there will be competition in the subtrades in the P3 model, so I think that's important to remember as we move forward. And the enabling works have started, which is site preparation in advance of the finalization of the DPA process, which will help us save time on the schedule. So it is a concurrent process. And once the DPA is completed, we will have more finalized timelines in terms of actual start and finish of the project.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you. So we don't have a schedule for completion. I'm very interested in this. Of course, I'm spending a lot of time, unfortunately, at the VG these days and seeing the condition and talking with staff there that have, unfortunately, are very discouraged to see how slow the project is moving. So trying to get some indication for them that this will actually happen. Minister, do we have a budget for this project?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. And so I want to assure the member and also on the very off chance that any of the healthcare workers from the VG are watching these riveting estimate sessions, I do want to assure them that there will be a very robust and regular communication plan as we move forward. It's going to be a big project. It's going to take time. And we do want everybody to understand, not only the folks that are within the facility, but also in the surrounding areas. When I look at that part of the city, they've had a ton of construction over the past number of years. Renovations of a hotel and a big tower, I think, of apartments. So I'm sure they're tired and they're going to want to know regular updates about, what's happening on the site. So I do want to let you know that we do have conversations about regular and really clear communication about how the program is, or the project is progressing. So the cost, the total project cost will really be clearer when this DPA process is finished, but the amount budgeted in the 24-25 budget for the enabling works is $90 million.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Minister. I asked this question to the Minister of Finance, and he referred me to you, and I wondered, is the spending on this project in the four-year fiscal plan for the project? So your next 4 years of spending, does that appear in the four-year fiscal plan in the budget documents?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Okay, so what I would say is that obviously the fiscal plan is quite complex. So there are provisions and forecasts, but those will continue to be updated as we get closer to, as it becomes more refined. But just to note, folks, just to say that there are also targeted strategic and focused investments in the VG to maintain it, given all of the complexities of the old building itself. So it is a bit of a complex thing. The budget is huge, but as we get closer and it becomes more refined, we'll be able to better provide out-year targets.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. And I guess what I'm hearing is we still probably have at least 2 more years before we have any significant construction. I guess those numbers for design should be in the 4-year fiscal plan, and without a budget, you have nothing in terms of the actual build in that 4-year fiscal plan, is what I'm hearing from the information that you've presented. Minister, we did start with 2 bidders. They did do presumably 2 designs. We've got now another design. How many designs have we been through to this stage for this project?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the two proponents each had a design, and then the remaining proponent had a design, but that, of course, has been modified as a result based on the announcement that we had in December of 2022. So we changed the design to meet, the needs of Nova Scotians. So 2, and then, the modification of the second one.
I recognize the Honorable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, on the announcement on December 22nd, you made changes to what the plans were, and it was based on a recommendation to add 144 beds, 4 new operating rooms, an emerge, a new lab, a new cyclotron, etc. I noticed then 6 months later, you announced an addition of 36 beds instead of 144 beds. So I'm puzzled with the change in scope. You made a change in scope based on a recommendation for new population to add 144 beds, but you then chose to add 36. Could you help me understand why you weren't following the advice that you got to readjust the plan from 180 beds and only adding 36 instead of 144?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Okay, so I'll just give you a bit of an overview. So in that Wave 1 project that we anticipate, there will be a new emergency department in that build. There will be, we originally said there would be 12, and the original design was 12 operating rooms. We've added 4 for a total of 16. The acute care beds, there was an original of 180, addition of 36 to a total of 216 additional. Yeah. So there's only been an addition of 36 on top of the 180. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. I have that. The recommendation that you received and was reported in the press on June 21st, 2022 was to add 144 beds. So my question was why you added 36 and not 144 if you were basing this on new population data, which is now outdated as well, but there's quite a difference there.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I think what's important to discuss is at that particular site, but the plan that we talked about in December of 2022 includes additional beds at Dartmouth General, at Cobequid, and also the West Bedford site for a transition to care facility beds. So that is just at that site, but there's also, you know, we're going to build capacity in other areas as well. Yeah.
I recognize the member for King South with a note that there's 5 minutes and 24 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Minister. And when I asked this question a year ago, any progress on the Dartmouth New Emergency, the Cobequid Health Centre, the Mental Health and Addiction Centre, the Heart Centre, or the Nova Scotia Rehab and Arthritis Centre that were announced on December 15th, do any of those have at least a facility plan and heading into design?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So around Cobequid, Dartmouth General Mental Health Hospital, all of that work is part of the Central Zone Master Planning, which will be completed this calendar year. So work is underway in regards to the planning stages of that. And the Heart Centre that you mentioned will be Wave 2. So this would be in the Wave 1 project, but the Heart Centre will be Wave 2.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
What I heard there is you're still doing master planning for the entire system, that we've not actually identified what's going into each of those buildings or expansions. There's been no specific progress on those. Let's move to the transition buildings. You have $16.5 million in this year's project. Is that for the Bedford or the Bears Lake project?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there is $16 million allocated in the budget for both of those projects combined.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
How much for each one?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So it will be $13 million for West Bedford and $3 million for Bayers Lake.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I understand you had a tender for architectural services in which for the Halifax Infirmary expansion project. I wonder who you hired and why, as part of that, architects bidding on that job, I believe, were asked to sign an NDA. I find that highly unusual for a public tender. Could you explain that for me? Who was hired and why was an NDA required for a public tender?
Order. The time has lapsed. I now recognize the Honourable, it is now time for the NDP caucus, and I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
I have Hogan Court questions, so, but just a few. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to be back. Yeah, I'm just going to ask a few questions about Hogan Court, so hopefully get the right people in the room. So my first question is, what aspects of that project was the Department of Health and Wellness responsible for? Or is, I should say, not was.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So predominantly the original purchase of Hogan was certainly done with Department of Health, and now that a portfolio has changed, there's more. I have more oversight of the entire project.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Great, then you're the person to be asking the rest of these questions to. What is the current timeline for the opening of Hogan Court?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So it will be open at the end of the calendar, by the end of the calendar year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
And what is the projection of how much the project, the capital cost of the project will be in the end?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there's a 17 million capital construction budget, which also includes design, and the purchase price was 34.5 million.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
And how many beds is it going to have now? Because I know that number's been in flux.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
There'll be 68 beds.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
And what will the cost per bed be? And is that number concrete now, or is there a chance of it fluctuating before Hogan Court opens?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So operationally, so it's $544 a day, is what I would say. Is that what you want to know, the operational?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Yes, and do you anticipate it staying at $544 a day or changing before it opens?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I think any of the facilities that we have on the operating costs will probably change as wages, et cetera, increase, right? So there may be some increase over time, but it would be difficult to predict. So the operations would kind of be around the costs associated with the bed. So people, utility, those types of things. So, I mean, we can expect it to go up, but all of the other places are going to go up too. But we expect that it's just going to be incremental over time and not a big change in that original number based on the model of care.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I understand that wages will go up and all that and costs will go up, but I just mean like before it opens, do you anticipate any kind of like surprise? Oh, it's actually going to cost $350 or $650 a bed. Yeah, a bed. Okay. So did you look into other options before this property and building, excuse me, was decided on, sorry, and were there other locations discussed? I'm not going to be able to stop.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So yes, there was a number of facilities. There were 17 actually that were reviewed throughout HRM. And this was identified as the best in terms of, the actual build itself. When we looked at the operating pieces, 8 organizations were invited to participate in terms of the operations of the facility. 5 vendors were shortlisted as a result of that, and patient looked at a variety of different things. And then questions were asked about service delivery and capability, and as a result of those 5 shortlisted, 2 vendors were further chosen for phase 2, which included full-day sessions with each of those vendors to review their proposals in order to become the operator for that facility.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Right, but that was after you bought it. Like, I'm talking about before you bought the property. Did you look at other properties? And you said 17. Okay. All right. Great. And then, okay, so just to clarify what you just said then. So you looked at 17, you settled on Hogan Court. Then when you bought it, then you did the other assessment or the other stuff with the service providers and then chose a service provider, which is Shannix? Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
You can't, head nods don't go into Hansard, so the answer is yes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Just trying to get some movement in my body. It's like steps, but not as good. If this project was, yeah. So, can you just remind me of when this began? And then, so when was it purchased? When was Hogan Court purchased? And are you, as the Minister of Health and Wellness, happy with the timeline progress on it? Or are you disappointed because there's been delays and this and that and the other thing? Can you just let me know how it's going in that way?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. We received approval for the purchase in December of 2022, and it was purchased. The deal closed in February of 2023. So, couple things I want to say about that. I am actually not disappointed at all. I am really excited about this West Bedford transition to community facility. We need more beds. We absolutely need more beds. And so this is a way for us to deliver those beds 2 years faster than we would if we had to build from scratch, basically, right? And yes, there are requirements for us to obviously renovate the building or retrofit or whatever the words are that you want to use. But that's okay. That's part of, we knew that when we were purchasing a partially built building. I'm actually quite pleased with the timelines given where we are in terms of supply chain disruption, labor market, those types of things. Because we've seen with other projects, big projects provincially, we know that there's, skilled labor is an issue. We know that supply chains, I just, when we were up at the hospital in Amherst as an example, seeing after the flood, just the frustration of trying to get what they needed for that facility. And it's very specialized things. We're not building a bungalow, right? You need call bells and you need different things in order to meet the fire marshal's requirements, right? So I am pleased with that. I think it's gone well. But I'm really excited about the innovation associated with this facility. So long-term care definitely has a place, and that's where I came from, part of being elected, and it definitely has an important part in our continuum of healthcare. But I also know that, and I would say, I can't cite a study in front of me, but I will say that probably the worst place for a frail elderly person to be is in hospital. So when you go in for your acute illness, that's one thing, but you decondition there. And you decondition there because the skill set and the expertise of the individuals in that facility is not necessarily frail elderly people. So this facility the model of care that's going to be here is going to have that entirely in mind. It is going to be for frail elderly individuals with a lens to getting people home. And so we are going to see a model of care that we haven't seen before. It's not here in the Atlantic provinces. And in fact, we know that there are other provinces now that are going out to RFPs to emulate the model that we have here. So I'm really excited about this project. I think it's a very, very important part of our continuum. We have hospital and long-term care, and a very lucky group gets to go home. But now we're going to have an opportunity for more people to be able to age in place. And it's actually, really going to be able to help us slow down the progression of needing to go directly to a nursing home. That's our belief and our hope. And when we talk to experts in the care of the frail elderly, they tell us the same. So I am really pleased with the project. I'm excited. I can't wait to tour it when it finally opens.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Well, as you know, there was some consternation and some, pretty scathing, parts of this project in terms of the procurement and all of that when it all started from the Auditor General. And there were a number of recommendations made by the Auditor General in her report, which we'll be discussing further next week at Public Accounts. But one of the recommendations was that Nova Scotia Health require conflict of interest disclosure for procurement evaluation team members and the approvers of alternative procurements. So can the minister confirm whether that recommendation has been met, and going forward, is that happening with all the projects that the department is overseeing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So Nova Scotia Health does have conflict of interest policies, and so we have accepted as government all of the recommendations from the AG. And so work is underway now to look at the recommendation and the current policies and cross-reference them. So we're really, grateful for the Auditor General's work on this. I would say, arguably, that if we're going to continue to do more faster, because we can't wait, there may be other projects in the future, right? And so the AG recommendations are incredibly helpful for us if we continue down, a different way. The past, we've said we can't keep doing things. The way we've always done them has gotten us to this place. So those will be very helpful, those recommendations, in helping us move forward in the event that there are other projects that we undertake.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to a couple of questions that we talked about yesterday, just to follow up on a couple of things. So about the app, mostly. The Your Health NS app. You mentioned that yesterday, Nova Scotia Health's contract with EY is up on March 31st. So that's next week. I didn't really realize that when I was listening to you last night. And then there is an option to extend. So can you confirm, obviously you must know by now whether that contract will be extended. Can you confirm it will be extended, and for what length of time and at what cost?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So we just had to change support staff. So I wonder if the member would mind asking the question again.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, so yesterday when we were talking about the Your Health NS app, the minister mentioned that the contract with EY is up on March 31st, so that's next week. And the minister mentioned that there's an option to extend. So, you know, hopefully by now we know it's March 20th. Hopefully we know that if that contract is being extended or not. If it is, can you confirm it, and for what length of time and at what cost? If it isn't, I guess my B part will be, well, who's getting the contract?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we're going to just follow up with NSH about that because they hold the contract. NSH holds the contract.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
All right. So you'll get me that though? They'll, like, by the end of the, great. So yesterday we heard that Think Research is responsible for the chatbot and the navigation features on the app, but that the app is expanding to soon include the access to medical records. So we had a bit of a conversation about that yesterday. So who is working on that portion of the app? Will it be Think or will it be another third party?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So the EY will continue to do the work until at least July on the patient record app.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so, sorry, EY will be doing the work. Okay, so hang on. So EY will be doing the work. Are you answering my first question? Okay, because what my understanding is that what you said yesterday was that EY does some of the app stuff, but then Think Research is responsible for the chatbot and the navigation features. So my question is about the medical records part. So who's going to be looking after, well, like when that comes live, you know, I know you're doing a pilot right now with the medical records. Who is running that portion of the app?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So EY is supporting the work, like the test and try pilot that we have, but the actual housing of the app is being managed by Nova Scotia Health.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so you mentioned yesterday that about half of the budgeted $49.6 million for Think Research is for the virtual urgent care. Can you explain what this is and what exactly is the service Think Research is providing? Is it different from Virtual Care Nova Scotia? Yeah, virtual urgent care.
I've been sitting all day.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So, what I would say is with the money, some of it is associated with the platform that allows you to actually make that video call and get connected and all the configuration work that has to be done. And then the other portion is for the clinicians, the clinical services, the nurse practitioners and physicians that may be on the phone. And so the virtual urgent care is trialing in the rural emergency departments in order to see people not with emergencies but with virtual urgent care. So it's actually located in the emergency rooms, which is different from Virtual Care Nova Scotia, where people have access to Virtual Care Nova Scotia at home. But this is actually situated, this test and try pilot is actually situated in our emergency rooms in some rural hospitals.
Okay, so that's when someone is sick, they go to the emergency room, and instead of being triaged to see a human, then they get triaged and they go into a room and then they do an urgent care appointment online. Is that correct? As opposed to seeing like going through the regular ER process?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what it allows people to do, they go to the facilities. It's a combination. So sometimes it is a virtual practitioner, but there have been other times where when someone is triaged, they're given the option to be seen virtually. And that, you know, there's just so many combinations because people are really doing what works for them. So there's the rapid assessment unit. Sometimes in some places, sometimes you can be seen virtually through virtual urgent care and go and really reducing wait times, you know, in and out within 60 to 70 minutes, pretty significant. And then other times that would be the provider that you would see when you were there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Great. Now, The minister just talked about how that was being piloted, but an article from last summer that I think I have here to table says that Nova Scotia Health says that it will be offering virtual urgent care indefinitely. Does that mean that this partnership with Think Research is also indefinite? I'll table them at the end there.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I'll have to get that information. It's so operationally deep, like deep into the operations of the Nova Scotia Health. I don't have that just at the top of my head.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So you don't, sorry, the question is just virtual, Nova Scotia Health says that virtual care is here indefinitely. So the question is, does that mean Think Research is, okay. So how many monthly visits are happening with virtual urgent care right now, and how is the success of the program being measured?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So again, these are very detailed information I have to get from the provider. Like, this isn't stuff from the budget that I would just have, right? And so if there's a list of questions around this, then we can get the stats and submit them, table them by the end of the week. But this isn't something that I'm going to have. If this is the way that questioning is going to continue, I don't have the answers.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I just have one more question about the app. So we understand that Think Research was recently sold to an investment firm after facing financial challenges. So what would a sale or even dissolution of this company mean for our investment in the app and the program? And what is the department doing to ensure the protection of the associated personal health information and data?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the contract, my understanding is that the contract would be assumed by whoever bought Think, but they're not holding the personal health information. That's held here, and we have a Chief Information Officer at Nova Scotia Health. There's also the digital services and cybersecurity, and any of the information that we have will comply with FIA.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Great. I'm going to move on now from the app, and I want to ask a little bit about a little bit more about staffing and recruitment. So does the province, not the college, but the province, track how many physician retirements are likely to occur in a given year? And does this impact recruitment efforts? So if we see, if we know that there's, 5 doctors have said, I'm going to retire by December in these areas, does that sort of go into the recruitment plan?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we do have a breakdown. We know the ages of the all license types in the province. So, 904 physicians are between the ages of 31 and 40. So that's helpful. 895 are between 41 and 50, 744 between 51 and 60, 487 between 61 and 70. And there's 146 physicians who are practicing that are 71 years of age and older. So retirement is a very personal choice, and there is there's no mandatory way in which people have to disclose. But what we prefer and we welcome is that when physicians are nearing retirement, the longer the runway, the greater the chances are that there'll be less disruption in service. So, they have to notify the college that they're going to retire, and then as soon as, the collective we catch wind of it, Department of Health, primary care, et cetera, the medical affairs, everybody leans in to see if there's anything that we can do in order to support the transition recruitment of that practice. So we do work with docs through the physician hotline that was launched last year. So, the VP Medicine, when she said we want doctors to feel that they can retire, we heard over and over that doctors were keeping that to themselves because they were feeling guilty. Or in communities, people were saying, don't retire, or I need you, or kind of being encouraged to come back. And we hear from the college as well that there are some docs that just want to finish. So that hotline was set up in order to support physicians who have a variety of different complications, as an example, in their practice, but also for those who are considering retirement, to be able to have a conversation. And 15,000 patients have been prevented from going on the Need a Family Practice Registry as a result of that hotline. So it has been very effective, and we just continue to reach out through different channels, college, Doctors Nova Scotia, medical affairs, and our own physician services to encourage physicians to tell us. I think prior it was you closed your practice and you moved on. and there wasn't an opportunity to transition in and transition out. And so we really have been looking at that model and trying to encourage, a slow change, allowing the new doc to panel up while the senior physician transitions out of practice.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
So the budget highlights document notes that the government will spend $360.7 million more for Nova Scotia Health and IWK Health to deliver their programs and services to a growing population. Can the minister expand on how the funding will be used to serve a growing population? I'm not clear if that means that there's specific programs because the population's growing, or if it's just a way of saying that we're spending $360 million more.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I think what the member's referring to and is the really around access and stabilization of primary care for a growing population. Is that what you wanted to know? Yeah, so it really is around the investment in health homes. So we continue the work that we started last year, looking at our health homes, our collaborative practices across the province. So making sure that not only are we recruiting and retaining our physicians, but also nurse practitioners, family practice nurses, allied healthcare professionals, etc. So that work will continue. It is incremental, and it's difficult to say just exactly where it's going to blossom, for lack of a better word. When we look at the ability for Clare Clinic as an example, when we look at the residency program in Northern Zone, these types of areas, how people are recruited and where they want to go, we have lots of choices for them. So we can't say that this person's going here or this practice is going, but we work within the system to say these are the opportunities across the province and what best suits the needs that you have, regardless of the discipline that you're in.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So the minister, you've said, it's difficult to know where people will go, that kind of thing, but acknowledging that the growing population will primarily exist in HRM, like the increase of population growth. What am I trying to say? The lion's share of the population growth will be in the HRM. So do you anticipate the need to respond in a particular way to the health needs of HRM?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I honestly feel a particular need to respond to every part of the province. So we've talked about it before, the uniqueness of all parts of the province. Not every strategy will work in the same way. So we do look at attachment. We know where the highest number of people are unattached, and so we look at those communities. So of course we work with municipalities, recruitment organizations, we work with Nova Scotia Health, all of those things, but sometimes keeping a physician in the province is as essential as anything else. So, if you talk to the folks at Healthy Pictou County, there's a lot of, they've had a couple of times physicians have come through there and they've tried to recruit them, and those physicians have chosen to come somewhere else. But the attitude amongst those recruitment groups, because increasingly they're working together, doing soft handoffs to one another. You know what, this maybe isn't the place, but here's a physician and a family, and so, you know, you court them. It sounds like they may work there. So Healthy Pictou County will say any physician that comes into the community, into the province, if they've contributed in keeping them and their family here, that is a win. So, you know, it just depends. We do look, of course, for the numbers, and we give the options of what's available, and we do look at the family practice. There are times, however, when we look at, as an example, I go back to Clare. We put physicians in Clare Clinic with the expectation that they would cover Weymouth and Digby, knowing that they aren't actually in Digby, but we have to work with them. That is where they wanted to go. They have a connection with that clinic. They felt supported there. And because we were able to meet those needs, we are now able to positively impact individuals who aren't attached in Weymouth and Digby as a result. So we are pretty flexible. If somebody will come and stay here and work here, we want to give them the best option they can. We have a variety of different ways that happens. But I will say, when people come and they sign a return to service agreement, we expect that to be honored. You know, that's part of the ways in which we plan. So if a physician comes, they go through PrEP, or they have incentives, and we have a return to service, the expectation is they stay where their return of service is, because if not, there's no way to plan. And so sometimes that's difficult. I will admit that. Sometimes, you know, what you agree to initially may not be where you land in the end. So we do have some issues with that, but we do have to really stick to our guns in order to support communities not only in HRM but across the province.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
So we've heard some newcomers moving into rural areas being shocked at the wait list for family physicians in the rural areas. As you've just mentioned, there's needs everywhere. Is there a specific focus on decreasing wait times for family physicians, or at least attachment to primary care in rural areas?
I recognize the honourable minister for Health and Wellness.
So the strengthening of clinics is happening all over the province. So I don't want anyone to think, like, we are looking at a provincial plan. So first of all, the new physician contract incentivizes physicians to attach and to provide access to people across the province. And so that was very, very important for us. And in fact, when we did interest-based negotiations, it was also very important to the physicians. So we have to look, the difference of one physician in a rural community can have a, you know, in terms of the percentages, can have a pretty significant impact, right? Versus maybe one physician in somewhere else in a larger center where it will have an impact for sure, but the percentages won't be as impacted as greatly, right, based on the base population. So we are looking at all variety of options. It's not an either or, it's an and. So again, we work with physicians, the different residency programs we have. You know, there's a very robust residency program here through Dell Family Medicine and other practices. We see in our rural communities in expanding and increasing the residency programs there, people getting to have some choice over where they go. And we want to keep all of those residents, right? So I can't really say it's either or, it's and. And any physician that comes, we want to place them in the place that they want to be in to the best of our ability, because if not, they won't stay, right? And the last thing we want is to get a physician into a practice, have them panel up, and then have them move on because the community they're in doesn't meet their needs. So there's a lot of work happening through Nova Scotia Health Primary Care, through Medical Affairs, through Department of Health and Wellness to really look at the match of the community and the practitioner in order to immunize us. But the team approach, as we build those community collaborative care practices, those health homes, that also immunizes us. So if we do have a practitioner that moves on, it wasn't what they expected or wanted, you now have a health home where other individuals in that environment know you and can work with you, your health home within your health neighborhood in order to support your healthcare needs.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Well, listen, since we're talking about health homes, when's the one in Dartmouth North opening?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I don't have a date for the member today, and I don't know if I will have it by the end of estimates, but we will get back to her if we're able.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I don't have a date for you today. I know that work is happening, and I don't know if I will have a date for you before the end of estimates, but I will just say to be continued, but you know, there's been a commitment there, and there'll be more to say. I'm not telling the announcement, no.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
I tried, yeah. Can't fault me for trying. What are the department's goals and budgetary commitment for Nova Scotia Health providing service through Virtual Care Nova Scotia or telehealth from professionals other than family doctors?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
There is, sorry, did you say 16? Yeah, so there is a virtual care expansion budget line of 16.6 million, and predominantly that is around increasing access after hours and on weekends. That would be predominantly around wages, et cetera, because the platform exists. So what I will say is that our virtual care policy at the department allows any allied healthcare professional to use virtual care as an option, providing it's within their scope of practice. So what I believe will happen over time is that we will increasingly see, particularly for some of our chronic disease programs, that we will have opportunities to support people for less travel. I wouldn't say that we're particularly refined at that right now, but there certainly, I believe, would have been work, as an example, in the OACs, the hip and knee clinics that we hear so much about, that especially, you know, as we were moving away from COVID, there would have been online exercise programs as an example. So it would be a combination. It wouldn't be purely virtual, but I can see a time where we can have virtual exercise programs. And if you look on the app and you go into, there's a part on the app where you can go into programs. And so in addition, there's also a number of wellness programs that are listed there, managing time, managing diet, exercise, menopause. There's a whole bunch of things, and you can sign up to have virtual online classes, which would be run by healthcare professionals. So I believe that that's an area where it will expand, and I think particularly as we look at across the province having, oh, and then of course there's the Oncology Transformation Project, right? So we will be able to work not only with just actual clinicians, but I'm 100% sure social workers and other allied healthcare professionals will contribute to the care of that individual on those platforms over time. So we're getting there. I think there's some that are already in existence, but there's nothing to prevent people from having a virtual care option as long as they're practicing within their scope.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give the rest of my time to my colleague, but I just wanted to say, if I don't come back, which I don't think I will be, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The minister hopefully knows this issue well. I've been bringing it forward into the legislature for a few years now, and that is extracorporeal photopheresis. I'm really proud of myself that I can actually say that often because it's a tongue twister. But this treatment treats various conditions, including graft versus host disease, which I have a few people in my community who are suffering from. And this happens when you donate organs. And so if you don't, or you receive or if you receive a transplant, and those who are receiving these transplants, often the body starts attacking the organ as if it's a foreign entity in the body. And this creates a whole host of problems, and it's called graft versus host. But it's primarily around bone marrow transplants. And it also treats aggressive forms of lymphoma, again, organ transplant rejection, and Crohn's disease and other autoimmune disorders. So I'm wondering, has the minister and the Department of Health and Wellness looked at bringing this treatment to Nova Scotia, as it's such a financial burden for those having to travel to New Brunswick for this treatment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness with a note that a minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry.
are
Okay.
left.
Yeah. So what I will say to the member is that the population of individuals requiring this treatment is extremely small. And so as a result, it's very hard when you have that patient population that is so small to maintain competency. So I don't foresee in the foreseeable future that we will have that procedure here. We will continue to look to St. John's, I think, is where folks go in order to have that procedure done, because the population is so small.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
I do thank the minister for that, and I'm just going to ask a quick snapper here, and that is the travel assistance program. Sorry, to support surgical access. And so from Cape Breton, any time that any patient has to come to Halifax for appointments and that, those aren't covered under these, whether it's non-surgical appointments. And so I'm wondering if this pilot project is going to be expanded to help those of us who are in Cape Breton and others across the province to get more access here in Halifax to help us financially. Thank you.
Order. The time for the NDP party has expired. It is now time for the Liberal caucus, and I Recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you very much. Did the minister want to answer the question on my time? There you go. Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask a question on behalf of my colleague from Clayton Park West, I believe, and she's asking me about Bayers Lake Community Outpatient Center. The minister's department sent an email to her dated February 1st. Thank you for your email. We have recruited family physicians for the primary care clinic attached to the new outpatient center, and we are actively engaged with other prospective physicians for the area. We're looking forward to a launch of after-hours service, and we have spoken with several physicians in Halifax West who have shown interest, and it goes on a little bit. She wanted me to ensure that I thank you on behalf of her for sending that info. And her questions beyond that would be specifically how many physicians and are they full-time would be the first question. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we'll have to get back to the member opposite. We'll have to talk to primary care. I don't have that yet.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I may ask another one around that same site. Any idea, does the minister have any idea of how many new patients will be able to register at that new facility given the current plan? I think she'd be happy with an estimate, but I'm taking a guess there. So.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that will depend on the number of primary care providers that are in that space, so it's very difficult to give a number in regards to that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I will let my colleague know. My last question on that topic would be on her behalf. When it's referred to after hours, what exactly does the minister mean? Does it mean weekends, evenings? Any clarity on that could be provided would be appreciated. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yes, that's exactly what it means. We'll be looking at advanced access, so evenings and weekends.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I appreciate the answer. Thank you, Minister. I wanted to ask a question starting off with paramedics. I'm certainly excited to see the new training center in Yarmouth and Stellarton, but specifically Yarmouth. That's where most of my constituents would go if Digby was short on hours or Middleton was short on hours. I'm wondering what the budget was for that particular program, maybe how many have graduated from that program, and that would be great. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the graduating class, there's 9 in the class graduating in April 2024, and the cost of the tuition for all of the students involved was $103,000. Yeah.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Annapolis.
And my understanding is there's a 3-year service agreement, maybe with those graduates. What I'm curious about, I've mentioned this to the minister again today and on the record here in the legislature. As MLA, I can get behind any announcement when I can break it down to people in Annapolis. So excited to have 9 graduates, that fee-for-service or 3-year service agreements in place. What's the process to ensure one or more of those graduates land in Western Zone, and even more specifically at a base in Annapolis, Bridgetown, Middleton? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the reason we have those locations is so that we can attract people. We intentionally, the company intentionally, put the class in Yarmouth for that reason, because we know that we need individuals from Western Zone to work. The return to service is with the company itself, but those programs are regionally delivered for that reason. So, and we heard when there was only one place to attend paramedicine training, which was in Dartmouth, people weren't able to travel from those more outlying communities. So the number is small, so I can't give you too much detail. It's almost identifiable, similar, it's that their personal information, but the hope is that those individuals will remain in Western Zone in the communities. But again, I go back to the conversation we had last night around that system status plan. So it is it's similar to, one doctor for every Nova Scotian. That's now a health home for every Nova Scotian, right? That's not the promise. So the days of old where there was static system where paramedics went to that base every day and came and went from that base, that's not the case anymore. And that changed, I think, mid-2000s. And the reason I remember that is because I used to travel to Halifax in the ambulance, and the ambulance always took me home that I traveled with. And then suddenly I was going home in taxis, because those trucks and the paramedics working became a provincial resource, so they could be dispatched all the way along or to where there was an area of need. So I would say early 2000s, I would say early 2000s, maybe mid-2000s, that's when that whole system changed. So we want them in the region. Of course, they do have a base that they're attached to, but it's not going to be that old static model, I think, that people have in their head. It is, we want, obviously, we have a complement of people that we have in each zone, but that individual or the truck is actually a provincial resource.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I know, I think 60% of tuition at those schools was covered through a subsidy. Could the minister comment on what the total subsidy was budgeted for in this budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the total investment was 1.9 million, and since the implementation of the paramedic tuition bursary, there's been a 15% increase in the training enrollment. So there was 101 students in 2023 compared to 86 in 2022 and 72 students in 2021. That's provincially.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Certainly appreciate the staff and the minister finding those numbers, and it looks like it's trending in the right direction from that. In that, probably the last question around that, for that Yarmouth program, is there any numbers coming in for applicants or students for the rest of the year? I know we've got graduates in April, but is there any indication of numbers going April beyond? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I would say that we're not, I don't have that for you right now. I think they're in the middle of this crew is graduating in April, and so they'll be looking at the next incoming class. So I don't necessarily know. I don't have that, and I think that was probably in the development stage right now.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
That's fair, thank you. A staffing model for ground ambulance, I think, was requested by Department of Health maybe a year ago from EMCI with a due date for September 30th, 2023. Does that ring a bell? If so, I'm just wondering if that was completed.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that was submitted. That staffing plan was submitted. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you. The emergency medical responders, I think there was a mention of studying, or maybe they started their studies recently or have ended, but I think I read something where there was 14 learners are the first of the 200 emergency medical responders to be trained over the next 2 years. I think that's a great announcement. Again, I'm trying to figure out, once they're graduated or complete, how many of those could possibly end up in my community to help out? And Western Zone, or break it down to Annapolis. The second part would be, the minister mentioned maybe last night about EMRs serving a role in emergency rooms, and I just want a bit more clarity on their role, both in tandem with a paramedic and also in an emergency setting. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So just a little bit about the emergency medical responders. So there is a class that has started. It's a 3-month program. We're just going to verify the number that are enrolled right now. But a couple things about that. So there are 3 places that emergency medical responders can work. So the first place that we expect them to be able to work is in offload areas. And predominantly, we don't see a real need at some of our more rural sites. Offloads tend not to be an issue in some of our smaller emergency departments for obvious reasons. Where we do see those individuals is at the regional sites. And what they will be able to do is work, they will be EHS employees, but they will work in the offload environment to support patients, which will allow paramedics to return to the trucks and be able to respond to calls. So they will stay in offload areas, be part of that team, that interdisciplinary team in the emergency department. They'll have roles and responsibilities, and they will be able to report, and they won't necessarily analyze data, but they will collect it and report to their colleagues, and will be a very important skill set in the emergency department, particularly where there are offload teams, etc. So that's the first place that those individuals can work. So you may not see them in your rural communities in those emergency rooms, but what they will be doing is working at the regional site and allowing paramedics to return into the system in order to respond to calls. So that's the first thing. The second thing, at times, and not often, and probably in more densely populated areas, again, you will see that at times there will be an opportunity for 2 EMRs potentially to transport together. So we talked about the SPEAR unit, and so I can give you an example. An individual has their first episode of dizziness, right? Unusual, never happened before. SPEAR unit attends that individual, puts an IV in, gives them Gravol, does all the right thing, but really, probably because it's such a significant episode of vertigo, dizziness, the recommendation is that individual goes to hospital. So in theory, that person could go in a car if you didn't want them to throw up in your car, as an example, which I didn't, or the movement of getting them to the vehicle would be too much and perhaps induce the vertigo again. In that scenario, we had to wait for 2 paramedics to come and transport that individual. 100% that person was safe to go with 2 EMRs. Different than a clinical transport operator. This person had been treated by SPEAR. We knew that we had a course and path, but they did need to go to the emergency room. Absolutely, EMRs were the right individuals. Grateful for the paramedics, but again, that would have left a truck in the system for a very low acuity call. And then the third place that EMRs will work is that they will work with paramedics on the trucks. So they will have 3 months of training. They will have a variety of skill sets. They will be able to, support CPR as an example. They will be able to support bleeding, emergency response. So, really enhanced first aid and ability to treat certain and work with the paramedics. The EMR's first 3 months, or the 3 months of training will actually mirror the first 3 months of a paramedic training. And in the event that they work for a while in that role and decide they want to go into paramedicine, they will have the credit of that first 3 months going towards their certification. They're also a regulated healthcare professional, so they'll have a standard of practice and a code of ethics and be regulated by the College of Paramedicine, which I think is really important. Not all jurisdictions have done that, but we in Nova Scotia have chosen to do that, make sure they're a regulated profession, which is essential, right? It's around public protection, which is what our colleges do, maintain a professional standard. So those are the 3 areas in which they'll work. So in your community, you may actually see an EMR arrive on scene with a paramedic. They will actually be tending to and treating patients. There may be low acuity patients in your community who are transported by 2 EMRs in the event that it's deemed appropriately, which it could, because now we have medical comms physicians, nurses, and paramedics who are supporting folks in the field. And we're actually able, in some cases, 4 out of 10, up to 6 out of 10, that's where we're going, people will not be transported because there are alternative pathways. Perhaps that's virtual, perhaps that's next day appointment. The nurse in the comm center is supporting them in terms of connecting them to other services, etc. So EMRs, I can see their role growing and growing. 70% of the calls that are received through the EHS system are low acuity calls. It doesn't mean they're not important, and people that call need help. And there's many ways to suffer. There can be physical suffering, there can be, mental and emotional suffering, and so because this resource is available and because of the training that the EHS professionals have, it's seen as a lifeline for many people in many ways. So when we see those low acuity calls, that's part of what's prompted EHS and the Department of Health and Wellness to look at a new skill set that is able to respond compassionately and skillfully to lower acuity calls so that we can free up paramedics, primary care paramedics and advanced care paramedics to do the work that they're trained to do.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
I appreciate that answer. I certainly am looking forward to having paramedics, offload times being quicker and obviously getting back into our community faster. So if that position leads to that, that's a good thing. Is there any discussion or thought or planning around urban versus rural settings with that role? So for example, I try to explain to friends in Halifax, there are certain places in Annapolis, one of the biggest constituencies, where we are an hour and a half, 2 hours from an emergency, and we need someone there right away. There isn't a backup option. Is there any planning for having maybe a double paramedic team in a rural setting based on certain criteria where an EMR double team would do better in an urban setting? I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the introduction of the EMR role will actually expand capacity throughout the entire system. And so the other thing just to remember, sometimes it's really hard to knit it all together because there is so much happening. So when an ambulance responds to dispatch is there immediately, right? And there's support in the comm center. So there's the physician that's available, the nurse, what have you. But now we have the Good Sam camera. So it's going to extend, it's going to have more trucks on the road as a result, right? It's going to be able to expand the reach of our current paramedics. It will have more trucks on the road. That staffing level will come up. But there's other things that have happened as well. And I would say, I recently had the opportunity to speak with one of the physicians from the Medical Comm Center, and the camera has been incredible tool for that individual, so they can see what's happening in the scene, at the scene. And certainly when we saw that modality in Denmark, there's up to and including, you know, observing work of breathing or rashes or those types of things, up to and including coaching somebody who's performing CPR on at the scene. So if there's a layperson there, getting that, you know, go faster, you know, push a little harder, those types of things. So that Good Sam camera is in a test and try model, but we see that that will expand exponentially for support, not only for paramedics, but, you know, potentially for patients themselves and for the medical first responders that from the volunteer fire departments. So I think there's going to be a lot of good things happen out of that modality. So there'll be more trucks on the road. There will be a variety of skill sets. We'll be able to use paramedics in different ways. So part of our chronic disease model going forward could include community paramedicine, where you know, paramedics are going into long-term care facilities and homes with people living with chronic disease. And of course, we have the special patient program that already exists. So I see the scope of our primary care and our advanced care paramedics changing as we continue to grow this system because we do have the best paramedics in the world. They're so well trained. It's hard to find an equivalent somewhere else in order to bring them here, although we are trying and we've had good luck in Australia. So we should be very proud of the system. It needs help. There's no question they've been under a lot of strain. But we feel that the work that we've done so far and the competitive contract that we negotiated will be really, really big bonuses in terms of growing the workforce provincially and also bringing people here from outside.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate our paramedics and, you know, family members and know a lot of them intimately and just want to support them as much as we can. It's a lonely place on some of those Annapolis County roads with not a lot of support nearby. So is there any indication that, you know, we've pushed for better cell service in rural Nova Scotia? I know a number of MLAs on the government side have also asked for the same thing. I know the recent announcement on cell service following up on research on the cell gap study. My question to the Minister of Health is there any restrictions with that dock in a box or that technology needed to get someone through a camera on the ground? Lack of cell service, is that going to create a barrier for that technology and for those first responders? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there is communication capability on the trucks, mobile gateways, I think they're called. So as an example, if somebody has chest pains, cardiograms can be, that's the example that I'm familiar with. You can actually transmit a cardiogram so that a physician can analyze and interpret and diagnose from that. So there is capability on the trucks already. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I read there was a mention of a bridging program for EMRs who want to become paramedics. Could the minister provide an update on this bridging program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we don't have that yet because the first class of EMRs are just being trained. So we don't want to bridge them right off the bat. We want to give them a little shot at trying out their new role, and so that development will come later. But we do want to provide an opportunity, you know, more to say, I think, next year when we're here. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
That makes total sense. So give them a year and let them breathe and then think about bridging. I want to switch a bit to the Urgent Treatment Center in Annapolis. So the minister's heard me raise it here several times. We moved from an emergency room to an urgent treatment center. Recently, I've learned that Nova Scotia Health transferred managerial process to the primary care division from the urgent treatment division. Could the minister give me more information on this decision and the reasons for it? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I thank the member for the question, but it's very hard for me to talk about the operations in Nova Scotia Health. I know very high-level things, but when we get into the minutiae of that, I wouldn't get anything done if I was trying to run Nova Scotia Health and trying to, you know, understand the department. So that is an operational decision. So I really can't give you any information about that, nor would anyone at the department necessarily have that. And we don't often meddle. They have a job to do. We're the regulator and the funder. And so we get statistics, and we obviously work very closely with them and the IWK, et cetera, but those operational decisions are really at the NSH level.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis Royal. Or Annapolis, sorry.
I'll take it, yeah. So that's come up a couple times. What's the best way for an MLA like myself to engage anything Nova Scotia Health? Is it to meet one-on-one with VP Operations or meet with a certain team? Is there a certain frequency that other MLAs use to check in? Is it by letter and email form? But, you know, any guidance on the best way forward to get information from Nova Scotia Health would be appreciated. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I think what I would say is it depends on the site, but site leadership, obviously, and I think if you spoke to other MLAs, it would be a very different experience. So if you are an MLA in HRM, it's probably not that easy to get your site lead at the QE2, right? So I would cultivate relationships with site leads wherever possible, and certainly, again, with zone VPs. I would say as well that those folks are quite busy, right? So, I mean, I think an email I think we just have to be really respectful of their time in terms of how much and how often we want to meet, and I think very purposeful. So they're not there to update us in terms of, and I say that for myself, like I don't get regular updates from my hospital either through that avenue. I don't like to meddle too much in what's happening. I like to know, etc. But of course, in my role in the ministry, so we just have to have a really good balance. I think it's around cultivating that relationship, asking, if there's concerns, who do I, are you the best person for me to bring them to, and how would you like to receive them? And then just really being mindful of the amount of communication that we have, and making sure it's purposeful, and whether that's, I guess it just depends on the area. I guess it's not a very straightforward answer. But I think always the zone VPs, in my experience, have been responsive. We certainly go to them if we get complaints through the Department of Health or compliments. Sometimes we get those too. And we want to send those to Zone VP because I don't always know who the folks are that I should talk to as they kind of cascade through the organization. So really around, and different people have different roles with the complexity. So there is primary care, there is, community, there's just different titles for different things. So it really is around cultivating the relationship. I think I would start with the site, but knowing that at a high level, the VPs are there as well as a contact.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
No, it wasn't a straightforward answer either. I mean, I do have relationships with the VP and the site managers. It's just I want to make sure that I'm asking the appropriate people at the appropriate time. We're constantly, as I've said to the minister, maybe it's my constituency assistant background, but constantly striving for more info and trying to break down a government announcement down to bite size, what anyone walking into the office could appreciate, understand, or be willing to listen to, kind of thing. So, and it's also my nature. Last year I asked the same questions around the Pratt program. So I'm thrilled to have the Pratt program out of Soldiers Hospital. Dr. Michelle Saxon has run that program and done an excellent job. I know it's a collaboration with physicians and surgeons, and I think Dalhousie University. What I'm concerned about is the sustainability of the program. So I think last year, without going through all the notes, the minister had maybe alluded to, I think the minister did say, what I would say is that we're looking at that model. So I didn't quite know what that meant at the time, but I wonder if the minister could just give a bit of an overview of that program and the sustainability. I would hate to lose that program in Middleton. And wondering what's being done to keep that sustainable. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we agree. We don't want that program to go away at all either. There are some nuances to it, though, of course. So we want to maintain what we have, and ideally we would like to expand it, particularly as the college opens up the doors to physicians from other areas, and immigration is really a key part of that. We did, through the contract, incent physicians. There is an allocation in the contract for people who will train other physicians, so that does include PrEP. And we also have to recognize, too, that we have a medical residency program that we're trying to expand. So we so deeply appreciate the preceptors and mentors who are working with physicians, new physicians, either to the community or medical residents. And we have to be mindful around, the physicians who are doing the training, their time and their energy. So the incentive is there in the contract as a result of that to show that we value. And I would also say, too, that we really are looking at red tape reduction. So we know that doctors are really mired in a lot of red tape and a lot of documentation and things that really don't allow them to see patients or mentor. So we've really committed and are working very hard to get rid of all of the unnecessary and particularly administrative tasks that physicians are getting bogged down with, and we're doing that through regulatory affairs. So a number of things that are happening, but we absolutely agree. We want to expand that, and we also have to look at our residency program as well so we can build our workforce.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
2 questions out of that response, and I appreciate the response. On red tape reduction, and that office does amazing work. You know, I remember as a CA working with them on files. Is there a target of how much red tape reduction we're aiming for in healthcare, a dollar amount? And I guess the second part from that would be, the minister spoke of incentives for PrAP preceptors or PrAP physicians. Could you elaborate on maybe what that incentive is in this budget and how much that is? And maybe, I don't know if you can get as specific as soldiers, but it'd be great to know about that program. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah. So, okay, so in regards to the physician incentives for taking a student, so if they sign up to be a mentor teacher to students, student physicians PrAP, they get a sign-on bonus of $5,000 and can earn up to $1,000 per week as they mentor students. So it's a good deal. You know, it's not without its effort for sure, but certainly we want to show them how much we value the training and recruitment of individuals. PrAP is a little bit different. We're looking at the model in terms of where do you get your 6 weeks, how many physicians are involved in that training, right? So there's lots of questions about what the best model is. If you're my replacement for the summer versus, you know, you finally find a physician that you jive with and then you need to move to another community. So there's a lot of nuances about that. So to date, we've reduced red tape by about 240,000 hours, 250,000 hours, but we have committed to reducing 400,000. I wouldn't necessarily say there's a dollar figure associated with that, but it would, in theory, equate to over 2 million appointments. I think it's 2.5 actually. And also we hear from physicians as well, and not fully just appointments, but also work-life balance. So there's always going to be forms to fill out, but if we can get that form from 13 pages to 2, that's a big difference, right? So there's always going to be some administrative work. One person, one record will help in terms of the hospital transition, people being able to access, the physicians will be able to access acute care records if they sign on to that. You know, in the offices, we want to look at reducing, we have a practice optimization team to support physicians. So really looking at how we can support a different practice experience with physicians. But it depends on the physician. They really are independent practitioners, right, our primary care providers. So it's kind of up to them. They're independent folks, and so what they choose to, you know, take advantage of is really up to them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you. I was going to give a shout out to the member from Kings West, but I still will. Pardon me. So the member from Kings West and I have advocated for portable X-ray and installation of digital diagnostic equipment at soldiers. Could the minister comment on you know, how much investment was for that infrastructure and maybe anything more for soldiers in this budget? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So again, that's stuff, well, I'll have to get back to you about that. Nova Scotia Health, yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the minister about pilot programs at either Soldiers and Annapolis, so maybe beyond the mobile health clinic. Are there any pilots being funded or considered for either of those sites going into this year with this budget? Thank you.
I'd like to recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there's nothing that's necessarily a test and try there, but we did talk last night about some of the enhancements that have happened at Soldiers Memorial as a result. We know we looked at, we talked about in the area around the community cluster, looking at the community pharmacy primary care clinic in Lawrencetown. That's really kind of still an expanded test and try. Looking at the medical day services that were expanded in 2022. So, and then also around the ophthalmology and the vision services that are being expanded there. So there is things happening. Doesn't always have to be a test and try. And certainly if the staff have ideas around something that they would like to do in a test and try environment, they can work through their management structure to put together some thoughts and send it up through Nova Scotia Health.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
And I just wanted, last year I think in estimates I had asked the minister about, virtual emergency, and there was an announcement on physician assistants, and I get excited about that announcement, and then I just obviously want to see how it impacts people in Annapolis. But any update? I think last year the minister had mentioned, and I quote, around physician assistants, there'll be some planning done around readiness to accept those positions. Is that still at a regional level, or would they ever be used in a community hospital setting? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we just, we do recruit, but there's obviously a limited supply. So we started training physician assistants in January, and it's a 2-year program, yes, at Dalhousie. Physician assistants are not independent practitioners. They have to work with a physician. So in order for them to work in an emergency department, there needs to be a physician in the emergency department. However, there is a role for physician assistants in primary care. And so potentially there would be an opportunity for positions as we get closer, but we really are only 3 months into the program, and it is the original first program. So, we expect that there'll be a regular intake of those individuals, and primary care will be a place where they could be utilized in a health home environment.
I'd like to recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Is there any breakdown that the minister could provide on this budget and what's allocated for mobile clinics in our zone, either Western Zone or Western Zone and Soldiers and Annapolis, those specific sites? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So in the allocation of funding that goes to Nova Scotia Health and the envelope of money that we use to fund them, that mobile services are allocated based on the operational requirements. So those do move around based on need. So we scale up depending on what's happening. So I don't know that I can say specifically in a certain area or attached to a certain facility that there would be, but there is a mobile budget that's allocated through the operations of Nova Scotia Health.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis with a note that there is 7 minutes and 11 seconds remaining.
I want to thank the minister. I want to thank staff for being here, and I'm going to hand my time remaining over to my colleague. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the time, and just I don't have many questions. I may have a few. We're going to take a few minutes in the next hour to ask a few questions specific to Cape Breton before we let the minister give her closing remarks. So just so she knows, she's almost there. And again, like, I bring this up because it is a big discussion at home, and it has been for years, and it's around the hospital redevelopment in the CBRM. And it's been a journey. It's wonderful to see the work that's happening there. There were some tough decisions, but the right decisions made at the time by the medical community, who said this was the right path. But I specifically want to focus on the Cancer Centre. And this is something that I've talked to the minister about many times now over the last 3 years. But you know, the history of the Cancer Centre in Cape Breton, unfortunately, cancer has it impacts every community. But in Cape Breton specifically, we've seen very large numbers of people impacted by cancer. And a lot of work and advocacy went into having a new cancer centre in Cape Breton. The current centre, I believe, was built at the time to support maybe in the range of 15,000 to 16,000 patients a year, and we were seeing well over 30,000 when we started the conversations about, as part of the hospital redevelopment, what a new cancer centre would look like. So, and the hospital foundation and other donors in the community have rallied throughout the years, as they do in other communities, to help fundraise for important equipment. And whether it was the hospital redevelopment, I use the hospice as a great example. Big donations were made. The government came in the day we made the decision to cover the operational costs. So I'm going to go to the PET scan. And this is something that the doctors have been advocating for in the community. This is something that the community is raising money for, has raised millions of dollars to date to buy the equipment. They're going to continue to do that, but they need a commitment from the government. And my question to the minister is, can she provide an update to date of, has there been any movement at all? I asked this question period, but I'd have the opportunity to ask it in estimates. Is there an update on this? We know a lot of families can't make that trip. We know that there has been maybe some cancellations too as well, I'm going to confirm. But can we get an update on what the future of that important piece of equipment is for not only Cape Breton, but for the rest of the mainland?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. He's used to asking it, and I'm used to answering it. So I do want to say that a feasibility study, as you know, was done, and there are some considerable challenges. It's never, I mean, you know this, it's never about the purchase of the equipment. That is the first step. The complexity is around running it, the operationalization of it. And there is some work around the construction, maintenance, the staffing, and the reagent production, right? So there are barriers. I do know that it continues to be reviewed. I know that there is another submission that's in and currently being reviewed. I don't have an update, but I do check in on it periodically for just this reason. So, you know, it is on the radar, is what I would say. We're looking at potential solutions to see if it is a possibility to work through some of them, the reagent in particular. And then we need to look at what is the staffing complement, and can we get the staff that we need, and what is the training required. So that's what I would say. It's in a similar place, but know that there are people reconsidering, and I know that the clinicians are working with the management in Cape Breton, talking about what the possibilities are.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
So I'll ask this question, and I can appreciate if the minister doesn't have the information, but if staff could provide it at some point, that would be beneficial to me. What the information I'm looking for, and it's something because I know that the cancer, there are supports that families utilize to actually come and take that test. Would the minister or the department be able to provide the numbers of how many Cape Bretoners have actually traveled to Halifax to take that important test?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So I don't have it specifically to Cape Breton, but I do have it for Eastern Zone. Sure. Yeah. So 629 patients traveled from Eastern Zone in 2022 for a PET scan. So it is estimated that around 753 patients from Eastern Zone would have probably been booked for that, and 629 of those have traveled. So it could be cancellations, it could be rebookings, those types of things. So 629, which is statistically accounts for about 9% of PET scans in the province.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, and they're important numbers, and where I'm going kind of with it too is so you're saying 629 patients from the Eastern Zone. Eastern Zone, so that would be, yeah. So in that, has the department had to cancel any of those appointments for people due to any, I guess, logistics on the Department of Health end? Have any patients who needed to travel for that, have those appointments been canceled by Department of Health because of accessibility?
Order. You order. Yeah. The time for the Liberal caucus has lapsed. I now recognize the member for Cape Breton, Sydney, Whitney Peer. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the time remaining, I am ceding the NDP time to my colleague from Sydney, member 2.
The NDP party has ceded their time to the Liberal caucus, so I now, yeah, okay. I now recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but so it says that it's recognized through various programs that 753 patients from Eastern Zone would have received a PET CT, and 629 patients traveled from the Eastern Zone in 2022 for a PET scan. So I'm not sure what the gap is. That would be, and it's really hard. I mean, it's really granular data for us to know who cancels and why, or all of those, right? So I'm not really sure. But there is, I will just say too, there is patients requiring a PET scan in Eastern Zone can receive financial support to travel for the procedure.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, and thank the minister for that. That is important. There is some programs there that we've utilized in our office to make sure that families could make it, because financial capacity can be a challenge. I guess my question, I wasn't very clear about it, how I answered it, but I guess my question was around. So if all those patients made it, I've heard stories where people have actually made the trip and then the appointment was canceled when they got here. And that's me. I should have been more clear on that, how I explained it. But I'm hearing those stories where, and it doesn't have to be Cape Breton. I just use Cape Breton because that's where I'm from, but it could be anywhere in the eastern zone or the rest of the province for that matter. But it's around, I hear these stories that families, they prepare, they leave work, they have a booking for this important test, and they've gotten here. They've come to the city and only to find out that the appointment was canceled. So my question, I guess that's really the question, has the department, because of capacity, do they have any statistics around those canceled appointments?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we can certainly look for that, and I acknowledge that that does happen at times with equipment failure in particular, possibly staffing. And I certainly know in my own family there was an experience where my uncle traveled, maybe it was the same day, my uncle traveled up for his PET scan, and unfortunately when he arrived he found out that it was cancelled. So, and when you're sick, it's a really long drive from Bedeck, from Sydney. And so we can see if we can find those statistics. And really, you know, looking at the other thing that we'll look into is, you know, how functional they are, how far past, because we do have a lot of equipment that's past end of life. And so I'm not really sure either about whether or not there's equipment that requires to be replacement. So I can check on that as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate that some of that information would be hard to pull up tonight, but I think it's an important conversation because, and the Minister recognizes it too, we've all heard stories of, you know, hundreds of people are coming and they're traveling to take this test because they can't get it anywhere else, and there's other jurisdictions across the country that actually have 2 of these, and they're at separate hospitals, and based on geography, it helps. And I implore that to not only the Minister but the government that I think this piece of equipment in a new state-of-the-art cancer center is important. So with that, that's my questions. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague for the next 10 minutes, the member from Northside Westmount.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They saved the best for last, Minister. I have a couple of quick questions. The number one question I have is around the emergency room wait times at Cape Breton Regional. It's significantly higher than other jurisdictions. When you do that scan on the app or whatever, it's always hours more. And I unfortunately experienced it myself and had family members who've experienced it as well. Can you tell me what plans are in place to try and improve the wait times at Cape Breton Regional ER?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So certainly there have been a number of investments in Cape Breton area. So I'll just highlight a few. So I think you'll probably recall just over a year ago, we had a number of ED initiatives. So at that emergency room, there is a float MD. So it's a a flow lead and offload assessment. So it actually is a team with additional physician hours associated with it, which is scheduled by the emergency department based on their availability of staff, but also their peak periods. Not all emerges peak at the same time, although there is some trends. Not everything happens in the same place at the same time. So that is led by a physician. There are waiting room care providers there as well, so some care can be provided in the emergency room, waiting room, some simple care, and the advocates are there as well. Patient advocates are there. Physician assistants as well are assigned to that emergency room. Nurse practitioners are also available, so there would be lower acuity streams for individuals. What's really important in our emergency departments is that CTAS is adhered to. So that's the Canadian Triage Acuity Scale. Very experienced nurses. I think you need to be a registered nurse for 5 years before you can actually be a triage nurse. Based on the symptoms and the score that you receive really dictates how quickly that you are seen. We do know that there's significant staffing barriers, nursing staff in particular at Cape Breton Regional. So there has been a recruitment process, and I do know sometimes we have to rob Peter to pay Paul. So I know, as an example, just from other connections in Cape Breton, there have been recently a couple of former emergency room nurses, I believe, who've gone back to the emergency department. So staffing, I would say, is probably the primary barrier. I would also say that there is a need for increased primary care practitioners, and we certainly see that the Northside Urgent Treatment Centre is heavily utilized. Recruitment for physicians for primary care, or making sure there's access points so that people are using the emergency room for the appropriate, we call them complaints. I don't know, like presenting complaints, you know, so that people see their options. So I think there's a number of things. Number one is staffing. Certainly the nursing school at CBU is important, and the medical school will be amazing too, because it's going to put foot traffic through there. We've added those initiatives. We are, again, staffing is a challenge in those areas. So we work, I know that the site lead as well as the VP of the zone is working very hard, and I believe too there's now an offload room so that there's an opportunity for people as they come in ambulances to be cared for in an offload room, which allows trucks to get back on the road.
I recognize the honourable member for North Side Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to talk about triage for a little minute. And I have a very specific case, which was my own. I showed up at the ER in July with a blood pressure 250 over 135, slurred speech, heaviness on the right side. I waited 7 hours, and at no time during the 7 hours that I waited, I stood up for 2, but at no time during those 7 hours was I rechecked, respoken to, and as an MLA, you're not going up to, anyway. So I think we have a lot to do with the triage piece, and I just assume a lot of that is because of stress and the large number of people that are at, and I know that things can fall through the cracks, you know, I'm no medical professional, but when someone has blood pressure 250 over 135 and slurred speech, that stroke comes right to mind. But my question is, with regards to the wait times, have we seen any improvement in wait times at Cape Breton Regional? And can we expect an improvement in those wait times over the coming weeks, months? You know, when can the residents of CBRM expect some improvement there?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I'll have to get that for you. I don't have a trend specifically for Cape Breton Regional, but we can certainly table that, trending over time. And again, really is around that recruitment and retention. And I know that there's been some specific strategies that have been employed there, and we'll ask Nova Scotia Health to respond, and we'll table that probably. It may not be before estimates is over, but we will table that.
I recognize the Honorable Member for North Side Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe that one of the things that may be contributing to the extra numbers at the regional is the Northside Urgent Care Center. Like it's such a good service. It fills up so early. It's so hard to get in. And the fact that the ER has been shut down in Bedeque. So all of the folks from Bedeque have to come the extra time. So can we get an idea of when the Bedeque ER may be reopened? Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I'll say about Bedeque is we're certainly committed to reopening that emergency room. What's interesting is just as people from Bedeque now have to head to Sydney, one of the things that people were seeing was that people were coming to primary care to the emergency room in Bedeque to get right. So here we are coming over the mountain. So we are, Bedeque in some ways is very fortunate. They have a number of physicians, probably the highest number of physicians in my lifetime that have ever been there. But a portion of those physicians are not able to work in the emergency room, or perhaps at this point in their career willing. So we are working with the physicians there. They do have an urgent treatment model, which is very effective and appointment based, and they too are full most of the time. But it really is around the primary care options. So there are 60,000 additional primary care appointments, and I think it really is around, sometimes we don't give new things a good enough try. Virtual care isn't for everything, but I think there is opportunity for some things to be seen through virtual care. I think the primary care pharmacy clinics are very, very effective and actually are effective in managing chronic disease. So I think it's really important that folks kind of consider what the possibilities are. If you're on warfarin, as an example, because you need blood thinning, your pharmacist can actually support you in managing your INR and prescribing your warfarin, as an example. And I don't know that everybody knows that because they have point-of-care testing. So I think really part of the role for us is around patient education. Where's the right place to go to access care? If you have virtual care and you need primary care, we can refer you into the urgent treatment centers, which are certainly well utilized, and the mobile clinics. So I think it's not just one thing. I think in order to access primary care, we need to kind of look at all of the options. And people who have a family physician are able to get virtual care 2 free sessions a year through the app. So I think there are a number of ways. I think sometimes it's really hard to get our message out, really. So I think that's part of it, particularly around the low acuity. In a busy emerge like Sydney, people who present with low acuity can expect to wait for longer periods of time for that reason. And so those urgent virtual options are really important. So, we'll take that feedback. Again, we've committed to Bedeque that we are going to get that emerge open. We were hopeful. There was a physician that was there for a short period of time and actually had to move along. But we do expect that there will be another physician resource that will be coming by end of summer. So we're really hopeful that will have a positive impact on the emergency room.
I recognize the Honourable Member for North Side Westmount.
Great. Well, that's good news. The Bedeque urgent care has been great. My own family have used it numerous times. It's a 45-minute run for us as opposed to waiting, for 14 hours at the ER. So that's been good. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. And a lot of the issues that we get, similar to my colleague from Sydney, member 2, are people that are coming to Halifax for tests. And it is frustrating. My own father-in-law, during the big snowstorm, missed his dialysis and then had a heart attack. And then they were going to, tail end of that storm. We had to come up here and meet them because they were flying them for the dye test. So that, I think, will come to Sydney in the new construction, so which is great. But it's around the financial assistance piece. And I know that there's the program for those that have to come to Halifax for surgeries. And I think I heard you mention that there's the financial assistance for those coming for PET scans. What other types of funding? So I understand it's 57 cents a kilometer and up to $80 a night, I think, for a hotel. There's a pilot project for surgeries that we've referred a lot of people to. So I'm just wondering if there's any funding for other things that people have to travel to the city for. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So it in the beginning was for cancer treatment, people that had to travel for cancer treatment. It's for household incomes, low income, and over 50-kilometer travel. And it was expanded for surgeries. I think we continue to look at ways that we can make sure people have access to care. And to your point, in the long range, not just immediately, but in long range, looking at the cath lab as an example. And that's based on the data that we have. Why are people traveling to the city? From Sydney to Halifax, it's a long way, which is also why we've put in that fixed wing flight, right? One, it's the time, right? And it's around the system, but it's also around the comfort for the patient, right? So most folks obviously can sit up when they're transferred between facilities, but there is room for stretchers on that fixed wing as well. So I think there's probably more to consider. The surgical expansion was last year, and we'll continue with that. And again, looking at the feedback we get from patients around what some of the barriers are for travel. Sometimes it's that they don't have a vehicle. It's not even the expense. It's that they actually don't have access to the transportation they require. And in a rural province, that can really be difficult. So, shuttles, et cetera. We have to really start to think about some of those things. So I think there's more to consider. And certainly we're willing to understand the barriers better in order for a program that potentially could be a bit more responsive.
I recognize the Honourable Member for North Side Westmount.
Thank you, Minister, and I get the honor of telling you that's it for us. You get to read your resolution, and thank you for your time.
The time has now, there are no more questions for the Minister. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness for her closing remarks and to read her resolution.
So I just want to say thank you to everybody at Department of Health who are sitting there anxiously awaiting the questions of my colleagues across the floor. and also the folks that have spent hours and hours and hours preparing this well-loved and beat-up binder for me to be able to appropriately answer questions. Also the folks at Nova Scotia Health and IWK, as well as other providers. I really appreciate the support that you all, and EHS. I can't forget our EHS college. So thank you for all your support. And Build, I think there they are, Build, helping me get through this incredibly big and important file. And I don't know what the viewership is. It usually hangs around 50, and the media are probably about 3, and staff are probably 45, and maybe the other 2 are my family. So thanks for hanging in here with me. I appreciate it. So be it resolved, E12 resolved that a sum not exceeding $5,536,898,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Health and Wellness pursuant to the estimate. E29 resolved that a sum of money not exceeding $8,098,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Office of Healthcare Professionals recruitment pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? Yes. The resolutions are stood. We shall take a short recess to prepare for the next minister. Thank you. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Community Services, Resolution number E4.
E4, resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,579,169 Sorry, I'll restart that. Exceeding $1,579,169,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Community Services pursuant to the estimates. I will now invite the Minister of Community Services to make some opening comments, if he so wishes, and to introduce his staff to the members of the committee. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very pleased to be and honored to be here today to present the 24-25 budget for the Department of Community Services. To my left is Toyin Akindoju, the finance guru. Can I call you the finance guru? Sure. Yeah, the numbers person. And to my right is Melissa McKinnon, Deputy of Department of Community Services. So thank you both for being here today with me. Do we know what time can we go to? 10:52? So we got a solid hour. Okay. So I have a few words to say to start out.
So yeah, 10:54.
10:54? Okay, yeah. 10:54. So, Mr. Chair, proud to be here today. Proud to be here today. And some of the things that go through my mind before I jump into the official speech is why, for me, is a big thing, is why am I here, what brought me here, and how did I get here. So I'm very proud to stand here today, not only as the 3-term MLA for Halifax Atlantic, the Spryfield, Herring Cove, Sambro, Leveland Park, Purses Cove, Portuguese Cove, and all the other beautiful communities in between, and JL Ilsley alumni, the second JL Ilsley alumni in this chamber, for those that don't know, the member for Kings South, North, Chris Palmer. Kings West, popped his head out, is also an alumni of JL Ilsley High School. He's, I think, about 15 years older than me. I shouldn't say that. No, he's a couple years older than me. He was one of the cool kids, I'm not going to lie. So I'm proud to represent JL Ilsley and the Spryfield area along with my colleague. Why am I here is a very complicated question and a very windy road. I'm here for a whole host of reasons. And I'll start back to some of the stories and some of the experiences and some of the individuals along the way. I think back to a 5-year-old boy who made his first adult decision. At age 5, he made a decision that would impact him for the rest of his life. He was living in a foster home with his sister at the time. He was a ward of the court, didn't fully understand what that meant. He knew that he lived in a home with strangers, but his sister was there, so there was always that comforting piece. And he woke up one morning and he came out of his room and he came out to the kitchen table. And the individuals that he was living with at the time, one of them was in the military, the husband was in the military, and the mother was a stay-at-home mother. They lived on this beautiful piece of land in Lake Charlotte, for those that may know the area. And he sat down at the kitchen table, and it was just like any other day. Both parents happened to be home at the time. Foster parents happened to be home at the time, which was kind of rare for those that live in a military family. And as he was eating breakfast, there was this kind of weird feeling at the table. So he asked what was happening, and the mother looked at him, the lady looked at him and said, we have a question for you, and we need you to listen. He was a very hyper kid and might not have been the best behaved child, but we need you to listen, we need you to process, and we need a decision. And he said, okay, what is it? And they said, her husband had been stationed in Ontario, and they were moving to Ontario. And that means we have to sell our house and move. And you have a decision to make, and we're going to allow you and your sister to make that decision. And, you know, it was hard to process. It was hard for him to process. But the decision came down to being able to see his biological brothers who he hadn't lived with for a long, long time, who he was separated from. And 3 times a year, he got an opportunity to sit in this room with social workers watching and taking notes as he interacted and played with his older brothers, his siblings. And that was the extent of his relationship with his brothers. And so the decision was, you move to Ontario with us, and you will never see your brothers again. But you'll have stability. You'll be adopted, and you'll have a chance at a real family. If you don't, if you decide not to, then you get to see your brothers. But you're too old. No one's going to adopt a 5-year-old. And him and his sister were a package deal. They'd separated once, and it wasn't good. So the department had decided, the Department of Community Services had decided that these 2 kids were, of the 5, these 2 were a package deal. And so his first thought, Mr. Chair, was to leave, to go. Until you experience what it's like to be taken from a home and then put in another home with strangers, people you don't know, and told this is your new home, it's a feeling that you don't want to go through. And when it happens over and over and over, you stop trusting adults. You stop trusting people, and you lose faith in humanity, and you lose it at a young age. So he decided. He said, yeah, I think I'm going. I think this is a good thing for me and my sister. And at that moment, he looked over at his sister, his older sister, who's 3 years older than him. And he saw something in her. And it was fear. She didn't want to go. She didn't want to go. She preferred to leave. So he stopped, talked to her, and she said, this is your decision to make for us. So he decided to leave. A couple weeks later, they were in a new home, and she was happy. He spent the first 2 days sleeping in the doghouse because that's where he was comfortable. He didn't want to sleep in a bed. He didn't want to sleep in a home where he didn't know people. So he would sneak out at night and sleep in the doghouse. And years later, decades later, he found out that his sister was not safe in that home. So when people ask me why, he thinks back to that. Those memories don't go away. A few years later, he's in a home. And he had done something stupid. I mean, he had done something, just, whatever. Kids will be kids. And these are moments that change you and make you who you become. And for punishment, he was locked in a furnace room with no windows, in a dark furnace room. And he screamed and he screamed and he screamed until he almost passed out. And he made a decision that day at 10 years old that he was never going to let another person and another adult decide anything for him. And he was not going to let people hurt him. So I don't take this job lightly. And I don't take the job of Minister of Community Services lightly. No matter what anyone thinks in this chamber of me, before or after I'm gone, I was not supposed to be here. I was told over and over and over that I would not be here. And I've been in homes with people that are brilliant, that did not get the breaks I got, that are on income assistance and struggling every day, that ended up in jail, that ended up homeless. And these are people that didn't get the break. You know, so that boy became a teenager. And somewhere along the way, in one of the homes he was living in, they just forgot. They just forgot. And it started with a birthday. 12 years old. There was no birthday. He thought it was a joke. He got up. There was no celebration. There was no happy birthday. There was nothing. And he thought, oh, there must be something special planned. And there was absolutely nothing. And that might seem stupid, and it might seem simple, and it might seem petty to some, but it creates the person you become. And so when I talk about community services, I talk about it in a love-hate relationship. It's a system that broke me, that built me, that hated me, that loved me, that abused me, and took care of me. And I'm not an anomaly. And I've heard people say that, well, we'll see how he does. We'll see how he does. And I don't care what their expectations are, because whatever they try to put on me, my expectations are even higher. Very few of us have a moment in time. And some of us have been here for a long time, and it's almost as if we expect or we think that we have a right to be in this place. Very few people in the history of Nova Scotia get to stand in this chamber. And even fewer get an opportunity to really affect change. And so I stand here today as the Minister of Community Services, keenly aware of what this system can do and what it can't do. You know, I heard somebody online called me a coward, right? That's fine. I've been called a lot worse. And I don't feel like a coward. But when I was a teenager, I felt like a coward, because at many moments in my life, I wanted to take my life. And I thought I wasn't brave enough to do it. And I was ashamed to look at myself, because I thought only a coward wouldn't be able to end it. And so when I talk about being an MLA for my community, it isn't about, and it's never been about, a political party. It's never been about any of this. It's been about the dozen foster homes that I lived in. It's about when I was sleeping in an apartment lobby on Tribune Court, a friend's mother came and saw me there and picked me up and brought me in. It was about Sarah Hubley, who after school, she would sneak me into her house and feed me. It's about Marg and Harry Poole, who have long since passed away, that saw this 17-year-old that couldn't get a bottle out of his hand, who tried to drink all his problems away. And for some reason, they decided to take him in as a foster child when everybody said not to. It's about Ruby and Eve, who, I mean, at times I don't know how they put up with me, and at other times I don't know how I put up with them. It's about Christine, who, this beautiful Jamaican lady who decided that she was going to take me in and introduce me to the world of fabulous food, and I probably drove her nuts. In fact, I know I did. You know, when I first ran for election, my partner, my wife, said to me, "I've never met somebody with so many mothers." She said, "Every person I run into says, 'Do you know that Brendan's my son?'" And it's a privilege to have that many people believe in you, but it's also at times difficult because you think of the lack of stability. And so I'm proud to stand here today. I'm proud to stand here today. There's a lot of people, and it's kind of ironic that I stand here today to give this speech when one of the guests in the galleries today was Marion Brown. And I saw that the members from Shabukto? No. Was it? Citadel Sable Island introduced Marion. And Marion was my key counselor when I lived at Phoenix House and has worked on several of my elections, which I found out today she was moonlighting on the member from Citadel Sable Island's elections too. But when I lived at Phoenix House, it wasn't this big organization that it is today. It was a one place on Hunter Street. And nobody wanted us there. Nobody wanted us there. It kind of reminds me of what we're going through with some of the stuff with community services around housing and pallet shelters and all these things where nobody wants them in their community, but they want you to do something about it. We want you to move fast, but we don't want you to put it in our own community. And that is personally insulting to me. And it should be insulting to every Nova Scotian, because those individuals that are struggling every day, those individuals that need the shelters, those individuals that are living in those pallet homes are somebody's mom, there's someone's father, there's somebody's sister, there's someone's brother, there's somebody's child. And a hell of a lot of Nova Scotians are one paycheck away from being in that situation. And God forbid that you're in that situation and people try to dehumanize you and act like you don't exist. So when I was living at Phoenix House, nobody wanted us there. Nobody wanted us to. Everybody on 100th Street wanted us off the street. The whole area, we were those kids. Nobody wanted anything. And I was struggling. And Marion saw that. And she was just young. She would have been in her 20s when she was the counselor there. And Tim Crooks, who runs Phoenix House now, is a part-time employee. So that tells you how long ago it was. Linda Wilson was the executive director at the time. And I came into my bedroom one night, and there was, and I still have it to this day, there was a notebook, and it had like, it was the 90s, and so it was like a notebook that had like it had a jeans wrapped around it. It had like, I don't know if people remember those. And it was on my bed. And it said, anytime you want to talk, write in this. And so Marion would work a lot of overnights. And I would just write my thoughts down and my struggles. And I'd fall asleep. And she would come in the middle of the night. She'd read it. She always started out the messages with, "Hey, Duder." And to this day, I don't know why I call my kids Duders now. So she would write that message down, and then she would write these beautiful messages. And in a world of chaos, when you find somebody beautiful like that, it is incredible. It is incredible. And I'm a 48-year-old father of 3 beautiful children, and I say to this day that I am still a Phoenix youth. And I know some people in this chamber have connections to Phoenix House, and they know how much that means to us. And the empathy that was shown at Phoenix House, I remember, so one year I was there and all the kids would go home for Christmas. And I had nowhere to go. So I was the only kid left in the group home. And Marion, instead of going home, stayed Christmas Day. And she bought me this blue Helly Hansen jacket. And I had that jacket even after I put on 40, 50, 60 pounds. I kept that jacket, and it was something that I kept with me forever. And in the end, I left Phoenix House, and I had some incredible experiences there, and the impact that it had on me. Counselors like Michael Skinner and Linda Wilson, who's now the executive director of Shelter Nova Scotia, is the godmother of my son. Is the godmother of my son. And somebody who is immensely responsible for the man I am today and the reason I am here. When nobody believed in me, and when I was going through some of the darkest moments of my life, Linda believed in me. And it was funny because she wasn't a counselor, she was the executive director, and for some reason, it was like, there was something there. And we connected, and we created this beautiful relationship, and it's something that I will treasure forever. And I think of that now, and I think of the department's role in these things. And we don't see the individuals behind the scenes that are helping build these organizations and fund these organizations and putting food on the plate of these of kids and helping these individuals survive day to day. And I'm going to tell you another story about Phoenix House, one that will always, 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 always stay with me. When I was there, they used to bring in, every Wednesday, we'd all go upstairs, and we'd sit around, we'd talk, and they'd bring in special guests after supper. The first one was Ricky Anderson. I don't know if people remember Ricky Anderson, the old boxer. So I said, I want to be a boxer, right? So I went down to the gym, Bloomfields, got my head beat off because I was a skinny little kid I looked like a lollipop at the time. I said, I don't want to be a boxer anymore, right? The second week we were there, they brought in a gentleman who is a broadcaster, who had this beautiful booming voice. It was Alan Rowe. It was Alan Rowe. And Alan took a moment and we talked. I was an 18-year-old kid at the time. And when I got elected in 2013, I sat in that corner beside Alan Rowe. And it was one of the greatest moments of my life that I got to sit there with that man. And you know, one of the pieces of advice that he gave me early on was, he said, you just got to follow your instincts. You got to follow your gut. You got to realize what you're here for. And so that teenager, after he left Phoenix House, had some good times. It was a mess. He went on from Phoenix House to living on his own. In high school, had his own apartment. Going to St. Pat's, I think he was in his 5th year of high school at the time. And as most of you know, that's a long time to be in high school. So he struggled. He struggled with confidence. He struggled with identity. He struggled with relationships, and he struggled with trust. And the one thing that people don't realize, that when you're a ward of the court and you're a foster child, is that when you're done, you're done. You're done. When you're out of the system, you're gone. There's no parachute. There was no parachute. There was no how-to. And up until I met my wife, people would say to me, what do you want in life? And I would say, I want to go home. I didn't know what home was, but I wanted to go home. I just wanted to go home. I spent my 20s, my teens, my 30s just wanting to go home. And then when I met Rena, I went home. I went home. And so one of the things that I'm proud of that this department did, and that was under the leadership of the Premier and the former Minister of Community Services, was a program for kids aging out of care. And that is one of the scariest things that can happen to you. Because most of us here, if you fall on hard times, if maybe you can't pay rent this month, or you're hungry, or maybe you need a little extra money, I would say the vast majority of people could call up their parents, could call up a loved one. But when you don't have that, you haven't. And one of the things was a program for kids aging out of care for the next 5 years, where they're able to have money to support them as they get out of care and they go on to the next stage of their life. And that is something I'm extremely proud of, that this Premier and the former Minister was able to implement through this department, and that's in this budget, and it's going to have life-changing, it's going to be life-changing for those children. So when they come out of care and they're struggling to find what's next in life, they know that there is a security there. And the department, under the leadership of the deputy and the EDs and everyone from the bottom all the way to the top, and I don't mean that derogatory, I mean everybody that's there, recognizes that success, no offense to the Department of Transportation, but success is twinning a highway, right? Twin that highway. Get the old Sambro Road paved, will you? But success in the Department of Community Services is much bigger. Success is giving those kids a chance in life when everyone else gave up on them. I mean, I want you to think about that for a moment, Madam Speaker. How many times I sat in my room and thought, well, what did I do wrong? Like, what did I do wrong? You know, I don't talk about this much, but I have regrets in life, for sure, like most people. And I'm Brennan Oliver McGuire the second, but we don't put the second on because I don't want to be named after my biological father. And for a long time, and even to this day, you know, I don't have a lot of time. And that's my own personal thing. But I have regrets because a long time ago, for some reason, even though my siblings are older than me, for some reason they all relied on me, and when things went different or they went down a different road, they would call me and ask for advice or they asked for help. I didn't mind doing that. I love them, and we've had a very interesting relationship, one that, you know, I should probably work harder on. But when we were in both of my biological parents died in their 40s. They died for different reasons, different things. I'm not going to get into that. But I just can never grasp. I look at my own babies now, and I could just never grasp. And I understand, like, at the time, like, I couldn't grasp. And as you do this longer, and you're in this role as a leader, as an MLA, and we see so many people come into our offices, you start to realize, and you start to almost forgive, because you see the struggles that people go through. And one of the things that I am adamant about is that we need to figure out a way to break this poverty cycle. We need to figure a way to get, we see it time after time after time where, you know, generation after generation after generation of individuals live in poverty. And I'll tell you a story, Madam Speaker. It's such a simple little story as an MLA. You know, we've all been able to do incredible things as MLA. You know, high schools have been built and roads have been paved and programs have been done. But one of the stories I'm most proud of was there was a young girl. She was living in public housing when I was knocking on doors. She just graduated high school. I watched them, like we all do. We attend our high school graduations, and I watched her walk across the stage, and we talked to all of them and all that. And when I was knocking on doors, I knocked on the door, she answered, and I recognized her. And I said, oh, you know, it's 6 months since you've been out of high school. What have you been up to? And she said, well, I'm working over here. And she's working a job. And I said, are you enjoying it? She said, no, I want to be a nurse. I said, well, what's stopping you? She said, well, I don't know how to be a nurse. And I said, well, come to my office. We'll have a conversation. We'll help you with your student loans. We'll go through it. And she said, I'm just not comfortable. Like, she was very afraid of the process. So, okay, I'm not going to force anything on you. So I leave. And then it just really started eating away at me. So then she was working at a local restaurant. I'd go and get my sub, and I'd say, oh, there's the nurse. And I'd start, oh, did you start school yet? And her mom called me one day and said, she really wants to do this, but we feel that she should stay and work. Will you have a conversation with her and make sure that she stays in this job? And I said, well, first of all, I don't know if it's appropriate for me to have a conversation with her to tell her about her life. But if she wants to come in and talk, we could definitely come in and talk. So she came in and we had a long conversation. We talked about work, but we also talked about student loans. And we talked, because when you're not around people and that have been through post-secondary education, you don't understand it. And that's part of the problem, is that in order to break the poverty cycle, we have to, education is so powerful. It's so powerful. And we have to be able to give people the comfort and the courage to do it. And I know for a lot of us in this room, we think that courage to go to school, what are you talking about? But when it's so foreign to you, it's difficult. Anyways, we had this conversation, and I got busy, summer went by, and then I went to get my sub like 3 months later, and I asked where she was, and they said she applied for university and she's gone. She's now a nurse. And so she broke the poverty cycle because she had somebody there that encouraged her, that showed her the way, and sometimes that's all it takes. And I'm not saying that it's simplistic like that, but I can tell you, without Charmaine Tanner, who was my social worker, without Linda Wilson, who has been like a mother to me, without Eve Campagne, who was a foster father, who was there when I got sworn in, right? Without my wife, without these people that believed in me, I wouldn't be here. I would not be here. And I don't just mean here, I mean here. And so I have a lot of faith in this department, and I have a lot of faith in the vision and the future and what we can do. And I know that the comms people have wrote this beautiful speech for me, and they're probably like, when are you going to get to this 62-page speech? We'll get to it. We'll get to it. But I just wanted to talk about why this is personal and why this means a lot to me. And I want to be able to express my gratitude for everyone in this chamber, but for those that believed that I could do this role. The Premier believed in me. He believed that I could do this role. And I will say this, I've said it lots of times, and people have heard me talk about party politics and all that stuff. I respond to vision and leadership. And listen, I'll be the first to say, I'm sure there's more than a few videos of me saying a few things and chirping a few people and getting under people's skin. But sometimes you just got to stop and ask, why are you doing this? And that doesn't mean that I don't have love for the people across the way and the last 10 years we spent and all that stuff. And I just want to address that. I have a lot of respect for everybody in this chamber. But I believe that we're given moments in time. And I've stood here and said what I believe in. And I stood here and said my morals and my values. And I think it would have been hypocritical of me to not take an opportunity, not just to do this, but to also help fix and help bring people together and help direct and create vision for this province. We can all agree that we have massive, massive problems in this province and in this country. And I think we need to more and more put all of it aside and just work on finding the solutions to these problems. Because what I keep hearing over and over and over and over from people is they are tired of the bickering. They're tired of the fighting. They're tired of the he said, she said. They just want people to get to work. And they want politicians to find solutions. We weren't elected and put in this position to become honorable, for a paycheck. We were put here because people believe that we are the right people in this province for the problems we face today. And I believe we have a moral duty to fix those issues and fix those problems, or at least go like hell trying to do it, right? So we face huge issues. And when we talk about the issues that are in community services, these aren't just issues that impact community services. These are issues that impact the Department of Labor, the Department of Education, Department of Transportation, Department of Finance, the Minister of Housing, who, I've said it before and I'll put it on record, is one of the people I respect the absolute most. I know when all's said and done, I say to him all the time, we don't always agree on our politics. We might be getting closer and closer as I get older. But he's somebody that I've loved and respected since the moment I met him. And he's been through a lot. And I've never seen anyone carry themselves the way he does. Very few people can do that. And so we need to rely on each other. We need to, not just on the government side, but on these sides here. We have issues right now. And I'll give you a perfect example. We're looking at housing situations, shelter situations, pallet situations. You know, I received an email last night that said, from an individual who said, you have made it clear that I have no, I don't know what the exact quote is, but that the decision does not depend on my support. And that it could not have been further from the truth. I have been absolutely, I've reached across the aisle when we're making these decisions, when I'm working on the issues that impact people's communities. And I'll give you a good example. The member for Sable Island, Citadel Sable Island, was an incredible help on the issue of the encampments. It was an incredible help, right? And I appreciate that. But I'm not going to play politics with homelessness. I'm not going to play politics with income assistance. I'm not going to play politics with disability supports. We are going to put people first. And if people want to play politics with it, go play in another yard. Go play in another yard. Because you know what people out there right now that are living homeless, you know what they're not saying? My goodness, I wish I could have a conversation about political parties. You know what they don't care about? Political parties. They want leaders that will find solutions, that will help them. We face a housing crisis. And I get confused, Madam Speaker, because on one hand, I hear, go as fast as you, like literally in one day, question period, I heard, why isn't this being built faster? Go faster, go faster, go faster. And then on the other hand, I hear, slow down, do some consultation. Like, which is it? Which is it? Because if you ask people that are looking for homes, you know what they're going to say? We've had enough reports. We've had enough. Consultation does not get you a roof over your head. Yes, we need to consult. Yes, we need to talk. But we got to get these things in the ground, and we got to build now. And if a couple of politicians' feelings get hurt, so be it. So be it. And if they think that they're on the right side by saying, slow down, build slower, not in my backyard, I'll be the first to say, bring the pallets to Spryfield. Bring them to Spryfield. I've told the department, bring them to Spryfield. Bring the public housing to Spryfield, Minister. Bring them on in. We'll take it all. If people in this chamber don't want it, we'll take it. Because I will always put the people first. And there are people that are homeless, that are living day to day and struggling. And the last thing they need is 20 town hall meetings. The last thing they need is for someone to say, this may impact my re-election. If your re-election depends on a couple of pallets, then I would advise you to get back to the doors. I would advise you to do a little bit more work. And I don't mean that in a derogatory manner. I'm going to go like hell in this department, and if the people of Halifax Atlantic want me back, let's have at her. If they don't, you know what? I took a big swing. I did what I believed, and I was given an opportunity, and I will do everything in my power to make sure I don't fail. I will get to this speech soon. I think they're starting to learn. I think the department is starting to learn, as some of my colleagues around here have learned already. You can put as much notes and speeches in front of me. I'm probably not going to stick to it, right? I find it much easier. I find it much easier just to talk, right? I don't have many skills in life, but one of them is that I can talk the head off of anyone, right? So I think that we have to remember that when we make these decisions, you know, I'll give you a good example. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, Madam Speaker, this is what they said to me, Madam Chair. They said, I'm getting my diabetes covered? And I was like, yeah. They're like, so I can go tomorrow? I was like, no, we got to pass the budget. They're like, what? I was like, we got to do these things first. And they're like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, we're debating it, we're going through it. And they're like, can you just tell them to cover it? Like, can you tell them to pass it so I can get help? Well, what are they arguing about? And I said, you know, budgets are complicated. Sorry. Budgets are complicated. But that's a perfect example of why people don't care about this. They want leaders and people who will cover their diabetes, who will create a lunch program, who will create a breakfast program, who will help individuals in a housing crisis. And yes, we wish, I wish that we could just go around and plunk houses down and we could just snap our fingers and all of a sudden it comes down from the sky and, you know, the magical house fairy just builds them. But the truth is that there's some catching up to do. There's some catching up to do, right? There really is. And we've got to start building. And we are looking at solutions. And one of the things that was said in this House that really got under my skin was one of the members of the third party had made a reference to shelters and pallet homes and said they're not real homes. The pallet homes were not real homes. Maybe not to you. Maybe not when you're living a $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 home. Might be not your idea of a home, but to the people living in there, it's their home. It's their safe space. And it is demeaning, and it feeds into the narrative of not in my backyard. Don't build public housing. Don't build the stuff in my backyard, because that's not real housing. So what does that say to an individual who's living in that home? And what does it say to these communities where we're going in and saying, we need to do this, we need to help? When they hear leaders who talk down and downgrade these things, it's all part of housing. It's all part of helping people. And I know that I'm kind of treading a little bit into someone else's department, but it's all intertwined. It really is. It's very symbiotic, is that the word? Yeah. In order to take on poverty, in order to help people, we've got to work together. And, you know, one of the things that I will say is, for a long time, what we heard about government and we heard about departments is that they acted in silos. We've all heard that, right? We've all heard that. We've all been part of that. We've all heard it if we've been around long enough. And one of the things I actually really do appreciate is that there are a few deputies that are assigned to a whole bunch of things. And it's incredible how quickly and how fast things get done. Right? When you have to deal with community services issues that maybe impact, you know, I'll give you a good example. We're pulling numbers. We're working with the Department of Labor. And fantastic minister, right? But the truth is now we have someone who can go into these things, and they're doing it all, and that's their job. And it's actually a pretty, I remember I was on the opposition side when I saw it. I was like, oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, right? But then when you see it, you're like, this actually works very, very well. And it leads to the idea that we need to get things done. We need to get past the red tape. We need to jump over the hurdles and just get it done, right? And so I have a deep appreciation for just put your head down, get to work. There are times you're going to trip up, and we've seen it this session where there's some things where you have to sit back and you have to go, you know what? We're not just going to bulldoze ahead. We're going to listen. We're going to listen to you. We're going to hear from you, and if we don't get things right, we'll work with you to get those things right. And that's what I firmly believe in the Department of Community Services. I'm reaching out to, you know, I'm reaching out to municipal leaders. I'm reaching out to business leaders. I'm reaching out to anyone and everyone that wants to have a conversation about poverty reduction, how we help people. And we will work together. And some of the ideas that we worked together on with the encampments, we brought in people that had, some people who had never had any real experience with the department before. But it worked. Because this is a department that wants to get things done. And I do want to say that it's just an interesting, life is interesting that you end up landing where you land. Madam Speaker, how many, do I have 12 minutes? Is that what it's saying? Oh my God. Oh my God. I just didn't, what? I'll answer your question with the speech. But I will say that I don't know what I believe in, but what I do believe in is that when you're given an opportunity, like, you have to take it. And it's funny how life works. It really is. That I end up here today. That at any point I ended up in this chamber, right? That any of us end up here. And I think we've got to take advantage of while we're here. And I keep saying that because I believe it's true. I believe that people are just tired. They're tired, and that's what I kept hearing over and over and over again. They're tired of there being no solutions, or saying, like, we got to wait. Let's wait. We'll wait, and then we'll go through some things, and we'll figure it out, and we'll do it. No, just, we got to build housing. We've got to deal with poverty. We've got to deal with the roads. We've got to do these things now. We've got to deal with health care. For the love of God, these things are all connected. If you don't have good health care, what do you have? Right? If you don't have a good education, a post-secondary system, what do you have? These are things that we need to fix and build on for the future. Might mean that the Department of Finance might have to write a few big checks. No reaction. No reaction. But I will say that I'm open to any and all ideas. And this department is open to any and all ideas. We have some brilliant people in this department, but we also have to start absorbing, me personally, all of us have to start absorbing what else is out there. And we have to go to leaders of all industry and have conversations with them, even if we don't agree with them. And so I will continue to fight and work hard, and the promise I've made myself, everyone on this side and everyone in this chamber, is I will work like hell, and I will try to be the hardest working MLA that this institution has. And I say that knowing that I think the Premier works 18 hours a day. I say that knowing that I know the Minister of Housing. I know the member from Cape Breton. I know these individuals, and I know how hard they work. And I know those individuals, and I know how hard they work. But one of the things I've always prided myself in, Madam Chair, is that, again, I know I'm not the brightest person, definitely not the best looking person, but I'm not going to be outworked. I'm not going to be outworked. And that's what we're going to do. There's some things coming down the pipeline. And I'm sure we'll find something wrong with it, because that's what the opposition, that's their job, they told us. But I'm sure they'll find some good things about it. Right? But I hope, like, I do think, like, I think of this budget, and I'm getting a little off track here. I got 8 minutes. But I think of this budget, and I say this respectfully. I say this respectfully. But for 7 years, my former association put forward indexing as a policy for Halifax Atlantic. In fact, the very first time I ever attended a political anything was with my wife. Story goes that misguided man in his 30s wanted to run for the NDP. They said no. True story. They said no. So then he was all depressed, and his wife was like, run for the Liberals. What are you doing? It's the biggest Liberal on earth. And likes the Premier, which we know that. So biggest Liberal on earth. So we go to a Liberal policy thing at Bloomfield. And my wife, my partner, she's been adamant about bracket creep. Bracket creep, got to get rid of indexing. This is just, it was so frustrating. She explained it to me, and I had no idea what she was talking about, because I was like, let's go. I believe, let's go. And so we put it forward that day, and we continue to put it forward, and continue to put it forward, and continue to put it forward. And when I hear people downplay it, I'm just like, this is a good thing. You don't have to agree with everything, but you can say, this is a good thing. It's a good thing. Elimination of bracket creep is a good thing. It really is, right? You know, I will give the member for, I still don't know, Sydney member 2, he stood up and he gave the government a round of applause for the lunch program, right? That's what this should be. We're not saying everything's perfect. We like it, right? We do. Just like when other members were on that side, they liked it, right? That's how it works. But I would say that this is a fantastic budget. And it's a fantastic budget for community services because of the remedy stuff we're doing. $105, $103 million for people with disabilities and to do the remedy report. It is going to be life-changing. We're closing institutions. And we're attaching services to the person so that they can stay in their community. So we take a human-centered approach so they can be around their loved ones, so their loved ones don't have to drive for hours to go see them. Imagine treating them like humans, right? And this is a positive thing. This is part of this budget. And we are hiring a whole host of people. And I think it's a 20% increase in the budget, right? To bring people in. I'm not a numbers person, I'm not gonna lie. But I'll find the money. So these are big things. And not only did, so I heard the third party say, well, you know what? You were mandated by the courts to do it. Yeah, you know what? There was some stuff there. But you know what we weren't mandated to do? $300 a month extra for people with disabilities. There was nothing there. They weren't mandated to do that. We weren't mandated to do that. We did it because it was the right thing to do. But they don't talk about that. They say, oh, the other stuff is bad. Everything's bad. So these are programs that are going to be life-changing. And I do think back to the people in my community and the people right across Nova Scotia that this is going to have a positive influence on. And, you know, I heard there was a little bit of wavering on the child and youth advocacy. But I'll tell you how I started this conversation with all of you. And if that young boy and that teenager had a voice, life could have been a lot different. Could have been a lot different. One of the reasons I ran, and you can look it up because I did the interview on CBC, I ran because of the former NDP government's refusal, flat-out refusal, to do an investigation into the Home for Colored Children. That's one of the reasons I ran. And now we're helping to implement the recommendations, and they're like, no. We want, this isn't right. We want more details. We want this. Well, like I told them from the beginning, buckle up, because it's coming. And I'll tell you something about that group home. When I was a kid, and I was a foster child, I had a social worker say to me, you better get into this home, because if you don't, you're going over there. And you know what they do to children over there? That's what a social worker said to me. So that's why it was personal. And that's why I am proud that we put that through. Government after government after government had an opportunity to do it. They didn't do it. And we had people of all I was on the phone nonstop calling people, hey, listen, we're doing this. And some of them were deeply rooted in these parties. Deeply rooted in these parties. And they were doing backflips. They were happy. Right? One guy said to me, I can't believe a conservative government do this. I said, progressive conservative. He's telling you what I said. So, Madam Speaker, this is personal, but it's also business. We are going to get things done in this department. We're also going to tell our stories. We're going to celebrate. A lot of times, and I've said this to the people in the department, a lot of times when this department makes media, it's because a lot of it is bad stories. There is a lot of great stuff going on in this department, and there's a lot of people that we're working with, and we're going to start telling their stories, and we're going to start changing the way people view kids in care. We're going to start changing the way people view people living in poverty and people that need assistance. We're going to start changing the way people view people who are on disability. And that starts with programs like Remedy. And that starts with telling our story. And that starts with humanizing it. And letting people know that no matter what they say, what I've seen is care. I've seen a government that cares. A year ago, but you know what? People have asked me, and I just said, like, sometimes you just got to stop. You just got to stop and look. And then you start going, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. And then you have to do a gut check. And this has nothing to do with anyone else in this chamber but me. It was a gut check. And I'm very thankful to be here today. I'm very thankful for the opportunity. And with my 40 seconds, I will say that I know there's weighty expectations from people in the sector. People have reached out to me. And again, I will say, whatever you put on me is not as heavy as what I'm putting on myself. So I'm going to continue to work. I'm going to continue to put people first. And I hope that we all can take a very straightforward look at this budget and see the great stuff that's in there. And not just from community service, but right across the board. And we have unanimous consent for the first time in my career on a budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not much time left. I'm still waiting for the speech that staff wrote, but I will say this in the 2 minutes. You know, I've had the privilege of being here for 9 years, and I've seen a lot happen. I've seen governments come and go. I was involved with them even before I got here. But I do want to say this, is that coming from a community that experienced high levels of poverty, a lot of challenges, I've always had a very strong relationship with the Department of Community Services. And I'll take the 2 minutes that I have to recognize that staff. And I can list a whole pile of initiatives that the deputy and her staff have been involved with, whether it's been the work around adults with intellectual disabilities and the infrastructure that we put in place, working with great organizations like Horizon and Breton Ability and Haley Street and others, looking at a lot of the programs that help our youth at risk in our community and communities across province. So really, you know, I've never been really the critic for this department for long. So I've also learned a lot as I've taken on this role. And we are going to have a lot of questions about the budget. You know, particularly around child and the youth office and what that budget looks like, your staffing, like some of the nuts and bolts of stuff. But I'm also interested, and I always take this opportunity, because I was on the other side too as well, and I had members over there question me when I was a minister, and have a conversation about some of the things that I think can also help the department in their journey of trying to help people. And, you know, I didn't want to get into questions tonight. We have lots of time for questions tomorrow. But I do want to take this time, you know, on a daily basis, we are in constant contact with the Department of Community Services. Whether it's housing, whether it's food related, whether it's around income. We're experiencing some of the highest levels of inflation in our history. And every MLA in here is dealing with those calls and trying their best to really help support those families. And really, a lot of the times, the first call we make is to the Department of Community Services. So I do want to rise to my place after 9 years of being here. If staff is paying attention tonight, you've been nothing but good to me. You've been nothing but good to my office. I look forward to the conversation.
The time allotted for consideration of supply today has expired. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. Oh, okay. Order. Oh. Yes, they do. Get out. Get out. Get out. Order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports.
that the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made considerable progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on March 21st between the hours of 1 p.m. and 9 p.m. Government business will include Committee of the Whole House on Supply, Bills, and second reading of 419.
The House does now rise. We will meet tomorrow between motion for the House to rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carried. The House will rise, and we shall meet tomorrow between the time of 1 to 9. Thank you.